Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. I am your host, Pep. Nice to see y'all. Hope you are having a wonderful day on this lovely Wednesday. It is not so lovely here. It is cold, and we are in the middle of that nice lull between actually hitting spring and also getting a blizzard. So that was fun. The intro always hits. Hell yeah, man. That's the point. I'm so glad that you guys enjoy it. Yeah, hey, look at that. Scoop Dog right off the bat here, you know. Our favorite anti-pothead. God, I think he's actually like one of those old school like anti-hippies just in general, but can we talk about the poop raft politicians? Poop raft? Well, I mean, you got my attention right off the bat. Like, wait, what's going on? The poop raft. Put toilet paper in the toilet and then drop a deuce on top of it for maximum shrink. I do. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, what does this have to do with the politicians now? I mean, hey, you know what? You got, as I said, you got my attention. That was a hell of a start there. Dark Magician, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you all being here. If you guys could do me the solid and hit the like button on your way in, it really, really helps out my stream, especially when y'all do it as you get here. And yeah, if you guys want to have some, you know, awesome political discussions, all that fun stuff, then yeah, that's the way to do it. Whoa, what is going on here? Okay, hold on. I just realized that my Twitch is live. Okay. I am also live over on Twitch if you guys prefer that method of watching. I don't know many people that do, but if you guys are interested, please follow over on Twitch. Trust me, you might, if you guys enjoyed the program, definitely follow over there, just in case. It's one of those situations. So, also, as you guys are kind of just hanging out here for the moment, let me break down what we're gonna be doing. Hold on, nice. I'm actually trying to stall for a second here because my screen just disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. All right, so on the docket today, we have some election fallout. Obviously, being in the Illinois 9th, had to deal with a lot of the fallout right away. It was kind of funny. I got off stream yesterday, and I did not get off late, like too late, to the point where I had a few friends hit me up and just ask my position on what is going on. And if you guys don't know, Daniel Biss won over Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. It looks like it was about a 6,000 vote difference. So yeah, it was interesting. Are you a Democrat or a Republican? I have to caucus with the Dems, but I'm not a Dem. Like so I live in one of those unfortunate states that if I want to vote for a certain candidate, I have to like declare for that party. I hate it. I actually do kind of hate that we have to do that, but it also kind of makes sense because you don't want people you don't want shenanigans in the local elections. So, but I try to think of myself as a person who welcomes all types of political discourse. I am interested in actually having right-wingers in my chat. I like having different opinions, but you know what? I do have a limit. If it's trolling, then that's kind of where I draw the line. But yeah, man, I have a leftist bias. I'm not jazzed with Democrats. You will not hear me speaking, you know, or like you will not hear me defending the honor of like a Dem unless they like really deserve it. Which there's not, I can't think of one. So, I'm gonna just be comfortable in saying that I don't think I would go out of my way to defend their honor. Can we all rate Chuck Schumer on his grilling burgers capabilities? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll just rate Chuck Schumer on him being just a piece of shit person. How about that? What's up there, Dennis? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Yeah, if this is your first time here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Like I was just kind of explaining, I definitely have a leftist bias, but yeah, I try to have more nuanced conversations and not just do this thing where it's like, are you someone that I shouldn't be talking to? Because I don't know. I kind of have this preconceived notion in my head that my party would get mad at me if I had these conversations. Like, come on, man. Like, stop with the closed-minded BS. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I do have to just say, like, don't fall into those traps. Go look up traditional democratic values. Okay, I'm not. Why are you trying to ascribe traditional democratic values to me? Like, just if you're trying to like just be a pain in my ass, get fucked and just get out of here. That's just plain and simple. That's what I was saying about like trying to have good faith conversations and actually have like a decent engagement, but. That's the kind of shit that I don't have any time with. Any time for. It's the same with the people that are just like, the Dems in the Civil War, blah, 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 Dems in the KKK, blah, 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 blah. Again, take your disingenuous BS somewhere else, because again, you're not being very honest with history. You're actually kind of missing a whole, part where the parties swapped, because also that would mean that technically, like, this is my favorite part, you would be for civil rights, you would be for everything that the Democratic Party is currently standing for if that was actually a thing. So I kind of always forget to bring that little part up, but you seem mad. I was just recommending a good read on common values. No. Listen, it's Dad's pool, or it's Dad pool. Oh, Dad pool. Like that. I get it. All right. Clever. That wasn't actually like necessarily based on just you, or like I was kind of reading your comment out of context for an example, because this is what I deal with constantly. So number one, you could have just added that little bit of context to the back of that comment without, like, you seem mad. Yeah, well, okay, there was no context to the comment, so how was I supposed to know that it wasn't a disingenuous setup? So I don't know, man. I'm not mad. I'm actually just kind of like, no, let's. What is it? What's your thing? But it's alrighty. Like the stream, everybody. Hey, Pinkerbell, how's it going? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Just so you guys know, the wife is actually having a really rough day today. This is why we take it day by day. She's not feeling well. She just kind of feels exhausted. She said that she's just feeling burnt. Literally kind of burnt. She has the chemo radiation mix, and yeah, it's taken a lot out of her, so if you guys can keep your thoughts with her, that'd be wonderful. Also, she might pop up in chat a little bit later, but yeah, right now she is taking a nap. So I will also have to run up in about an hour here to go and check on her just to make sure she doesn't need anything. Wait. WTF, Damnev. Wait, what's going on? Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. See, I had already ignored that, where I was just like, I moved on. Hermit. Yeah, hey, Hermit, you weren't the first one today. You have a buddy over there. If you guys don't know and you see some chats popping up, which you might not, actually, because I just realized I got the chat box off on vertical. Yeah, I got this guy over on Twitch that likes to just be like, why do you like to smoke pot? What are you, just a loser? Blur, 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 blur. Yeah, whatever. Gotta love those assholes. But yeah, I want to break down the election coverage from yesterday. I think that I left a little bit unsaid. Also, I'm just gonna say this, and this might get a few people mad at me today, but I'm gonna watch the crash outs from Hassan and people like Mike Figueredo, because they're totally off point on this one. I think that they were projecting their own wants over the actual tentative realities that would happen in Illinois. Like Hassan, we're gonna watch it, but I'm just gonna say he was talking about something specifically not knowing the district, and this is why I've been adamant to you guys, knowing that a lot of you are Hassan viewers, and knowing that a lot of you saw the Kat Abu Ghazaleh interview on Hassan. That's why I was trying to make this very, very apparent that her going on Hassan did not help her here. And last night proved it. Her national platform did just nothing for her. That realistically focusing that energy on the local race here would have been much better for her, because that's where Daniel Biss was doing it. He was honestly out there on the street fucking pretty much meeting with everybody. And as I said, he did end up contacting me. Again, nice guy. He did say some stuff that got me a little bothered, but you know what? Fuck it. At this point, that's who I'm voting for, and this is my part where for all the accusations of having spoiler candidates like Mike Simmons and I forgot her name, Bushra. I think that's bullshit, because again, they're not looking at the practical reality that I was talking about, that it's no, Dan Biss was already kind of popular here, and on top of it, he went to where he needed to go and focused on what he needed to focus on. So I also think that they, ironically, will start playing that game. If they want to do this thing where they're going to try and convince people in the Illinois 9th to not vote for someone like Daniel Biss, get fucked. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not going to listen to them. I'm not going to listen to any of that bullshit. Going into November, just know this, 100% I am voting for that guy. Okay? I'm not going to fucking take anything from that shit, from them. Because now it is between him and a Republican. So am I supposed to let this fucking Republican win in Illinois? Is that really gonna, are we really gonna do this? None of their business. It is none of their business. The thing is, they made it their business. Natch. Hassan went out of his way to make it his business. And I think that he also realized that our movement isn't as popular. And I've been saying this. I have been saying this because I have these conversations with people. We, as being a little bit farther left than the milquetoast libs, well, those milquetoast libs happen to outnumber us pretty fucking bad, man. They're like the normies. Normies don't want to constantly think the way we do, which, I don't want to think the way I do all the fucking time. I gotta be honest. Sometimes I wish I could check out from politics, but I just can't. But if it comes down to them trying to say oh, what are you should have voted for Kat. I did vote for Kat. And that's the thing. I want to have these conversations with people where it's I voted for her, even though I had problems with her. But I saw again, practical reality that it was going to be her, Daniel Biss, or Laura Fine, which I'm glad Laura Fine did not have any traction. It was kind of nice watching the APAC candidate get their ass kicked. But this is also where we can't take that. There's no enjoying the win because it wasn't Kat. So now you got guys like Hassan out there that are trying to say oh, Dan Biss, he's an APAC candidate. He's in the pocket of Israel, blah, 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 blah. It's he's not. And the thing is, just because he didn't say, the G word when people wanted him to, he has recognized Palestinian sovereignty. He has recognized the fact that it is a genocide. He's playing that semantical game about, the Holocaust and all that. But, yeah, either way, we're going to get into that kind of stuff. We're also going to be covering the Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, my God. I can't even call it a testimony because it is so fucking, bothersome at this point where Republicans cannot do their jobs. They just are there to glaze and make sure that it's just oh, thank you for your service, Miss Gabbard. And you know what? We believe that across the aisle, they're just going on a witch hunt. And we just want to have, we want to have nice, happy, fun time for you. And we want to make it so easy for you to answer these questions so nobody makes your day a little bit more difficult. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but I already watched a good hour of it. Kash Patel also got put on the hot seat, so It's kind of fun. We'll take a look at it. Not as many highlights as I would have liked personally. But then we have a huge break where, dude, during this, so they're having a debate on the Senate floor to right before the Democrats do filibuster the SAVE Act, which, unless they're going to get rid of the filibuster, I don't see the SAVE Act passing. So this is all so procedural, but whatever. But because they are having this debate on the floor, dude, this guy like brought out like unredacted Epstein files, so we're going to be covering that. Also, we got John Ossoff. We actually have a good clip of John Ossoff grilling Tulsi Gabbard. Then we got a Piers Morgan thing that I was not able to get to yesterday. We're going to cover that at the end of the show, and then we're going to cover some updates on the economy, but they're not, we're not going to do any long-winded kind of stuff like that. But Matt Fax, what's up, dude? Thank you for saying hello. Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. If you guys are just joining us and you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. I really, really appreciate when you guys do, and it really, really helps me out. Also, if you guys have not already hit that like button, please do. Hello, Pep. When is the Tucker interview with Jim, who just resigned? I don't know. I don't keep up with that. I'm not like the real Danhausen. Hi. Wait. Now, are you actually real Danhausen? I am Pephausen. Hello. For this program is for the very very nice and very evil. Here. Oh man. I'm actually a huge fan of the Danhausen. Met him at a C2E2. We got some Pickhausens with the Danhausen. No, I'm a fan, but I don't want to say the 3 words. That's okay. I just appreciate the name, man. Like, I gotta say, I'm so glad to see him get his, he's getting put over in WWE, and I'm happy to see it. Like, he deserves it. He's a really fucking nice guy. So, yeah. No, whenever there's like a just genuine person in the wrestling business, I want to see them succeed. Because the wrestling business for years has been, like, the joke has actually been, like, you're too nice for this business. Yeah, that shouldn't be a thing. Should be cultivating, people with good personalities and just overall good vibes. So, I don't know what we're talking about, but I can already tell I don't care. Oh, I was talking about Danhausen. He's like an evil clown that is in wrestling. Much love, brother. He needs to win a title. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Let's see. What would they put on him? Intercontinental. I could see him winning the Intercontinental belt. Anyway, I'm not going to make this a wrestling show. I'm sorry, but I appreciate you, brother. Every time that there's a wrestling fan, we legit have that meme from Always Sunny where it's just like, oh! Like, we could be all the way across, like, honestly, you could be, like, a whole block away, but you see just, like, a wrestling shirt, you're just like, dude! AEW! Well, I mean, for kind of, I'm an AEW's. I don't want to call myself a stan, but I'm a big fan of the AEW. Good pay-per-view this weekend. Anyway, hey, 420, let's do that. Okay, sorry. Don't worry about it, man. That's not your fault. That's just a me thing. I went on another person's podcast. Shout out Good Morning Comrade. And yeah, we were supposed to talk election stuff, and we ended up talking about wrestling the entire show. So, which that is going to lead to something. I hope you guys are up for some just different content, because yeah, I'm gonna be mixing it up a little bit. I'm excited for the future. We got some fun stuff coming up, but oh boy. Sylvie, back to you for a second. Yeah, I'm talking about the election fallout, and before we even get to the videos, I want people to understand that I'm going to be voting for Dan Biss, and if there's content creators out there that are still going to be holding this loss over us, I'm not going to accept that, because again, I voted for her. I tried. Like, we wanted her to win. It was funny, too, because my wife was just, when I told her that she lost, she's just like, I did that for you. I was just like, oh. Okay. Jim, I'm here for Tism and wrestling. Well, oh man. Well, you came to the right place, but unfortunately I mix in a little bit of politics in with the show and got to bring it down, but politics is wrestling. It is. Politics is just wrestling with suits and a bunch of old folks. Like that's what it is. Even my mom voted for her. That's awesome, Bear Dog. I'm happy to hear that. See, like she had support. She really did. But this is where I really wished more people paid attention to what I was saying about how Daniel Biss was not he wasn't a schlub candidate. And at the same time, I don't think that they understood that when I was really harping on her going on, again, Hassan and going on CNN and doing this national platform stuff, that was not going to win her the race. And I hope she reflects on that. I don't think she is, because realistically, it had to be AIPAC. She's already kind of like insinuating that, AIPAC money got her. And that AIPAC money was the problem. Keeping Bushra in the race was the problem. Not having ranked choice voting was the problem, which fuck her. Fuck anyone that's just like, oh yeah, having that large of a candidate base, that's the problem. Because they were spoiler candidates. They weren't fucking spoilers. They declared day fucking one. They had every right to be there. Again, the onus is on her to run a winning fucking winning campaign. I am so sick of people like fucking, I gotta say it, Mike Figueredo going out there and just being like, oh, you know what the problem is? Mike Simmons. Mike Simmons getting 7.3% of the vote really fucked her over. He should have gotten out of the race. He should have conceded the race and just said he wasn't going to run on election day after he had just spent the better part of 9 to 10 months campaigning, getting donations, doing the hard work. Fuck off. That shit was fucked up, and I'm pissed off about it. People kept comparing her to Zoran, but the problem is Zoran didn't focus on national. Zoran focused on local, gaining supporters throughout all the districts. The thing is, she did hers for the sound bites. You know how she said that she fed and clothed all of Evanston? I hope you understand that Evanston isn't exactly really that big of an area that needs that type of attention, but okay, happy for it. I'm happy that people are doing that, but I don't know, man. That wasn't enough for me to be like, okay. Evanston is rich. Thank you, Bear Dog. I was trying to mince words a little bit, but yes, Evanston is rich. It's right by Wilmette, which is also rich. Niles, rich. Skokie, half rich. Skokie's a really weird town where it's got two different dichotomies. But yeah, like I was saying, guys, she didn't win because she didn't fucking run a good campaign. And that's where I have to call her on her bullshit. I got to call the people that are just saying that she ran a perfect campaign. No, she sucked. She actually sucked. What she did to me is actually a prime example of exactly what she should have not done. Because had she taken the first interview with me in October, I would have canvassed for her. And on top of that, I would have actually put a significant amount of time into talking about the race, into trying to convince people like Mike, where it's okay, I could have probably convinced a guy like Mike that if 2 weeks up to the election, it didn't seem like it was going to go well for him, that he could put support behind her. But realistically, here's a secret. She was a bitch to them. Do you know how much it sucks to have some outsider from Texas come into your state and then just be like, oh, these other I'm part of the top 3. You know what? Those other candidates, they don't even matter. That was her attitude. Go back and watch the debates. That was her fucking attitude. And that is, again, why she was in the position that she was last night. And I don't want to hear, oh, you must have been paid the $1,500 to smear her. Listen, that's another thing that pissed me off, because do you understand the implications that every single critique being AIPAC funded? Do you understand that is kind of okay, so are you telling me there's no valid concerns that can actually penetrate her? Are you telling me that, again, the fact that she walked away from an interview with Tara Palmieri, that showed me not just, it wasn't about the interview with Tara. It wasn't even about Tara, like, pushing her with the fucking court case, which, again, you don't think that your opponent in a fucking, in a hotly contested race is going to bring up the fact that you have a federal indictment against you? Like, holy shit, man. Yeah, that guy isn't serious or credible, in my opinion. BE is a internet chirper, chaos gremlin to the core. Who's BE? Oh shit. Got a little lost in my rant there. Oh god, I need some water. Give me a sec. A little dry down here. Yeah, people saying that stuff are the kind of people who are treating this as a sport. They're not serious and they don't see the nuance. They don't. And that's why, honestly, Bad Empanada. Oh, Bad Empanada. Oh, God, I forgot about him. What's he have to fucking say about this? What a jackass. Anyway, okay. So Bad Empanada is an internet chirper, chaos gremlin to the core. Well, even Mike from PA, like, he capitulated to Hassan's points. Like, is that a PBR hoodie? Yes, it is. It's a Godzilla PBR hoodie, but shut up, dude. I had whatever. I'm going to say something that might get my Chicago license revoked, but I like PBR better than Old Style. Old Style taste. It has that slight aluminum taste. You know what I mean? Just, yeah. Plus, also, you cannot beat the price. It's fucking sick. Bear Dog. I like you more and more, but like with every passing day, man. Chicago boy, and we got some similar tastes there. PBO. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Except for that. No, dude, I like me some Old Style. Like, I like Old Style over like any other, like, light, any draft or anything like that. But yeah, it's PBR then Old Style. Sorry, bro. I actually Fist City from Revolution Brew. That's actually one of my favorite like drafts. So if you haven't had that, I highly recommend it. Matt Fax, apologies again. Wait, what's going on with Matt Fax? Why are you apologizing to him? He's been weird. I don't know. We got some weirdos in chat, like popping in on chat today. Like, whatever. But I appreciate my mods holding it down. Shout out mods. Thank you, Natch. Thank you, Pinkerbell. Thank you, Sylvie. Am I missing anybody? Who else is in chat? Oh, Bloodstone. Your cat criticism should be a short or something. Nice and clear. Why cat lost. I mean, I might be able to clip that even into a short, but yeah, no, I should probably just sit down and do that. Because, yeah, I have a pretty solid understanding of why she lost. And I think that, you know what, here, let's just go into this, because there's a lot to get to. All right, let's see if this works, too. All right, guys. Because Streamlabs has been going through some changes, the show has also been going through some changes. So we got a new thing here. Let's try it. Boom. Oh, shit. And then... boom. Nope. Oh. No? How about this? Wait a minute. No? Okay. Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is why. I gotta do this. There we go. Hey, it worked. Okay, cool. So let's if there's no audio, please let me know right away so I can go back to my other way of doing this. But for some reason, yeah, like I said, there's been some changes.
Half past the hour, the 2026 primary season headed to
like we're good.
Illinois last night. Voters selected Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton as their nominee for
Which
U.S.
is a huge upset in the political spaces right now because Raja was the one that every single mainstream media source wanted to win.
Senate in the Democratic primary. She managed to overcome a fundraising deficit
Audio's
thanks
fine.
to backing
Awesome.
from Governor J.B. Pritzker to defeat Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy and Robin Kelly for the nomination. Stratton will now face off against the Republican nominee, Don Tracy, the former state GOP chair, in November to fill the seat of retiring
You
Senator
voted for her? Hell yeah,
Dick
Bear Dog.
Durbin. Meanwhile, Governor
Happy to hear it.
Pritzker ran unopposed in his primary, seeking a third term for the state's top office. He'll face Republican nominee Darren Bailey this
Armando
November
Dukes.
in
Thank
the
you for the sub, dude.
traditionally
Appreciate
blue
that.
state. Joe, we're always looking ahead to the midterms.
Always looking ahead to the midterms. And Mika, I sent you a couple of commercials from a
my
candidate
gosh.
in Illinois' 9th. Regardless of what you think of her
I hate when
politics and people
Oh, that just hit me right here. Like even
are attacking her
don't pronounce the S.
on all sides. Kat, and
Like
I will
annoy.
not mess up her
Annoying,
last
like
name.
that,
It starts
yeah.
with an A. I'll just call her Kat A. Had some of the most interesting
What is so hard
Ghazale.
about this? Kat Abu Ghazale.
and
Not hard. And I enunciated that.
there you go. And when I looked at him, I said, "Okay, this is a good view into the future of campaigning in American politics."
The one that
Sean
took tons of
Heilman, I
APAC
heard you
and crypto
laugh.
money? Yeah, he
I know,
lost.
you know, she started with a smear, an attack ad against herself. And here's somebody who just moved into the district recently. Had been thrown around by ICE agents in protests, and nobody really gave her a chance to win. And she came very close to winning the Democratic primary and being a member of Congress.
Which
in
we have to
Illinois
acknowledge
9.
that. She
But,
got very close.
The story
20
of the
Dude,
night
she's
really
4
was
points
not
down.
just that progressives, a lot of progressives lost. It was also the fact that AIPAC played such a huge role in tipping the scales. In fact, AIPAC last night was bragging about beating
That did suck.
Kat.
Yeah, that
And
they
what
shut
did
down
was,
6 of the candidates,
when their
even though Dan
candidate
Biss wasn't one of those.
Clearly didn't seem like he was going to win. They then found a progressive that they
It's still funny that you care so much about that as someone who hated people correcting people on
piled a
Kamala.
lot of
Kamala.
money into.
The thing is, they're not even trying. Like I try. I know that I say it differently, and I might get it wrong, but I'm not a jerk about it. Kamala. Is that
votes
right?
away from Cat A, and they were bragging last night, AIPAC was, that in fact it worked, and it did work. It took the 5 percentage points away that she needed to win.
Yeah, Kat Abugazela, who was a former employee of mine at the recount. But
I'm fine with that as long as he tries. It's just the cat. I can't. My brain just stopped.
way, very,
No
very
way. Are you kidding me?
Super bright, super social media and digital media savvy. She is going to have a big future in Democratic politics if she wants to have it. Whether you like her politics or not, I'm not.
Right. If she wants to have it. If she doesn't just bitch out of this, which I got to say, I'm a little worried. Like, because I put it out there. I emailed her campaign, and one of my questions was, my last question was specifically, what are you going to do if you lose the race? Are you going to stay in this community? Are you going to run for a local seat? What are you going to do?
Not endorsing candidates.
Right.
I'm just saying she is young and smart and gets the way the world of media now works. And it took
Oh, my
AIPAC doing
gosh.
what you just said, Joe. I think she would probably won that primary over the Evanston mayor, Daniel Biss, who is also a very progressive candidate. He's not a moderate by any means. I think she probably would have won that.
That's why I was trying, dude, and that's where a lot of, like, again, the Hassans out there, they're selling him like he's like somehow not a progressive. How he's somehow just, again, like the centrist fucking Democrat, AIPAC funded guy. Again, wasn't.
That primary, if it hadn't been, she got it.
hope she runs
on the
for a
negative
local seat,
side
me too.
coming from AIPAC, and then she got it, as you said, boosting the other kind of far left candidate in that race. But you're right. A couple of the big headlines out of this primary: turnout for Democrats again, off the charts.
It was insane.
Rarely do you see a midterm primary that equals, as this one did, the turnout for
the
last time there was a competitive Democratic presidential primary, which was in 2020. So that number is huge. We're seeing enthusiasm on the Democratic side that's completely off the charts.
you, my
The
child.
second thing, big night
Carter
for Jamie
Lee.
Pritzker, who backed
You have sinned, but you have been forgiven.
in a very competitive Senate primary, backed his lieutenant governor, and took a victory lap last night also, Jonathan Lemire. And then thirdly, as Joe pointed out, down in every one of those primaries, the furthest left candidate got beat. And if there were Republicans who were hoping that Democrats who were getting too full of hubris and we're going to nominate a bunch of unelectable candidates, as Republicans have sometimes in the past, that does not seem to be happening. Certainly not in Illinois, where, as I said, a bunch of open seats and a bunch of kind of mainstream progressives.
You're healed, Carter.
Not all the AIPAC-backed candidates won, but you had a ton of outside money in there. The crypto guys were in there. The AI guys were in there. This was a big nationalized race, and Democrats basically, in every race, kind of picked the mainstream progressive candidate, usually with some decent amount of experience and background to boost them through that in the general election. They look very good in Illinois.
Yeah, agree
What
with
up,
your
Ghost Dog?
takeaways.
Good to see
there.
you, dude.
Huge turnout. Big night
Welcome,
for Pritzker,
welcome.
who we all anticipate running for president, so that certainly helps. And then indeed, the
Crossfades.
most progressive candidates lost, and that ties in, David Drucker, with something you've written recently for Bloomberg. Your new piece is titled
On the flip
Your
side
Average
of this, Cat would kind of easy. Yeah, she would be kind of easy to attack from the conservative side. That's what I was saying.
Democratic voter isn't a left-winger. Very timely. Tell us more.
Thank you.
Or
I was trying to fucking really get people to understand that.
so what you found out.
Yeah, there was a Democratic poll conducted for Third Way, which is a centrist Democratic think tank here in town. And what they discovered in a February poll conducted for them is that your average, your typical Democratic primary voter is a 55-year-old white woman, a 55-plus white woman without a college degree, or put it differently to be very specific about statistics here. A majority
almost like
of Democratic
exactly what I was
primary
saying.
voters are white. They're also women. They're also over the age of 55. They also do not have a college degree. And, what's so fascinating to me about the poll is it sort of tells us one of the things that we have seen in Democratic, and you could say this about Republican politics if we were doing that, but generally the most pragmatic presidential candidate of the bunch in a primary tends to win the presidential nomination. Sometimes you have a candidate who can excite the base and excite rank and file voters. But every 4 years,
This shit is incredible, by the way.
when there's an open primary, you see candidates run to the right, they run to the left, and most of their voters are somewhere in this larger middle, right? They want to win, they want electable candidates. This poll also showed that they want a fighter, somebody who's willing to take on Republicans, but that they don't, their personal politics don't line up
It's one of my favorite scents.
with the very far left, and every party has its wing. When I spoke to Third Way after the poll, and I said, did anything surprise you about this? And of course, this is where Third Way lives, so not much surprised them. But one thing did, which is the poll shows that 57% of Democratic primary voters, your typical Democratic primary voter, calls themselves or says that they are a Christian. And many say that they are evangelical or born again.
Yeah.
And so what does that tell you? That most Democratic primary voters are like the rest of America in some way or another. And that if you want to win in 2028, if you want to win that primary, instead of trying to satisfy every group and every questionnaire from the progressive left.
That wasn't her problem, though. She wasn't trying to actually, even... Honestly, that was kind of the problem, was she was abandoning way too much of the base.
Right.
Look
She was counting on this Gen Z vote that didn't exist in this district, and that really got me bothered.
where most voters are and try and satisfy them.
I was trying to tell you guys, here, you know what? We're going to watch her concession speech, and then we're also going to watch, actually, you know what? Here, let's do this. Let's go, we're going to watch Dan Biss's victory speech, and then we're going to watch her concession.
Well, my name is Daniel Biss,
The new candidate
and I'm
for the
proud to
Illinois
be standing before you as the Democratic nominee for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois.
He's so rectangular. I mean, you could definitely make a Lego figure of him.
A few minutes ago, I received a gracious call from Senator Fine conceding. We've had the race called by media outlets. This has been a heck of a race. 15
If Kat doesn't try to like continue to help him shape his policies, honestly, that kind of also speaks to the broader problem with her.
candidates, remarkable people.
He's a human Gumby. Oh, Mitch, that's a good one.
Who ran
you
remarkable
nailed that. He looks
campaigns.
like Gumby.
I want to thank all of them for running, for putting themselves
Even
out
has, like,
there
the
in
little,
this
like,
pivotal moment
offsided
to try to heal this country. I want to particularly congratulate Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, Senator Fine, Senator Simmons, and I look forward to working with all of them and with everyone in this district to do the work to come.
See?
But I want to speak particularly about one person.
I'm going to hold him to that.
One person whose enormous shoes I have the task of trying to fill. Don't clap yet.
Don't clap yet.
Don't clap yet. One person who has been a political hero of mine since before.
How do you know he's not going to say
I ever-
Donald Trump? He's just like, and I'm here to tell you I'm actually I'm a big fan of MAGA, Make America Great Again. He rips open his shirt and he's just got a big old fucking picture of Trump, Trump's fucking, oh my God.
To run for
The
office.
picture. Oh my God.
One
What's
person
it
who's been
called?
the conscience of our district and the
His
conscience of
picture?
the Congress
Fuck.
for her 14
Having a,
terms
like major
of
brain fart with
service.
it. What's it called?
One person who every time she calls me I get a little nervous.
Hookshot. Oh my fucking Lord. I literally couldn't figure out
You're
mugshot.
doing something wrong. It has been such an honor to be a resident of your district, to wake up every morning, Jan, relieved that you are fighting for us in Washington. It has been an honor to call you a friend. You have been such a mentor. You have been such a role model. And let me say it now, we would not be here tonight without your support in this race. Thank you, Jan Schakowsky.
Because you're a dumbass? Yeah, occasionally. Wait, you don't forget shit? All right, Mr. Perfect. Jesus.
I love you. This race had everything. And it had fundamental questions about who are we going to be as Democratic Party? Are we going to concede in advance, or are we going to fight? Are we going to double down on our progressive values, or are we going to shrink away from protecting the most vulnerable? And tonight, the voters spoke clearly.
Don't want to be called D-piss. Don't pull a Fetterman. He's not. Actually, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was the one that I was genuinely worried about pulling a Fetterman.
Clearly.
Because realistically, I know his policies. He's been in this era. I've already voted for him for another election. Like, I know who this guy is. I didn't really know Kat. That's why, like, on paper, yeah, perfect candidate for me to vote for. But she kept showing me more and more reason for me to kind of question her and just be like, all right, that's a little sus.
We're going to stand up. We're going to fight. We will not back down. And we will fight for the progressive values that are the values not only of this district, but of this whole country. And there's a lot to fight for. To fight for an economy that works for everyone, where instead of the wealthy stuffing their pockets at the expense of the rest of us, we have housing that's affordable for all, childcare that's accessible to all, healthcare that's available to all, a tax code that actually works for today's economy and asks the wealthiest to pay their fair share.
Someone's a little insecure about their sexuality. Ooh.
When things get better, in the
And you're sitting here acting like homosexuality is a bad thing. Okay. I can already tell that you're very worried.
Get better for all of us.
Uh-oh, someone thinks pee-pees taste good.
And we know why that's not happening right now. It's not a mystery.
He
It's
thinks
not a coincidence.
he knows his family would fucking disown him if that was the case. Oh, no.
It's because those with money have too much political power.
We're sorry
and
that
they
you
use
don't know
that political
love.
power to rig the system for themselves. It is time for Congress that asserts its power, that acts as a check on not only this administration, but the wealthy that have a stranglehold on our politics in America.
In big 2026, what's their search history? Exactly.
Now, I want to mention a particular issue that came up once or twice in this campaign. I am so proud of how we handled the question of Israel and Palestine. Maintaining...
It's like the one problem I have.
Maintaining my core. Maintaining our core as a community. Understanding the nuance and complexity of the issue. Understanding that, yes, the state of Israel was a safe haven for my Holocaust survivor grandparents and their 2-year-old daughter, my mother, in 1948. And at the same time, that the oppression of the Palestinian people is an unacceptable stain on the world and on the Jewish people as well, and has to be ended. There was a lot of pressure in this campaign to move away from one or the other of those perspectives, and I was not willing to do it because that's not who I am, and that's not...
My cat's meowing, but it sounds like he's stuck like in a room somewhere.
What this district is. This district understands nuance and wants someone who accepts the reality of competing, even contradictory sounding priorities and values and realities. Now, that point of view is not the point of view of AIPAC. AIPAC that spent an unbelievable amount of money, over $7 million, to try to buy this seat, to support the idea that we can't accept nuance, that we can't accept the reality.
If you're going to be anti-Semitic and racist in my chat, you can leave.
Of competing narratives, that we can't fight for justice for all, that we can't accept the...
God, you really are the living embodiment of the Babadook meme. Why can't you be normal?
Very Jewish value that there is equal sacred dignity in every single life, and that every person has equal rights to self-determination and to justice. My friends, I'm going to go to Congress and fight for that very basic principle of self-determination and justice for every single human being who lives in the Middle East and anywhere else on this planet. And so...
You've been listening to Daniel Biss accepting the win tonight.
Why?
Any thoughts, Paris, before we toss?
What? Yo, why are you tossing? Can I get the rest of the fucking... Oh, man. I hate these people. I hate when they do that shit. All right. Well, here we go. Here's Kat's concession speech.
Hey, everyone. I don't know if you heard, but we didn't win. And it really fucking sucks. We came really close, and it sucks. But something that no one in power even expected would be possible at all. I need to stress to every single person in this room that this does not mean that the last year has been for nothing.
No. Especially if she uses her momentum to continue pushing for progressive values in the Illinois 9th with Daniel Biss at her, like, by Daniel Biss's side. Honestly, she should be helping with his campaign. She actually fucking cares the way that she says she does.
Powered this campaign, knocking doors, making calls, donating what they could. We fed and clothed thousands of people across the 9th district. We forced our opponents to the left and to be more aggressive against this administration. Right. We did all of this together.
She's an establishment clown masquerading as a progressive, just like AOC. Dude, if she's not progressive enough for you, I don't know who is.
Round up.
You're always going to consistently be very disappointed in elections pretty much until the end of your life, because right now we're staring down the barrel of fascism, just blanketly. Trump is an authoritarian. I'm not going to call him the F word. I'm not going to say he is overtly a fascist right now, even though he has fascist tendencies. But we are looking at just being a fascist country, and then we can call them that. Yeah, if you can't look at somebody like her, or even just like Daniel Biss, as a step in the right direction, and then kind of say, yeah, this is who we should be putting our support behind, then what? Like, who's your fucking perfect candidate? A communist that runs on the Green Party? Because that's not going to go anywhere. I'm sorry that the American electorate just happens to think differently than you or anybody else, and this is what politics is trying to cater to everyone. That's what sucks about politics.
We had millions in AIPAC spending, dark money smear campaigns, institutional power, tipping the scales, and we made them use their entire arsenal. Shit we've never even seen before, just to beat us. And that's just for now.
I really want to go to that bar and actually, like, because they have Candyland and Clue. If they got like a board game night, I'm down.
We showed that politics can be more than backroom deals and reliance on the ultra-rich. It can be helping others, it can be a community, it can be a team sport. We were able to change the conversation in this district and nationwide. We have done so much that has never been seen before in American politics. And we have set a new standard for what people should expect from those trying to represent them. Incredibly proud of what we built together and deeply grateful to every single person who believed in this campaign, especially my staff. I'm not going to go further than that because I will cry, because I love every single one of them so much. Shout out to our staff, please. I'm so astounded by
The issue is that the whole spectrum is moving towards the right, the whole fucking spectrum. Literally, the only people that are like, dude, the world is moving that way because the elites are pushing it that way. They're making sure that their billionaires are always at the top. This is why I get so angry at fucking like anybody that is just within our class going, oh, we need to protect the billionaires.
how many of you that are with us have never been involved.
This is why I keep saying, no, it's simple. You got to start like getting people like Daniel Biss to just be like, no, I really need you to fight for socialized medicine and going after and taxing billionaires. Two things. We can fix those two things and then move on to the rest of the shit. But god damn it, man. The amount of people that will never be happy with that and just want it all now. They want a revolution tomorrow. It's not going to happen.
Or maybe you never even voted. That's incredible. Whether you came here because you donated a jacket to our mutual aid club,
hello,
or because you saw us on a live stream, or because one of our volunteers wouldn't stop calling you.
Istanbul?
Thank you.
I have no idea. I don't speak.
And the work isn't over.
Language.
There are progressives all over the country who are taking a chance just like we did, and we have to help them win. No matter how hard it is, we have to send a message to this administration and anyone who enables it, and I'm talking directly to them right now. You and your jobs are not safe. This is the start and not the end. We are not tolerating the status quo.
Good luck, guys. You can only rest in yourself and write it out.
You cannot kidnap and kill us and our neighbors. You cannot start illegal wars. You cannot trample on our rights and see our lives as a means for profit. We will continue to come back,
what up, dude?
and every single
At work
loss
can't
like
chat.
this
Just
one
wanted to remind
makes the
everybody
path
Donald Trump is a
easier
pedo.
for the next person who takes the same chance.
JG Wetworth 877 cash now.
We are
Actually, no, it's cash. Like it's actually CASH.
not done, and I am not going anywhere. When I said I would spend every single waking moment of the rest of my life to hold this administration accountable, win or lose, I fucking meant it. And I know all of you do too. So thank you for supporting us. I'm sorry that this sucks, but
PETA. Pain in
fuck
the
Trump,
ass.
fuck ICE, free Palestine, and I love you all.
Okay. Now, let's do this one first. Because this is the one that I saw this morning, and it fucking, I don't know, man. I'm not going to not watch the Humanist Report. I like Mike. I actually want to still be a guest on the Leftist Mafia. I would like to discuss this openly a little bit more. Because, yeah, I think that he's wrong on this, but that doesn't make me, hate him.
Well, we had some pretty significant elections take place tonight in the state of Illinois. Specifically, there were multiple Democratic
Why can't anybody pronounce my state right?
Party primaries, and in a word, they were...
Aren't you all taught that the S is silent? No!
Disastrous. I don't know how else
damn it, man.
to describe it. Basically,
Sorry, listen. Sylvie pointed out that I pronounced some stuff wrong, right? And I do. As Kamala is one of the main ones. But fucking A. Stop adding no more S when pronouncing Illinois. It's like, it's annoying, and you annoy me when you mispronounce Illinois.
basically, it was the worst case scenario across the board.
Or is it Coy?
Multiple progressives got wiped out. Progressives split the vote, and AIPAC is now doing a
I gotta know what's up.
victory lap online.
He knows exactly
Literally,
what's
they
up.
tweeted out, being endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, Justice Dems, and Sunrise Movement was a kiss of death in Illinois. Democratic voters rejected
Yeah, but Des Moines.
their extreme anti-Israel candidates, instead choosing mainstream candidates. AIPAC is proud to help defeat 6 would-be squad members tonight. Yeah, so that kind of just goes to show you how the night went. And it's interesting that they talk about defeating anti-Israel candidates because the individuals that they backed, well, they didn't actually mention Israel at all. They were attacking some of them from the left. They know that Israel is toxic because the Democratic Party base doesn't support Israel anymore. So they had to pretend like that wasn't the main issue in this race or a dividing line in the Democratic Party. And they
the only time that it's actually acceptable is when you say, let's make some Illinois.
had to create
That's okay.
shell packs to endorse candidates through proxies, like elect Chicago women, because if voters saw that it was AIPAC, then they would run away from that. But there's a lot of really clear lessons to be learned from multiple races
I heard it.
tonight, and we're going to get to that. And quite frankly, I'm fucking pissed off. Like, I'll just be honest. I'm fucking pissed off because this result was entirely avoidable.
No.
So let's start with...
No, it wasn't. And if you think that that's the case, then you're not looking at it practically for because if you do not recognize that it was on Cat.
The first race in the
Not
8th Congressional
candidates.
District of Illinois. And I'm just going to read this headline that explains the result. AIPAC, AI Money propels Melissa Bean to comeback victory in Illinois. Now, when you look at the results, she beat her progressive challenger who was...
Yeah, you know why? Because there's this very, very, very rich area that voted for her.
endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Junaid Ahmed.
Junaid did actually he did numbers just like Cat.
By 5.1
It shows
points.
that there is a progressive wing of the party that is able to actually be competitive in elections if we get out of our own way.
But if you go down, there was also Yasmin Bankole, who is another progressive. She got 9.6% of the vote. But both
sometimes you got to hide your power level, man.
Progressives lost. Now, pivoting to the race that a lot of people were watching, which is the 9th Congressional District, there was so much money being poured into this race. Bernie Sanders did not endorse, although Rashida Tlaib as well as Ilhan Omar did. AOC also did not endorse in this race, but this is the race with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. And the result was not good and incredibly disappointing because she was this close. So Daniel Biss, the J Street-backed corporate Democrat, he beat Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
Oh my God, J Street.
By 3.6 points. Mike Simmons, another progressive in the race, got 7.1%, and Bushra Amiwala.
Yeah, and now he's going to say that
got
this is their fault.
5.1%, another progressive in the race.
Yep.
Now, there was a lot
Notice how he didn't bring up Phil Andrew.
Going on in this race. Daniel Biss was accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student just a couple of days before the election. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
Yeah, except we knew that. No. We knew that. The thing is, he had already addressed that exact topic because did you notice 2004? He addressed this in 19.
Being attacked by an organization that was funded by dark money donors, and they were paying influencers such as the Woke Ginger, allegedly, $1,500 to attack Kat Abu Ghazaleh. There was a lot of AIPAC money.
We got Jolly Good Ginger, the Angry Ginger.
Pouring in. AIPAC was supporting a progressive candidate through an ad in order to split the vote among progressives. And there was a lot taking place, but the result really did.
You understand that what the implication of what he's making is saying that like Bushra was technically like used by AIPAC.
Have to be this way. On one hand, you could say it's great because AIPAC's preferred candidate, Laura Fine,
which she was, but realistically, that's not on her.
Coming in third place, but we could have had a better result where the progressive, or at least a progressive won, but it didn't happen because apparently progressive
bangers and hash
in this particular campaign or in this district.
Appreciate the comment. Also, if you have not already subbed to the channel, please do. You're in the.
They don't know how the fuck
here,
to
man.
do math. Right. And I have to say it because you can see these results.
Okay, I can
so
say
if Mike Simmons or if Bushra Amiwala, if any one of them chose to drop out and endorse Kat Abu Ghazaleh.
That's not how it works, though, in Illinois.
Then,
because the other thing is you can't just drop out once you do the thing is they would still be on the ballot.
Odds are,
this is where he's an asshole, and Mike doesn't understand what he's fucking talking about, and I'm gonna call it out because in a perfect world, if we had ranked choice voting, great, fine, but that's not how it is. That's not how it goes.
She would have been able to.
But she can't. You can't just disband your campaign the day before. You will still be on the ballot.
Defeat Daniel Bitt.
Actually, I think that they had to, if they wanted to do that, they had to do it by like August. Because in Illinois, we actually have like, I think the system is actually like set up to make sure that none of that shit happens.
If they both would have dropped out.
So like, in theory, you just kind of flood like these races, and then you count on these people to make these backroom deals.
Like a month before the election took place.
That's not how it works, Mike.
And campaigned for Kat Abu Ghazaleh, then she would have beat him handily. And I would have expected Kat to do the same if
this, honestly, and I'm happy to say this because I see it a bunch in chat from some of like the disingenuous folk, but I'm genuinely just going to go, dude, fucking, I get it, dude. This wasn't the outcome you wanted. It wasn't the outcome I wanted, but you're not going to hear me fucking crying about it and being disingenuous about the candidate that did win.
One of them were in the lead, but they all chose to not drop out.
And
in fact,
again, Little Rich coming from a dude, isn't he from Arizona or something like that?
Bushra Amiwala remained defiant and said that she's not dropping out after there was a new poll release showing that Kat was in second place.
After deep reflection and a lot of careful consideration made by my team, we've decided it made a lot of sense to make this video. I'm not going anywhere.
I have been watching a lot of Price is Right.
Yeah, so she decided to
spend a lot of time in the mornings in these doctors' offices.
Stay in, even though she knew that it could risk splitting votes. And guess what happened? AIPAC released an ad supporting her, saying how progressive she was. Now, they don't actually support her, but what AIPAC was trying to do was split the progressive vote. And
No. Because now this is where I have a fucking problem with this. Now he's insinuating that she was there all along to split the progressive vote. Fuck you, man. We have every right to have as many people in these districts run a good campaign. Some of them ran a better campaign than the others, but 15 people were in this race. If you think that, again, the onus wasn't on Kat to run a better campaign, fuck off. You're not owed a place just because you thought she should win. That's not how it works.
Even though she condemned it, she didn't do the thing that she needed to do to help the progressive.
I think it's bogus how good people here in Illinois got smeared,
win.
though.
Neither did Mike Simmons, and the same
Serena,
is true.
What's your take on some of this?
For the race with Melissa Bean, if both of the progressives got together and agreed.
Because honestly, after I saw this, I got very angry because I'm like, he doesn't understand how Illinois politics work. Again, if we had ranked choice, great. This wouldn't even really be a thing. He made that point, but we don't have ranked choice voting, and we're not going to. Like, I just don't see that happening anytime soon.
Hey, maybe we should.
But the fact that he's insinuating that Bushra and Mike could have dropped out the day before, or just even a week before, when they realized that the writing was on the wall, even after the fucking the debates, he doesn't understand that's just not how it works in Illinois. they still would have been on the ballot.
Drop out and endorse the other depending on who's in the lead, so that way we don't split the vote, then that could have been a different...
Split the vote. Okay, again, just ignoring the fact that some people just didn't like how Kat ran her campaign. She came across as again, she was a carpetbagger. Fact. She hid the fact that she tried to LARP as a poor person. She's not poor. She's definitely not in a bad situation. She is either married or engaged to the guy who owns the Onion. Trust me, she's okay. And the fact that she did that thing where she was just like, I grew up poor. Guys like Tom Powell, he made a video. He lost a bunch of supporters over this shit because he actually made a good point on it, saying, don't LARP as a poor when you got people that literally had to skip meals, that have not had jobs, that couldn't afford their mortgages. Like, fuck off, dude. And that bothered the shit out of me. Again, she ran from those criticisms. She ran from Tara fucking Palmieri when she asked her about a federal indictment. Again, in the general election, you think that her Republican opponent's going to just shy away because we can't talk about pending court cases? Fuck off.
Result as well, because the margins are very...
And realistically, here's the main one. She should have not focused so much on going on Hassan's stream and going on CNN and getting a national platform when in reality, she needed to run her campaign here.
Close, right? So in the event, we had progressives who actually knew how to do math. They would...
I find it worse that Bean won compared to Biss, really? Yeah.
Have possibly...
Well, again, I'm not worried about Bean because, I mean...
Turned out...
After you brought it to my attention, who's in that district, that doesn't surprise me.
A victory here, but now, not only did the voters fuck up...
Look at the tax bracket of that fucking district and tell me otherwise.
By choosing the most milquetoast candidates in the 8th district. I mean, they voted for the AIPAC AI-backed candidate, so great job, voters. If you complain about fascism, well, you have nobody to blame but yourselves, because candidates like Melissa Bean are exactly why voters...
You do know that he is ignoring the fact that she was already the candidate in that district before they redistricted, before they rewrote the maps. So what she did is she went back to, she kind of just went back to them. She was she never acted if you lived in her district, you had already known her because you voted for her before. And then you would probably be wondering, where is this person? Why is she not on the ballot? Well, now, AI, AIPAC, all that. Sure, fine, could have swayed it, but that was the main reason she won. This is why I hate these breakdowns on these types of elections, because he's being disingenuous here. He's being butthurt by it. He's mad that progressives aren't more popular.
Feel disillusioned with the system and why fascists end up winning.
Serena, I voted for Kat too, so did my wife. To be fair, I voted for Kat because she had a national platform, because I wanted her to organize nationwide. Well, now, Serena, I want to see her back Daniel Biss, help him pivot his campaign a little bit farther left, and then I would love to know what she's going to do in the future here. Is she going to try and run again in this district when it comes time, or is she going to try and run for a different seat?
Winning, so great fucking...
My problem is, she really hasn't answered a lot of these questions, and god damn it, man, I hate the fact that some people are just like, well, why would you ask that? Now's not the time.
Job, but... I mean,
dude, I literally got accused by somebody as being one of those influencers that took fucking $1,500 because I just happened to start being critical of her.
Have to blame...
Even though I've been critical of her pretty much since she fucking blew me off, so I don't know.
Progressives here, because this was very...
God, I put my personal biases aside and still voted for her.
Clearly avoidable. Going forward, we need to understand that if candidates running for office... are in a race.
He has no idea about the state, and it shows, Mike. Yeah,
where there is multiple progressives. No, I mean, in the 9th district
here, in this context and on this subject, he's an idiot.
There were 50,
and he's honestly, this is he deserves to be called an idiot on this. He deserves the vitriol here because again, he's speaking out of turn. He doesn't understand what he's talking about.
15, 16 candidates and multiple progressives. So if you have overlapping policy platforms, you all need to get together and agree.
Yeah, Serena, you did.
Whoever ends up coming the closest, about a month.
I mean, honestly, and I'm voting for Daniel Biss. Plain and simple.
Before the race takes place.
And if anybody tries to shame me out of my vote, then I'm going to just say, then what are you, an op? Are you an AIPAC op? That's AIPAC behavior.
We've got to drop out and coalesce behind that candidate because this is bigger than our campaigns. This is about making sure that we defeat the establishment AIPAC-backed candidate, but none of these candidates...
Dan Biss is not AIPAC-backed. God damn, you guys see that he took, oh, he took like this amount of money in this amount of time. When you realize it's like, no, he didn't court AIPAC the way that everybody keeps saying.
Wanted to do that, presumably. They
I have to say, man, the way that they kind of jumbled that
were
one is
defiant
not cool.
and chose to fuck everyone over because
And
their
as I said,
egos.
I'm also seeing the writing on the wall. They're already going to do it. Like, okay, so now you're going to smear the guy in the Illinois who won the Democratic primary in the Illinois 9th because your candidate didn't win. So thus, in turn, trying to get us to either not vote or support the right-wing candidate. What the fuck are you on?
Were, I guess, too big. Now, listen, I don't believe that anyone
Fan of Mike, he just missed all his shots on this one. Yes, he did.
Is entitled to a particular seat. It's not like they, were required to pave the way for Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. But if I were running for office and I genuinely cared about...
Again, you wouldn't be doing that in Illinois. Then you wouldn't even make it to the main part of the fucking primary season.
All of the...
You would put your name in the hat and then just retract it as quickly as you put it there.
These policies, and I wanted to see them enacted, I would have to acknowledge that maybe I should sacrifice my campaign, even though we worked hard, my staff worked hard, for the movement in a show of solidarity, so we make sure that the corporate Democrat doesn't win. But apparently that thought...
Dude, I'm crashing out on my own side. What the fuck is... Dude,
didn't cross...
Shut the fuck up.
Anyone...
Just be entertained like the rest of the assholes.
It's mine. And it's not like I'm...
Come on, man.
Picking on like Bushra Amiwala.
Sorry, I meant the assholes who enjoy crash outs.
And Mike Simmons because I dislike them. In fact,
Which... I'm one of them. I enjoy crash outs. There's literally a guy that's his Philip DeFranco's fucking co-host. That's his entire thing is yelling about shit.
Probably agree more with
Shut up.
Bushra's foreign policy than I do Kat's. But it's just a matter of like...
Honestly, I'm getting to the point where if those comments start like coming in, just fucking ban them. Because those are the people that I don't value their engagement.
Who has the best chance of...
Some of them, if they're... Nah, they're not redeemable. What am I talking about? No, fuck it.
Okay, that's the person who we should all strategically choose to back.
This is more of a machine dem compared to the corpo dem. Not a huge difference, but there is one.
God,
He's progressive. He was more progressive than J.B. Pritzker. It's easy. Incremental steps in the right direction are good.
Days where
I'm going to, like me, because now I have months until the fucking primary. What I plan on doing is pressuring the shit out of his fucking, his campaign. I have multiple campaign managers' numbers and contact info, and I know that I have an in as far as getting him on this program if, all the cards fall where they should.
Where it's like, hey, we had a moral victory. Isn't it great to see all these progressives running for Congress? We never had this many progressives, so...
Yeah, but this is also the first time. So now you're going to, again, you get to that point where she almost wins, and now you're just going to bitch because she didn't win. Honestly, this comes across as just whiny.
I guess,
like, really fucking whiny.
We could take it as a moral victory that we have so many great options. No, fuck that. I want to win. But apparently nobody else wants to win? Like, we're just going to keep splitting votes like fucking dipshits?
Point being, characterizing Biss as corpo isn't right, period. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be a dick. I'm getting more pissed off as I talk. But we keep fucking doing this. And we need to, going forward, remember every single progressive who's running for Congress that chooses to stay in the race to the detriment of the entire movement.
Then Dan Biss is that. Oh, so Dan Biss should just moved out of the fucking way because he's a progressive candidate. Fuck off, Mike. God damn it, you missed this one so bad.
Saw AIPAC endorsing me, doing an ad for me. I wouldn't just like denounce that and say, hey, fuck AIPAC.
Serena, do you know anything about what's going on with the Illinois 58th where it was uncontested? Do you know what seat that was? Because I saw it on the ballot and I was just like, huh.
AIPAC. I would make sure that I wasn't being...
Actually, Serena, a better question for you. If there's a position that I should run for, what should it be?
Used as a useful...
Or uncontested position, actually. If there's an uncontested position that I could pretty much just win and, yeah.
Idiot for a genocidal organization, but I guess
$1. I appreciate that. Welcome to the show. Always good to see you.
It's too much to ask these days, right? People care more about their egos and their own sense of, like, entitlement than the broader movement. Like, sure, it's great. You have a phenomenal
that's far.
Policy, awesome.
Fuck that.
But do you care more about...
Wait, we voted on that?
Like yourself or the broader cause? Getting Medicare for all, stopping genocide, because it really seems like so many people are running for self-aggrandizement.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about you individually, okay? You could run for Congress, awesome. I love you. Thanks for doing that.
He's right. Splitting votes isn't good. That's how MAGA keeps winning. We're eating our own, but we're not. The thing is, he's insinuating that these people were splitting the vote on purpose, that they didn't have the right to run. In Illinois, you can't just drop out. You can't just abandon your campaign. You're going to be on the ballot regardless.
Well, fuck about you. I care about the policies. And then,
so this isn't us eating our own. Also, no, the onus is on Kat. She needed to run a better campaign. She didn't. Why is every fucking failing that she has someone else's fault? How in the fuck do we keep coming to that? Again, oh my God, she didn't run a great campaign. That's AIPAC's fault. Not hers. The fact that she didn't disclose a whole bunch of shit, that's AIPAC's fault. That's our fault. We're eating our own. Fuck off.
Until we all adopt that mindset and disavow
seriously
the selfishness and think about
your selfishness, the fact that you wanted her there, but you can't reconcile with the fact that she lost because she made some poor decisions.
The broader movement, we're not going to get nowhere. We're going to get our fucking cheap.
No, if you want them to drop you as a candidate, need to make the deal with them or have a conversation with them. You can't expect people to just drop out.
Clapped.
Yes!
By centrists in perpetuity because we're so fucking stubborn and refuse to realize that, hey, maybe we should put aside our differences with candidates that agree with us on 99% of things, other progressives, and endorse them so the fucking centrist doesn't win. I mean, is that too much to ask? Am I being unreasonable here?
Take your homophobia somewhere else, you fucking asshole.
Another thing to ask is...
Like, seriously, we know that you jerk off thinking about other people's dicks.
Why wasn't...
Trust me, you're chock full of trans porn. Just
Bernie and AOC in this race. Why wasn't the DSA...
Keep telling on yourself, dude.
Endorsing Kat? I don't understand why they didn't get involved when she was very clearly a candidate who had the ability...
Just so you know, mods, like the homophobia stuff, just ban them. I'm not playing this game anymore.
To win. Why did we just choose to not get involved?
It's hack, it's old, it's tired, and we get it. Like, we get where these guys are coming from. They're very insecure. It's the year of our Lord 2026. The fact that they don't see it is kind of pathetic.
Why didn't she do more to court their endorsement? Why did Kat herself make so many mistakes?
You can yell all you want. This is the reason that we have the orange shit in office. Are you gonna fucking tanky this shit right now? Really? Okay, psychotic chick. Or psychotic side chick or sidekick. Side chick. So now I'm supposed to vote for the right winger or not even show up. I'm supposed to just let this seat that has traditionally been in a pretty progressive district. Jan Skakowski was one of the more progressive people in Congress. We have another progressive that just got voted in. Again, not progressive enough for your liking because he's not Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, but still a progressive. I'm not supposed to vote for him. Not for really? Is that your answer?
I mean, at the last hour, she fired and
then you want to sit here. This is why we have the orange shit. Yeah, look at your own behavior and what you're talking about right here, and then apply that. Because I think that you can see where I'm going with that.
Foreign policy advisor, which I don't know why a candidate would need a foreign policy advisor because, like, we want to know about your views not the views that are inserted into your head by a foreign policy advisor. But she fired this Zionist foreign policy advisor who said that she was interventionist, and she had some crazy fucking shit on her platform. Like,
this is like calling for the refs when Bernie lost in 2016 and 2020. Folks, sometimes you just lose.
Oh, I want to end.
2016, he did get fucked by Debbie Wasserman Schultz in the DNC. He would have voted. He would have won based on like turnout in the primary, and like. Yeah, no, that was bad.
The United States' strategic ambiguity with regard to China and Taiwan. Basically, I want to be more right-wing on the issue of China-Taiwan than, like, Republicans.
Hey,
and
instead of telling me I should stop pausing the video every couple seconds, you could ask nicely. You could just say, hey, I'm having a hard time watching this video. Can you please stop pausing? And I might react a little bit better. But if you want to watch the video, you can find the video and go watch it yourself.
She had to take down her whole foreign policy page because...
I'm here to give commentary, dickhead. That's what this is about.
As this person...
Then on the other side of that, if I don't interrupt the video or if I don't pause the video, then I'm technically breaking TOS because that is just stealing content.
Apparently wrote her foreign policy.
I'm not here for it. I'm not here for the homophobic bullshit, and I'm not here for the idiots that are just like, can you stop pausing?
Platform for her, and then she ended up disavowing those views. I genuinely don't even know where she stands. I know she's against genocide, but like broadly speaking, you need to write your own policy platform. Why are progressives hiring these individuals who are...
Nothing anyone will say will make you happy. You're just angry to be fucking angry. Uh-huh.
usually consultant.
You're not even making a clear point here. Like, here you're actually doing like the tanky bullshit, because I have no idea where you're coming from.
Who come from other corporate Democrat campaigns. Why are we hiring them?
I did vote left. Numbnuts. I fucking voted for Kat. She lost. This was a primary. I'm voting for the next fucking candidate that's in the seat. You fucking idiot.
Exactly.
You deserve this. I'm not angry just to be angry, but now I'm angry at you for being a fucking moron.
So, like, that's a fuck up on Kat's part. But again, like, she was very clearly...
The fact that you're on my side, technically, I gotta say, man, disappointing.
One of the progressives who could have won. So putting aside all the differences and, critiques that I have with her, she very clearly would have been a very good member of Congress, a progressive member of Congress, akin to AOC, Rashida Tlaib. But
psychotic sidekick, you've not been here long enough to make that analysis. Yep.
We saw what happened. So I guess I'll end by saying, if you plan to run for Congress anytime soon, make sure you know how to do math.
Keep proving your point. What's your... You're not even making a point.
If there's a progressive run...
Guys, you know how I keep saying, like, MAGA? Like, this is yours, you got to deal with this, guys?
In the same race as you, and they have a chance of winning and you don't, you need to...
If this is who is going to be representing our movement, I actually think that, now's the time to fucking cut some strings.
Drop the fuck out and endorse them. There's a reason why New York progressives have been so successful. Now, also, they had ranked choice voting in New York, which is different. Like, if there was ranked choice voting, it wouldn't make a difference. But if you are in...
Also, what up, K-Path?
A winner-take-all district, then... you really are being extremely selfish. And it's worth pointing out that AIPAC is doing more to attack candidates.
Trump's inflation's is actually worse now than it was when Biden left office again. It's poised to go to 3.1% by the end of the month.
It's from the left, right? So a lot of these candidates, I'm going to be looking at them with side eye if they have this progressive platform and they come out of nowhere and they're taking up like 5-6%.
For anybody that's telling me to chill or any of that, just leave. I don't need you guys to fucking be looking out for me to chill out. If you're uncomfortable with me getting angry at something, then go.
But there's another progressive.
Some people are entertained by this kind of passion on the subject.
And they could endorse that individual, but they're staying in the race. Like, I'm going to...
You mean 30%? No, dude.
View them as basically an op for AIPAC, either wittingly or unwittingly, because what they're doing is the bidding of the establishment and the bidding of AIPAC. So there's not much left.
Did you insult Wait, did you insult this guy? Or did you call this guy homophobic and then insult him by implying that he does homosexual acts? Yes, because I like having people kind of reconcile with the fact that we know exactly what's going on with them.
But yeah. If you're going to run for Congress, do math and don't fucking split the votes like a moron.
Now, my audience knows that I have absolutely no hate. That's kind of the thing, man. But whatever. What's the stream topic today? The stream topic is the loss of Kat Abou-Ghazaleh and breaking down some of this.
Illinois primaries yesterday, not particularly great news. We were covering basically there were 4 major races, like I said in the headlines. In District 2, the winner, Donna Miller, she was the AIPAC choice. Peters.
All right. To my LGBTQ folk, or I got them all right. Can you please answer me this? Riddle me this. Is calling out somebody that's being a hateful asshole, using homophobia, saying that they probably are gay themselves, is that homophobic?
Was the progressive choice. Miller got 40%. Jesse Jackson Jr., who is a couple years out of prison for using campaign funds illegally, got...
Yeah, but that's, again... It's not because of AIPAC money. Jesse Jackson Jr. lost because he was in prison. Most of us have heard that he went to prison. Most of us also kind of remember that it was for it was for misappropriating funds. So guess what? A lot of people, despite the fact that his dad was the Reverend Jesse Jackson, knew that they didn't want to vote for him. But no. again, that's just, it's progressive hate.
29%, and Peters got 12%. So not a particularly great showing in that district.
It can be, but we accept it typically against people like that, dude.
7th, LaShawn Ford won. I think that was probably best outcome that we could anticipate there. In District 8, or I should say in District 9, Daniel
No, he didn't.
Biss
Again, you don't know what you're talking about. Literally. It's not as sexy as that, dude. He wasn't even that fucking radical. He was just milk toast fucking, just Democrat. Like, that's what Jesse Jackson Jr. is. But the thing is, again, for anybody that was like thinking that he is like the more progressive person, dude, he got caught stealing money. He went to jail for stealing money, specifically from campaign funds. So guess what, man? Maybe he wasn't the best candidate.
Abu-Ghazala by about less than 3.5 points, shutting out Laura Fine, who was the AIPAC candidate.
Weirdos focused on what other dudes are doing in their own bed as a dude yourself is kind of gay at the end of the day.
As a shorthand, from those of us from New York,
I joke
that's
about
a
homophobes
Brad
being gay
Lander
a lot,
over,
so I guess I still do
Zoran
gay jokes.
Mamdani,
Again.
type of win. I mean,
Punching
this
up
is a
when they're punching down.
fairly reliable left of Democrat, I would say. And the one perhaps where there should have been more attention paid. We had Junaid Ahmed on the program 3 weeks ago, I think it was.
I'm gay, not LGBT.
He was also endorsed by
Okay,
Justice
fair.
Democrats. He lost to Melissa Bean by 5 points, about 5 points. But the marginal difference in terms of ideology between Bean, who was one of the most conservative Democrats, I think, in the caucus.
But, you got it.
She was in a different district. Redistricting pushed her out. She enters back in. She is a conservative Democrat.
Right. But again, she had already won that seat. I'm telling you guys, I don't think that a lot of people can reconcile with the fact that the areas that voted these AIPAC candidates in were already not exactly progressive areas.
And the ideological...
Like, yes, we're a blue state, but dude, we're not, like, despite what a lot of fucking Trump chatters like to say about Illinois, it's not like this bastion of communism.
Difference between Ahmed and Bean, I would say probably much larger than between Biss and Abu-Ghazala.
DSA can barely get its shit together.
I think if you were to look 4 years down the road and had the ability to compare Abu-Ghazala's votes and Biss's votes, they'd be largely the same. I have a feeling that's not going to be the case when it comes to Bean.
Also, what's up, Godzilla God King? Good to see you.
Thought experiment, Junaid Ahmed. And so, in many
you guys
respects,
know what to do. Hit that like button if you are just joining
not
us.
given the resources, perhaps, by progressives or attention that it should have warranted, considering the dramatic difference between Bean and Ahmed. Lastly, Juliana Stratton, I should say, won the nomination for Illinois Senate. She is more than likely going to be the senator based upon past experience. She beat out Representative Raja Krishnamurthy in a bit of a surprise.
Almost. Almost got it.
It was definitely a defeat for the crypto industry. AIPAC laid low in this race, but reportedly Stratton
canvassed for Ahmed when he ran against Raja last time around, and he got shellacked. This was closer than that. Yeah.
Some funding from...
Yes. The thing is, we're growing in, like, the progressive, like, outcome, or the turnout. We're definitely getting there, but we're not there yet, and that's why I was kind of really trying to temper people's expectations with Kat, because it's almost like I know this area. This is what happens when you live in an area your entire life.
AIPAC supporters, but, at least in more of a bank shot than even the other more obscured AIPAC dollars. We should say that all the winners who received a ton of money from AIPAC, I mean, there was just a huge amount of PAC money in this race. Like $30 million from AIPAC, another 20 from crypto.
Francisco.
Some of the losers that didn't even support AIPAC got spending from AIPAC.
Well, in part because they were functioning
the show,
as spoilers, as we saw in that in the
Probably a bad time to ask, but sub to the channel if you guys are enjoying the show.
the ninth race.
All right, tell them I got some people in my audience that were just like,
across the board.
Whatever, man.
I don't think there was a single ad that AIPAC paid for.
Me voting for BIS means
that mentioned
not
the word
following
Israel.
me. Okay, that's fucking
because
wild.
it is a toxic.
And I didn't vote for BIS in the primaries. I'm voting for him in the
and AIPAC realizes
the
this.
primary.
And at one point,
gonna vote for
the
him
DNC
in the general.
You can't outlaw it, of course, because these are outside expenditures. But there are things that you can do that can seriously penalize a campaign that is associated with this money in any way. In the meantime, let's look at the ad that people are at least crediting in part for Stratton's victory.
Pat, being an actual voter in the district makes this coverage way more valuable than Mike or Cedar.
Taking it right
Thanks for that.
to
I
Donald
appreciate
Trump.
that.
Fuck Trump. Vote Juliana. Fuck Trump.
This was so badass.
Vote Juliana.
Fuck Trump. Vote Juliana.
Fuck
They
Trump.
said it, not me. I'm Juliana Stratton, and I'm proud to have lived my whole life on the south side of Chicago.
Dude, this was a fucking fire advertisement.
I'm not scared of a wannabe dictator. I'm running for Senate to stand up to Donald
She's a
Trump.
badass,
I'll
too.
abolish ICE and
Yeah.
hold Trump accountable for the crimes he's committed. Just like they said, fuck Trump.
Fuck Trump.
Fuck Trump.
Vote Juliana.
That's why I
Dude,
approve this
that's
message.
such a badass.
Stratton is the lieutenant governor.
I can't get over it, man.
Much of the political firepower behind her came
Just watch for the pearl clutchers. Oh, they said the naughty word.
from Pittsburgh.
Meanwhile, fuck. I said fuck, and oh, Trump, he talks just like us.
Both, I think, in terms of like cash and in terms of operation. And so apparently this reflects well on Pritzker in terms of his aspirations to be president. In moneyed circles, when we are in the sort of like a dollar primary, which really begins in earnest, probably following the midterms, maybe before then, in terms of where big dollar bundlers and donors say they will give money to a specific candidate in a presidential run. Pritzker's ability to have Stratton win, when apparently my understanding about
Krishnamurthy
is that he is a
never mind
fundraising juggernaut, and it raised, I don't know,
these are my
30 some
local
odd
people.
million
I have
dollars
to be a
himself
little better
for just this primary.
One more time.
That Pritzker's ability to sort of match
Got my last one, by the way.
is, I guess, giving him or providing confidence for folks as we ramp up towards the 2028 election. But the next big, and my understanding also, there was 2 houses in Pennsylvania that I think Democrats flipped by wide margins. I think there was one in Virginia that stayed Republican by a slightly larger margin maybe than Trump had won.
Not bad, Pep. You got close. Thank you.
Next big round of primaries, I think, don't come until May. So, and the only other sort of, I think,
We're all oppressed being alive.
important
You're one
thing
of
to
those
note
guys.
was-
I never chose to be here.
huge Democratic turnout
suing my parents.
relative to Republican.
You hear about that
And
guy?
again, you know, Illinois is largely a blue state, but
Get into that
nevertheless,
later.
Republicans are less than enthused by Republicans at the moment. So we'll see.
I mean, it helps that the milquetoast motherfucker, like he's the one who Ellison.
In a moment, we're
called
going to be
that
talking
one.
to 3.
Okay. Now this one, I'm gonna have to jump around a little bit, but here's Hassan crashing out over his election coverage because, yeah, he definitely got a little more upset than I did last night.
That's not good. Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Stop the steal.
Stop the steal.
Stop the steal.
Right now. Stop the steal right now, right at this very moment. You stop it. Uh-oh. Kornacki, pick up the pace. 17% reporting. I have no idea where they're dumping from.
Kornacki,
but
pick
Cook
up the
started out
pace.
with BIS plus 5.
All right, I'll watch a little bit of the beginning of it,
By the
but
way,
then I'm gonna have
Kornacki
to fast
Cam
forward.
is going to get started soon. Okay. We got the Illinois midterm primaries. Okay. Big day today. I got some good news. What is this? I'm crying, bro. Looked in the mirror and started talking to 45. That's funny. Big news. Oh boy, big news.
Holy Toledo.
New Illinois 9 poll from M3 Strategies among voters who already cast ballots by mail or early in person. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh leads Daniel Biss at 29.5%. Daniel Biss at 26.2%. Laura Fine at 19.7%. Phil Andrew at 7.9%. Mike Simmons at 6.6%. Bushra Amiwala at 5.1%. And that's right. Looking good for the early voters. Hopefully, this is a good sign for the night. Obviously, a lot of these polls do not adequately look at
sorry to my horizontal viewers. I cannot move the box right now.
Voter participation from the youth vote, which Kat Al-Ghazali cleans up. Okay? Who knows what will happen in Evanston, but Al-Ghazali winning would be close to a Tea Party moment, more so if she knocked off an incumbent, but Biss is pretty close to one. Lots of her voters would have voted for him at some point. A media figure with no experience in elected office who moved to the district yesterday and will almost certainly finish in the top 2 in a contested primary. Yeah, win or lose, it's a testament to how much the conversation has shifted.
Yeah.
And I think the youth vote is consistently undersampled, and she has a lot of momentum in the youth vote in general. So we'll see. Only win, no lose. I agree. As polls close in Illinois, here's a briefing on what to expect tonight. Illinois is one of the most challenging states for election reporting. There's no centralized statewide system.
Just child brains.
Some results are administered and reported by 100 plus local.
Jokes or not, like, too many people, like, they run with that, and then that's why we got the outcome that Mike was, crying about.
Election authorities, including several municipalities that operate independently from their counties, which is highly unusual. Illinois is a state where voters utilize all 3 ballot types: AB, absentee mail, early voting, early in person, and ED, in-person election day at pretty sizable rates. 100% of precincts reporting can be misleading. Many jurisdictions prioritize election day votes first, typically 55 to 65% of the total, but it can vary a lot. While early voting and vote by mail ballots are added later, sometimes hours or even days afterwards. VBM is especially consequential. Ballots postmarked by election day can arrive up to 14 days later, and large jurisdictions like Chicago often take significantly longer to fully.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the biggest things, is because we had such a large turnout. And because so many people did early voting, we were able to count, pretty quickly.
Tabulate and report these votes. History underscores the risk of premature conclusions. In 2014 state treasurer race, Republican Tom Cross led roughly 20,000 votes on election night, only for Democrat Mike Frericks to ultimately win by about 9,200 votes after late mail ballots were included. And right at the moment, at the top of the hour,
like that,
there is no ad break, but the polls have officially closed. Ladies and gentlemen, the polls are closed in the state of Illinois, and the numbers will be coming in. We are going to be tuning into Kernacki Cam to see where
represented elsewhere in Cook County, in Chicago.
This is the Zoran coalition that allowed him to win. This was the Talarico condition that allowed him to win. And hopefully this might be a W men moment. That's right. What's interesting about the Kat Al-Ghazali Daniel Biss matchup is that a lot of the elderly white women in the suburbs actually really like Daniel Biss. Yeah. A lot of white women that make up the backbone of the Democratic Party, alongside black women as well, certainly. But a lot of older white women actually really fuck with Daniel Biss, which has allowed Daniel Biss to win over Kat Al-Ghazali in the female tabs. Straight up, W men, L women is what I say. I'm kidding, of course, but Mike said that the right needs male voters, but all male voters are fleeing towards anti-PAC candidates. That the NC needs to figure something out by 2028, and by figure out, drop ICE reel. Yes. Frank Calabrese says.
Oh, I can't even say it.
Remember, folks,
that's
this is
crazy.
Only people who have voted already. So that figure stands with high
dude, you know what that means? That means that monetization on videos is being taken away for if you do say
support. Obviously, can't hear, but Daniel Biss is very much in this.
That's insane.
Yes.
APAC. No, I'm not gonna not say it. What?
The proxy.
Fucking dude, the censorship is getting real bad, guys.
Battle for tonight. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been a major divide in the Democratic Party, but today's Illinois primaries may be the clearest proxy battle yet for APAC alignment.
Fucking Israel, dude.
Group.
Like they keep taking L's all over. This idea that somehow, some way, they're just gonna get back in the good graces of everybody, and then use the whole thing. Oh, everybody that hates us is anti-Semitic. Go fuck yourself.
I'll be updating this graphic throughout the night. APAC supported Donna Miller, Melissa Conyers-Irvin, Melissa Bean, and Laura Fine. Track APAC endorsed, on the other hand, however, is Robert Peters, Keena Collins, Junaid Ahmed, and Kat Al-Ghazali. Track APAC doing the Lord's work. That's funny. All right, let's see.
Now, okay, so folks, if you've been watching this, you know News Now, our streaming channel, is doing, and they're in their live show right now. We're going to check in with them throughout the night. They want to come to me in about a minute. You're going to get to watch that. So I'm going to sort of set the lay of the land with them a bit when I come back. We'll talk more about this. I'll just say again in the 30 seconds or so before we got to go do that hit. This is a very interesting result because one of the key questions tonight, all of the candidates have ties right here. Who's winning down here? Interesting that Stratton gets a pretty good early number there. Well, Gotti, I think one of the things here is the polls just closed here. Most of the action in this Senate race is going to come out of Chicago and the suburbs right around Chicago. I mean, when I say most, I'm talking like 80. Hey. There was a sense here.
Honestly, you're not missing anything. He's sitting here fucking eating his nails. Like, dude, What the fuck is it with Hassan? If he's not eating like a full fucking like 4 meals on stream, he's sitting there eating himself.
In the days leading up to this vote.
Christ,
I think
dude.
what we're hoping for tonight, though, is that you get enough of the vote
Does he
in.
pick his nose on stream too?
That it becomes clear who's going to win these races. This race, obviously, this Democrat is outside of Cook County, so that she's a statewide figure that way. But before, look, counties that are right outside Chicago. Okay,
are they
there
dumping?
are 5 counties that actually abut Cook County, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 20% more of the vote is going to come out of the collar counties that are just outside of Cook County. So 80%.
What in the fuck does he have in his teeth where he is, dude, he cranks this shit like this. Like, what the fuck?
Of the vote tonight. We think 8 out of 10 votes.
How does he get away with just being fucking just so gross?
Are going to come either from Cook County or from one of the 5 collar counties that abut Cook County. All right. The rest of the state, all of this is going to add up to 20% of the vote.
He always has
okay?
his fingers in his mouth. It's fucking disgusting,
all the candidates
man.
have roots right here in Chicago. Now, the question when you get outside Chicago has been this: Krishnamurthy, or he had raised like $20 million before this race even started. I mean, he's been in Congress for a little while now. He has been eyeing a statewide.
If there was anybody that was really sad about Krishnamurthy not winning, it was actually Kornacki. I made the joke last night that Kornacki seems like he had money on that race.
Fundraising machine. So he brought
Hassan needs dental floss. Has he ever heard of it? Dental picks.
I
don't know.
He started running at
No, don't tell him about dental picks because then it'll be an hour of just like.
More ads around the state than anybody else. He started them earlier. He's done them more aggressively. So there's been a sense that maybe when you get outside of this Chicago area here, Krishnamurthy, okay. Now,
it's
one thing that is complicated.
Oh, Lord, not Hassan.
As I mentioned in that hit a minute ago.
Dude, I am legit I am ripping on Hassan right now. I cannot stand when somebody comes into my fucking chat and they're just like, oh my God, you're watching CNN, MSNBC, MS now, or whatever it's called now. And then, you're watching Hassan, you're watching, fuck off. Why take the time to even type it out? Why?
Late in the race, J.B. Pritzker, the governor, he's endorsed Stratton, Lieutenant Governor. His super PAC, Pritzker.
Attention-starved little children.
You know, he's a billionaire. His super PAC has poured millions of dollars in late behind
that makes
Stratton.
sense because this was
here.
like.
So in the final weeks.
And Caleb, I'm pretty sure you've been here before. You don't understand?
On the air, it's kind of been.
I'm getting the perspective of the election last night because I'm actually kind of entertained by the crashing out because they don't understand how Illinois elections work. And this is why you don't see me cry. I voted for Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I had the opportunity to help her win. And guess what? She didn't pull it off.
Been neutralized between these two. And Stratton has been running, you know, a very sort of aggressive activist. The message is it's a very strident anti-Trump, anti-ICE message here. Really kind of going to the left. And
all that guy does is throw insults and
really kind of going towards voters. You know, you see in some of these polls that voters want in the Democratic Party, don't like the party leadership, want really dramatic change. He's really trying to tap into that. So the question was, if in the final, few weeks of the campaign, with the money that came in for Stratton, was she getting closer to Krishnamurthy? And one way to measure that, I think, would be get outside of this area where all the candidates have a political base. What's resonating outside of there? So we showed you St. Clair County, about a third of the vote. Again, this has one of the larger black populations of any county, proportionally of any county in Illinois. And you see Stratton there leading, at least early on, about a third of the vote right there. The other county we're now getting is McLean County. And this is interesting because McLean County is one of the most liberal counties in Illinois. This is the home. Normal, Illinois is here. Illinois State University is here. Bloomington, Illinois is here. We're also getting, as you can see, about 16% of the vote here. So it's not a ton, but it's interesting that what you're seeing is a tie between Stratton and Krishnamurthy. And again, you think about the message that Stratton has been sort of leaning into here in the final weeks of the campaign, the money that has backed that. This is a pretty liberal county politically, high concentration. There's college students here, but also high concentration of college degrees. And she's right there with Krishnamurthy here. And she's a little bit ahead of him right now in St. Clair County. So we've got results now from two counties, two decent-sized counties, well outside of that Chicagoland area, where you're clearly seeing a race here between Stratton and Krishnamurthy. And again, Kelly sort of left in the dust right here. I think there'd been some expectation here leading up to this, leading up to tonight, that just based on the money stuff we were just talking about, that might be the case. You're certainly seeing that with how Kelly is coming in right here. So again, it's 80% is going to come in from right here. We're in that sort of 20%.
I don't think we're going to find anything yet. Like, there's going to be nothing. Will you cover the Junaid Ahmed election? Yes. I'm waiting on that too. There was there were a lot of.
It's hate that gets me out of bed in the morning, but you don't see me trying to make it everybody else's problem.
Candidates in the Illinois races, in the Illinois primaries. There was a Bernie endorsements that came in. We got obviously our own with Kat Al-Ghazali as well. I mean, I endorse whoever the fucking DSA endorses as well, obviously, but that D thing you do is disgusting.
Which seems to be invaded by
on the
bots.
map here,
That's not Twitch.
If she sustains that. But I think an interesting beginning in the Senate race. So reset statewide, that's what it looks like with those 2 votes that have come in. We're obviously going to continue to monitor this. As we do, we're going to take you through now some of the House races here, just set them up a little bit more, what we're looking at here on the House side tonight. We're looking at this is our headline race. Who's going to win this Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Illinois and in all likelihood become the next senator from the state of Illinois. The congressional races here, took you through them a second ago, but now we can dive a little deeper into it.
We want Robert Peters in Illinois
District of
District 2.
This is where Jesse Jackson is attempting his political comeback tonight. Okay, and you can see Jesse.
Dude, and he didn't have a shot.
Jesse Jackson
just didn't have a shot, okay?
His main competition is expected to come from Donna Miller. She's a Cook County commissioner. Although Robert Peters, he is a state senator from the city of Chicago. He's also a significant factor in this race. And there are other candidates on the ballot here, too. Willie Preston, also a state senator in particular. But there are a number of candidates. You know, openings, congressional openings in a state like Illinois do not come around that often. So when they do, there's super high interest in these races.
How's Jesse Jackson Jr.? I don't know enough about his policies or his politics. I do know that he went to prison.
Yeah.
Democrats nationally like to point to Texas and say, look, the Republicans in Texas, look at all the gerrymandering they did. And the Republicans like to fire back and say, well, look what the Democrats did in Illinois. I mean, they're both sort of trying to do the same thing, and that is take very big states that tilt one side politically, and they're each trying to squeeze as much as they possibly can out for their party in these congressional maps. And so what you see here in Illinois, a lot of these districts, I mean, you can probably get a sense of it just looking at the screen right here. A lot of these districts are very oddly shaped. What the Democrats essentially try to do here in the 2nd District of Illinois is it's geographically vast. Okay, a lot of this though is Republican territory here. I mean, you're talking about like you're in Danville, Illinois. This is Danville, Illinois, right here. You're like 2.5 hours from Chicago, right? This is 120 miles, south of Chicago. I mean, it's night and day between these two places. But so what the Democrats did was they connected this sort of a lot of this is rural.
Go to take a call and the Russian bot trolls get out of school or what?
A lot of this is heavily Republican. They're geographically expansive counties, and the Democrats basically took densely populated, overwhelmingly Democratic territory in the city of Chicago and in the immediate inner Cook suburbs. That's what you see right here. And they connected it as far south and as far west as they can while maintaining this as a strong, overwhelingly Democratic district, which it is. But it's a long way of saying, if you look at this whole trying to draw.
So Robert Peters was...
I'm going to just say, like, I'm not going to shame anybody that watches Hassan, but I do not get the appeal. I don't get it. I don't get it. This is what he does all stream. Like, I watch clips of him and it drives me this fucking crazy. If I watched a full stream, I'm pretty sure that I would have a fucking stroke. Just from being like, stop picking your fucking teeth. Boom. Wish I had my soundboard for that one.
Endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and the Progressive Caucus.
Yes.
The AIPAC candidate in that race is Donna Miller, and Bobby Rush endorsed Jesse Jackson Jr. The AIPAC has dumped $1.4 million to Jackson Jr. AIPAC has dumped $4.3 million in the direction of Miller. And the cryptocurrency PAC spent almost $1 million against Peters. Obviously, we want Peters to win, but all of the powerful financial forces are very aggressively against Peters.
Trump did that himself, dude. If you're going to lament the fact that politics is just, oh my God, it's so polarized.
Peters, unfortunately. And
the fucking Democrats
and in this race, we're pushing for Junaid Ahmed.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, the guy literally talking about locking up his opponents, locking up not even just his opponents, but locking up people that don't like Trump.
Look at that. I'm sitting here telling you about DuPage. We got Kane County. Okay, so we got
fucking stand people like that.
Half the vote in a chunk of the 8th district right here. And again, remember, this is Melissa Bean, former congresswoman.
God, let me guess, you think Christians are somehow like the victims in America?
She's trying to make a political comeback. Her main challenger tonight, you see here, Junaid Ahmed. He's running to the left. He's got an endorsement from Bernie Sanders, from the Justice Democrats. He had challenged Krishnamurti in the primary. He lost, I think, 70 to 30 points. He's coming back here. So that's sort of the dynamic here. Bean has been backed by, there's some pro-Israel money that's coming on her side. That's sort of the divide.
John Kreider, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that.
These two candidates. Okay, so Kane County is interesting. It is in this district 25% of the vote. Sorry about that. Let me get that back. Adam, do you know what I just did here? There it is. Okay. I don't know what I just did to make that happen. So in the
when has a Democratic candidate ever said that they were going to go after their opponents and lock them up. Like right now, Red Baker, either that or catch a ban.
District, Kane County, where we just got a chunk of the vote. 25% of the vote is going to come right here from Kane County. 25% is going to come from.
Because honestly, if you got facts, let's go.
DuPage County, and
but you need to be very specific. Who said it when they say
50% is going to come from Cook County. When Ahmed ran against Krishnamurthy for this seat in the primary, he got blown out pretty much everywhere. His best county was Kane County. Okay, Kane County, like Elgin, Illinois is here. This has a larger Hispanic population relative to the rest of the district here. So this was
I can't think of anyone.
Best county when he ran and lost. And you can see right now.
I can't literally think of one example. That's why I'm just like, okay, since you're so confident in your bullshit.
Again, this is with about half the vote.
Let's go.
And that's just in Kane County. Bean is leading solidly there by 13 points. So that's a good start for Melissa Bean as she attempts this political comeback. But again, that's one piece of the puzzle. DuPage County, Cook County, these are suburbs of Chicago here. Let's see what happens when those come in. But okay, so we do have some result here. Let's also see what that means in the race for the United States Senate. If we've got Kane County in a House race, we've got Kane County vote. Here we go in the Senate race. Okay, now remember, I was just telling you, this is Raja Krishnamurthy.
Giving you literally until the 3:52 here.
Krishnamurthy's district.
Can't answer.
That you're seeing this in. So Krishnamurthy is getting a big number here, more than a 20-point margin over Stratton, but he's supposed to. This is the heart of his district. He's been elected here a number of times. He's done very well in Kane County. When he was challenged by Ahmed in that primary, he got about 64%, 65% of the vote in Kane. A very good start.
Dumps come in, when the dumpies are happening, we will be there. Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene, my woke queen, was on CNN. Again, doing the thing that I've been talking about, which is fucking outflanking.
One fucking making the accusation.
Outflanking the goddamn Democrats.
Now taunting President Trump for asking American allies for help in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister said of the U.S., quote, they carried out large-scale attacks and again repeated the demand for unconditional surrender. Today, they are turning to other countries for help. He also argued the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, only closed to our enemies. Joining us now to discuss this and more is former Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Thanks for coming on, Congresswoman. So we all know you are a longtime loyal supporter of President Trump, but you broke with him in part.
Wait, for threatening a Republican lawmaker?
Because you...
Dude, I was talking about literally trying to fucking lock up just Democrats.
Felt he was too...
What are you talking about?
Too focused on foreign affairs rather than the America First promises he's made.
Illinois 9 dumpy? That's not good.
Oh, wait a minute. Did he... Dude, that's not... Wait a minute. No. Where did a Democratic politician threaten to lock up his opponent after winning their seat? That was the fucking question. It wasn't about threatening people.
Good. Stop the steal.
You took what? Honestly. Still waiting. Crickets.
Stop the steal. Stop the steal right now. Stop the steal right now. Right.
You're the fucking waste of space in here, dude.
This very moment.
Like you're a literal waste of space.
You stop it. Uh-oh. Kornacki, pick up the pace. 17% reporting. I have no idea where they're dumping from. But Cook started off with BIS +5. Cook County District 9. Cook County District 9 has officially started with BIS +5 over Laura Fine. Okay? That could just be from Evanston, where BIS was mayor. Could be the case. Southern Illinois dumps first. No one lives there. Okay, stop the steal. Count the votes. Count the votes. Count the votes. Count the votes. This is bad dump. Bad dump. Not a good dump. Okay, let's get back to Marjorie.
He made on the campaign trail. As we enter day 17 of the Iran war, do you believe the president's voters can trust him?
Well, just to be clear, the president broke with.
Okay, so the far north side, okay, is the far north side of Chicago for Abu Ghazaleh. So that's what we have right now in the 9th. Huge question here is going to be when you start seeing the city of Chicago, if it complicates that picture at all.
If you want to go back to the Senate race, I think we have started getting in some city of Chicago results.
Okay, we are. We're clearly getting. Yeah, look at this now. We're looking at the Cook vote here. And remember, this is a mix of city and suburbs.
Will save
we
us.
looked at this a minute ago. Krishnamurthy was leading Stratton by 3 points.
No, because again, if you understood the makeup of the district, you would just know that you were like, see, this is how I knew we were cooked already.
Gotten more vote in from Chicago now. And as Adam said, he thinks that we've gotten vote in from the city of Chicago now, as Adam just said. And look at that. Stratton now leading in Cook County over Krishnamurthy. Let me ask Adam, in the city of Chicago, what's the break between Stratton and Krishnamurthy?
In the city of Chicago?
Yeah. Because this is, again, Stratton probably needs to be winning Chicago by a solid margin. Krishnamurthy wants the suburbs. So we're getting Chicago vote and trying to figure out what that spread is she's leading by.
Yeah, so in Chicago, we have about...
For this race is going to come from Chicago, where Kat is outperforming expectations. So we'll see. Not really, because she's not going to sweep enough in the remaining 60%. Probably, we don't know that.
Yeah,
we don't know that.
See, this was cope. This is when he started doing the cope thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not looking too great so far, though. But are you mad at me? Why would I be mad at you? It's spring break. They're stealing the elections.
By the way, guys, if you're just
again,
joining
I
us,
think
hit
those
that
results
like
are skewed
button
a little
and
bit more
sub to
towards
the
the
channel
suburbs.
if you haven't already.
Yeah. Right now, it's skewed more towards the suburbs,
Do
and we just got
appreciate
some more
having
in.
you all here.
And yeah, I mean,
thank you.
the last number I gave you was with those new numbers, and we're up to 100.
And we just got a whole bunch more. And these numbers have been good for Stratton, I have to say. That's my reaction to them. What did we just get?
We just got more Chicago.
Okay, so
about double their Chicago vote.
So we now have like 130,000 votes in Chicago.
Yep.
Tell me now.
Locals were not into cat. Carpetbagger with no experience. Thank you. 2026. Thank you. Yeah.
Chicago looks like.
And it was a valid criticism. What really pissed me off is guys like Hassan just being like, just brushing that aside and then trying to make people like us that live here kind of like, I don't know, like they wanted us to be embarrassed to even hold that opinion.
So Chicago's now
Bobinator. What up?
43.
Hey, Bobinator.
Stratton.
I'm the Bobinator.
25 Christian.
Oh my goodness. Did we get any more from the Cook Burbs while this was going on?
No, we're
okay
there.
And okay, now we have enough vote that we can ask this. So 38.
Baby steps.
36 in the burbs. So we think it's about 130,000 votes in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay, and about how many in the suburbs?
170.
You keep harassing my mods, then I'm going to fucking see you out the door, dude.
E2.
So it's still more skewed to the suburbs.
That's right.
Wow. Okay. So again, remembering what we're talking about here, that the more vote you think ultimately comes out of the city of
You from here? Hey, neighbor.
Chicago
Yep.
than the suburbs. And
I'm from Sneck District.
yet, even though it's flipped right now, much more
Did you
coming
get
out of
all
the
this
suburbs
shit?
than the city. Stratton is leading. She's doing that well in
It's the
Chicago.
last one I got today, but
I think
yeah.
if you're a Stratton supporter, that's very
insane
encouraging
amount
news
of
for you.
political,
I'm just seeing we did get another
literature.
significant pocket of votes that came in here. This is Winnebago County. This is where the city of Rockford is. Again,
Suburban
just a little bit
Cook
more than
looks good for
15% of the
biz.
vote right there. Krishnamurthy here with a
And yes, 2026. I'm going to just vote. I am voting. I'm going to just vote. I'm voting for Biss. I'm not going to vote for a Green Party candidate, and I'm not going to vote for the Republican. I'm not voting for Ellison. Ellison is he's like a fucking pastor who is 100% a Trumper, but he's trying to play that game of, I'm not 100% on board with Trump, but you know, I am a classic conservative.
pretty solid lead in the early vote. Again, this is it's pretty good size geographically. It's
Are you paying attention to what's happening with the SAVE Act right now, dude?
pales in comparison to what we're talking about here in Cook and those
Thank you for the $2.
immediate Collar counties.
I'm all at TGS get this one.
$2. What meds do you take?
Around Cook, but still, this is probably about 1% of the vote here on the Democratic side tonight. Okay, what does it look like statewide? Stratton leads statewide right now by about 12,000 votes over Krishnamurthy.
It's all the
Did we
same.
get any more from? I can check myself. We have no more from Kane.
Thank you for the $2. I appreciate
I
that.
saw a little bit came in here. Kankakee County. Again, this is very, very small here. Why is Robin Kelly leading here? This is in her congressional district.
I know Kankakee from Took Her to the O. She from Kankakee, right? Isn't that
She's from Kankakee?
from that song? King Von. That was the most Naperville moment. 54% votes in New York Times. Now still third, but close to second.
That's again.
I don't think these are.
blasted by
I don't
that
think
tornado.
the 54% of votes, but it's like primarily coming from the Cook County. I'm dead. I did not think you'd know that song. What do you mean? Of course I know the song. It's a fucking King Von was a wordsmith, man. Don't embrace the burb, baby. Yeah, got a stripper's chick. She from Kankakee, and he was a serial killer too. True. Also a poet.
Late spending for Stratton and the talk that Stratton had brought
Just want a
momentum
discount link.
here into
Trolling.
primary day, and that maybe her the late push on Stratton's behalf had come at the expense of Kelly. I think that's sort of bearing out in the results that you're looking at right here. Again, those are awfully
one
encouraging
too?
numbers for Stratton out of Chicago. And again, if she could ever be winning, she's leading the vote count in Cook County right now. If she could ever win Cook County, remember that's about 60% of the vote statewide. And again, we also saw earlier when we first came on the air, we said, look, what happened in McLean County here? So far, it's 16% of the vote, but Stratton's running dead even with Krishnamurthy. Again, this is a pretty liberal county politically, and down in St. Clair County, Stratton is leading with about a third of the vote that is tallied there so far. So she
Zachary
is
Danini
showing
says,
strength.
looks like Biz is in
It
great shape in
extends
Illinois.
outside
It's
of
only
the
winning Chicago City.
outside
Early
of
day
the
vote
city
by
of Chicago,
5.5% right
outside
now.
of
That's not gonna be enough.
Cook County itself, and extends out of Chicagoland, extends into downstate. So that's a recipe for a competitive a competitive showing by Stratton. I'm lingering on this for a second because I think that was sort of the foundational question coming into tonight.
Not good, boys.
I think, for this race has really been going on for like a year right now since Durbin announced he wasn't going to run for re-election. And I think all last spring, summer, fall, and into this winter, Krishnamurti was seen as the clear favorite of this race. Again, he came into this race. I think the day he announced his candidacy, he already had $20 million on hand. He was on the airwaves. One of the things his campaign was doing was they were spending outside of Chicago. They were spending down here, I think, in anticipation of some of these dynamics we're talking.
Stupid. This has nothing to do with her foreign policy. This has nothing to do with Michael from Pennsylvania. Absolutely nothing to do with anyone other than the fact that there was an unlimited amount of money spent.
I knew it. Not one criticism of how she ran her campaign. Not one criticism about how she could have done better. No, it's AIPAC. This is why I'm not, honestly, they just kind of fucked up here because it's going to be hard for me to take anybody just saying it's just AIPAC, guys. Come on, calm down. No, if it's a valid critique, then you cannot just slap the AIPAC label on it and just expect me to fucking lay off.
On these races, this was always going to be an incredibly tough hill to climb. And it's just money.
Fuck.
The Taiwan discourse didn't help. No, it's utterly irrelevant. You guys think your
some
fucking
of these candidates are just
are the most important, most consequential aspect of a fucking race like this. Straight up
not even unpopular. That's fair.
Okay.
That's actually not fair. She was popular, but she wasn't as popular as Biss.
Unimaginably inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. You're talking about a fucking Democratic primary race.
Yeah, I'm done. Go be transphobic somewhere else. Thank you.
Like multiple millions of dollars being launched both for and against certain candidates. Like Anna Lilia Mejia won not because she was
and thus ends dissent.
Not just because she was the best candidate, right?
Or DSN.
She won because AIPAC fucked up and dumped a shitload of money against Milanowski, showing everybody that Tom Milanowski was not sufficiently anti.
I was about to ban him.
ICE.
Like I
no, this is a huge difference. Who's this person in second place? Is she good? What? No, that's the AIPAC candidate. The fuck? No, the person in second place is Laura Fine. AIPAC spent millions of dollars propping her up. How the fuck do you think she's sitting with 23.3%? Taiwan is way more important outside of this community. All the crypto and Ambros are obsessed with it. Yeah, you guys are all unimaginably locked in on total minutia. Yeah. If she loses, it's because Biss has been a politician here for a very long time, got support from the Progressive Caucus and Elizabeth Warren. She was kind of cooked because there were too many progressives. That and also because the AIPAC dumped a fuckload of money against her.
That doesn't, oh my God. That doesn't sway the election the way you think it does. Oh my God. I can't do this. I don't want to do this. If it's literally just going to be, oh, it's just AIPAC selling out money. It means an automatic win.
Close to the finish line.
This is baby brain shit. I'm embarrassed to be fucking caucus or to be in the same online space sometimes with this shit. Fuck.
Yeah, now she's moved up to the second place status here with 74% of votes coming in, but it's not going to be enough to make up for the distance between her and
yeah, it's all
her and
AIPAC.
Daniel
AIPAC
Biss.
did it.
That's why I was like,
not her,
not
at all.
focusing on the Taiwan shit
man.
at all. Do we like Daniel Biss?
Not
no,
her missing that fucking campaign stop that had over 1,000 people at it, that had all the other 14 candidates there. No, that had nothing to do with it.
Biss
Biss did the politicking that Kat didn't as well. I watched it happen. Yes,
he's just going to be
Serena,
a fucking weak.
I know you're from the district, so yeah, right. But no, guys like Hassan sitting in LA, guys like fucking Mike from PA in PA, all these and Mike from Arizona or wherever, they all seem to know better. They all seem to know better.
Feckless, liberal,
and somehow I'm the asshole.
Progressive adjacent candidate. On the issue of Israel, he is we got to keep giving money to Israel
you are matching my outrage of the national coverage of these races. Thank you.
The weapon.
Yeah, because they don't understand it. Number one, you need to understand the actual politics of Illinois. You need to understand the demographic makeup, and then you need to understand just how what Jan Skakowski, who voted for her, and then look at the makeup of the district and then go, I mean, is there a problem with the viability? No. Somehow, some way, it's Mike Simmons' fault. Somehow, some way, it's fucking Bushra's fault. Somehow, some way, it's all AIPAC. It's not Kat. This was my problem going into the election, where every critique of her somehow could never land because it was somebody else doing something bad faith.
He couldn't call it a genocide.
Not once did she just say, you know what, I fucked up there. Or
again,
yeah, you know what? You may disagree with me, but this is how it is.
You're underestimating the amount of people here who really do consider Kat a carpetbagger. Ugh, I don't.
And she is a fucking carpetbagger, and you know what? That did have a lot of people put off. They didn't like the fact that she was only here for 2 years. And she came in with a level of fucking, like, some people called it confidence. Some people called it arrogance.
Don't give a fuck about that. This is a Democratic Party.
Get your fucking fingers out of your mouth, you disgusting asshole.
Primary, for the record. So, of course, there's not going to be a lot of turnout.
God, do you know how many poop particles are in his mouth?
In general. But yeah, I don't think that there's enough votes in Chicago.
Fucking shit.
That are going to allow Kat Oxalic to win this race out of nowhere. Amawala has 4,000 votes right now. Okay, that still wouldn't make up for the distance between Kat and Daniel, though. Do you see?
No.
7-point gap is a lot.
Kelly at 20.
And we think,
again, Pep's perspective is way more valuable here than Hassan. He literally lives there.
How many votes is that?
219.
And what do we think the expected is there?
Lots of older intellectuals in the district whose eyes were rolling out of their heads at her. Dude, 2026. Welcome to the show, by the way. Howdy, neighbor. Yeah, so I brought up how she missed a campaign event that over 1,000 people were at. It was huge, dude. Like, I was shocked at how many people showed up. And as I said, 14 of the 15 candidates were there. And she just didn't show up. Later, we found out, actually through one of our chatters, through a deep dive, that she has, number one, I didn't know this, she has narcolepsy, but she said that she had a narcoleptic attack or like moment. She didn't wake up and her campaign couldn't get a hold of her. Great. You know, that's just great. But like I said, you know, never it can't be a critique on her because it's narcolepsy. Oh, I can't critique her for the narcolepsy. Then she also did this thing where, again, Tara Palmieri, she just left the interview because she started getting asked a hard question about her federal indictment. Instead of handling it properly, she just cut the interview. That, to me, said that she folds under pressure. She can't actually have any adversity. It has to be catered to her. And realistically, her best moments came on a debate stage against people that she was technically aligned with. And still, somehow, some way, she came off as a total fucking just a condescending,
We have
carpetbagger
at about 68% in.
That's what it was. She was a condescending carpetbagger.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, so look, I think the numbers speak for themselves, but no one ever, I'll beat it to death anyway, but this is very significant. We have about 34,000 more votes that have come in from the suburbs than have come in from the city of Chicago. But again,
she came off as a child. Chicago. See, and this is somebody that lives in my district. This is somebody that, are you going to write them off? Wait, all of a sudden, you know, this person not voting for Kat, that just means that they're somehow paid by AIPAC? What is it, guys?
Is going to cast more votes than the suburbs. Okay, so and you can see in the suburbs,
Hassan DoorDash coffee from Starbucks while in Chicago. What does he know about Chicago? Yeah, exactly.
That's where Krishnamurti is.
I don't know that we have this bomb ass fucking place called Big B Coffee. He didn't even go towards a secondary chain.
Running in first, barely.
What the fuck, man?
He's only ahead.
Like I said, when he ordered that fucking, when he's like, I got this from a Michelin star place. It's like, oh, so now you're also ordering DoorDash from a 4-star place when you got the best hot dogs on the planet, or just again, street food. But no.
By a point, but he's running in first, and he has
But he's the arbiter of progressive politics, guys. Just remember that, too.
Like you talk about, if he's trying to squeeze as much as he can out of the suburbs,
really
right?
Annoys me.
That sponge is starting to get a little dry. A lot more vote is counted in the suburbs than in Chicago. So there's not as much left for Krishnamurti. He's barely winning it, right? Now go into Chicago, and Krishnamurti's barely holding off Kelly for second. Meanwhile, there's Stratton running laps around both of them. 18-point margin for her in Chicago.
My mother would have wanted to slap the shit out of Hassan. Mine, too.
And if she's trying...
That's why I am obsessed with I can't understand how much he puts his hands in his mouth.
To squeeze the motion.
That's fucking gross.
He can out of the city of Chicago. She's
every once in a while I will I'll chew a fingernail. You won't see it on stream. And also I fucking deep cleanse my hands before even thinking of attempting that.
Got a lot more in that sponge to squeeze.
Jesus fucking Christ, this guy's literally fucking gnawing his fucking fingernails and then picking his teeth and just all the time. Or then he's eating.
Out from Chicago than Krishnamurti might in the suburbs.
And they talk like this. Oh, that's based.
So you're seeing overall in Cook County right now an 8-point advantage for Stratton, just based on those, sort of broad categories we just put up on the screen. There is the potential there for that to get a lot better for Stratton than for Krishnamurti. And again, this is 60% of the vote. State, I can't underscore. There's very few states where we can just look at one. It can be that singularly important. And that's the story with Cook. So that's Cook. This is statewide.
I would love for any of these podcasts to attempt to be honest about her to do an honest accounting of her campaign and do lessons learned rather than blame electorate. Yep. It's easier. It's easier just to blame the electorate. It's easier than looking at the fact that they might not be politically popular. Again, this is Cenk Uygur shit.
So
we're the most popular. We're the populists, of course.
Numbers a minute ago. And
of course we're going to win. Of course. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh got she had this. It was stolen. It was a stolen election. As I said, she's literally blue Trump. She is literally progressive fucking blue wave Trump.
That advantage that, that Stratton is getting.
Not even blue wave. Sorry.
Cook, again.
She's just blue Trump.
That advantage in raw votes is about
phrasing.
But it was nearly 32,000 votes. She's nearly 30.
Think about it. Think about this, where it's just the election was stolen from her. That's what the implication is, that somehow Mike and Bush were being there. Stolen.
32,000 votes ahead in Cook. And you can see.
If we only had ranked choice voting.
Cook, every other county that we have vote from here, there's some bright spots.
I didn't follow
for
her
Stratton,
campaign
but
as much as you did, but as an outsider, I found her inspiring and hope she inspires other young candidates in the future.
That we have votes from.
That's great. That's great. That's great. But at least I hope that she also inspires you, like younger candidates, to shape up. Because honestly, the fact is, it was really off-putting that she could not conquer adversity. She was very bad at that. I did not once see anything that gave me confidence that she was going to somehow really just beat this fucking Republican candidate. And you have to understand that living in a district like a blue district in Illinois is already it's kind of, it's a safe seat. It's safe. Blah, 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 blah. Like we've never had a red seat.
Krishnamurti.
Peter Roskam. You guys remember, or actually, sorry, a few of you might remember Peter Roskam.
He's actually leading her total by about 9,000, but she has enough of a pad from Cook. She's got a 23,000 vote, nearly 24,000 vote. Okay, it just went up again.
Blue Trump is written a lot of times in different documents. Sorry. Sorry.
We just got some more Cook.
Okay. That's the big one, right?
Sorry, we just got more Chicago.
Okay. Well,
Texas.
Clearly it was good for.
She should run. Actually, you know what, Amanda? The really fucked up part is she could probably run for a seat in Texas.
Stratton,
she probably qualifies for that still.
How good was it? What did it look like?
So we're up to 220,000.
Yeah, you remember that motherfucker?
Votes. We got another.
First thing he did when he got into office was vote. He voted to increase the federal tax burden on people making under $54,000.
Oh, jeez, this thing.
Good job.
30,000 votes, let's say.
Yeah, so we're equal now, basically.
And he ran on the platform of no new taxes.
Suburbs and.
That's right.
Okay, this is a key moment. Okay, we're equal
sometimes
between
Illinoisans really
Give me
are
Cook.
idiots, though, because we're just like, we're taxed a lot.
Chicago is 43% Stratton.
Yep.
Of course he's eating.
24% Krishnamurti.
Of course he's eating.
24. So he's dropped one from the last time. Okay, and Kelly?
And Kelly's at 24.
In Illinois 9, I see why the apex spin was that it was just trying to keep Abou-Ghazaleh out if it wanted Laura Fine. So far, the only candidates beaten up by Crypto PAC, but leading are Stratton and then Ford in Illinois 7 very narrowly. Those are the marquee races. Also keep an eye on Illinois 13. It tests how much safe seat Harris plus 10 scandal-free incumbent Dems are vulnerable to progressive challengers. Very little in so far, but those polls suggested Stratton.
I don't think she'd do well
up in the
unless
early
she was in
vote scene,
Austin.
Right? Narrowly ahead of St. Clair. Raja gets 53% in Kane County, part of which is in his 8th district. Are political ads really that impactful?
You're in Illinois?
This is the Democratic Party primary.
Okay, let's be real. Chicago or Southern Illinois?
Of course.
If you're south of Kankakee, then I'm sorry.
Ad spend is very impactful, very important.
Kind of
Clearly
live in two
for
different
Fine,
states
whose
almost.
political base is in the suburbs. Again, she's a state senator from Glenview, from Evanston. Biss's base is in Evanston too, which is that suburban portion of Cook here. Fine is clearly.
I honestly don't think Kat would have won if AIPAC didn't dump money into slandering her.
No, that has.
I mean, Biss is a tough candidate to beat.
That's actually fair.
For sure.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with, that guy kind of almost got it, where it's not AIPAC. It's not the AIPAC slander that's all of a sudden fucking her problem. Again, all of this came up way late in the election. And look at how she handled it. She had that one campaign staffer. She didn't even fire the guy. He left of his own accord because he didn't want to be the focus of he didn't want to put all that negative attention on him, but he also simultaneously was the one who wrote up that foreign policy thing that she absolutely had no idea what it was.
When Kat first started running, she was running against
Just remember, think about this. Would you believe that if Daniel Biss said it?
Schakowsky. And then Schakowsky dropped out, and then Daniel Biss came in. So it's a tough race to begin with. Daniel Biss is a beloved mayor from Evanston.
She didn't just drop out. No, she announced her retirement, man. I'm getting tired of. I really am.
Somewhat progressive. He's
Dude,
considered
the myth of Kat Abu-Ghazaleh does not match the reality. I'm sorry.
somewhat progressive.
This is fucked up.
It is what it is.
Okay.
A little bit spilled into this race while you were talking.
Yeah, I see. What can you give me the current? I see we got 78% of the vote right here.
That's right.
And we're looking at a 4,100 vote difference. What do the suburbs look like right now?
34 Biss, 19 Abu-Ghazaleh.
One called Biss Beloved. No.
Oh, is it still 50,000?
Yeah, it was only a few thousand in this particular.
Although he's, you know what?
Particular congressional district.
Okay. So again, there's more to come here. One thing that we're seeing is
I do like these updates where you just see Hassan's soul slowly leaving his body.
The Democratic Party's Progressive Caucus is rat fucking every anti-Israel candidate this time. They did it with Valerie Foushee in North Carolina. They did it with Daniel Biss. Obviously, the Progressive Caucus is not going to fucking back Kat Abu-Ghazaleh over Daniel Biss. That kind of makes sense.
I learned to not never trust anyone whose first name is Donald or Ronald.
It is annoying that they literally endorse.
Colorado's pretty good.
They endorse some of the most
have the rights here. We have, again,
liberal Zionist candidates. No idea what's going to happen in Illinois tonight, but I think we can safely say that almost $100 million spent in a handful of primaries is a full spectrum disaster for democracy.
Why money can't vote? Money can't vote. As much as they want to try and make this about the money, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. This race actually proved that because, again, the AIPAC candidate did not win. And now they're grasping at straws. Yeah, that $100,000 that they took from, in the early days of the fucking of the race where he was just like, oh, that was AIPAC? Oh, no, I'm not interested. Because that's what happened. AIPAC was sneaky as fuck. They didn't do, and this is on Biss's campaign, I'm going to say this was a problem. They didn't do their due diligence and look into, all of the fucking PACs that were trying to give him money. But when they eventually did, they were just like, oh, no. We're donating that money. So,
this is what I was just.
But you know what Kat did? She framed it as he took AIPAC money. He was courting AIPAC, even though that was disingenuous.
We literally we give unlimited money to the nation state of Israel so they can do a genocide.
Yes, Melissa Bean would have won without AIPAC money because, again, explaining this to people, she was already the representative there with the redistricting. When they saw her name there, they just assumed oh, okay, yeah, I liked her before.
And we cover all their defenses. So they can then turn around and just
was all ballot
fund whatever
measures
fucking
that,
race they want to. I mean, it's Americans that are technically funding AIPAC, but they just spend so much money undermining American democracy. It's crazy, dude. The foreign countries.
Also, if you guys have not already subbed to the channel and are enjoying the content, please consider doing so. Also,
is quite literally
hit the like
cooking
button.
American
Really helps me
democracy
out. And we're about
on
to
a
celebrate
daily
the
fucking
420
basis.
while we're watching this.
And liberals don't have shit to say about it because as long as they maintain somewhat of a pro-Israel position, given how the left-flank candidates are oftentimes also anti-Israel, it's fine. So Democrats don't say shit about it either. Democrats also rely on numerous advocacy groups and PACs that fund their races. Thankfully, AOC and Bernie are here to legitimize liberal Zionism. I mean, it doesn't even fucking... none of it fucking matters, dude.
Okay, let's get an update on that right now.
Yep.
Chicago versus the burbs.
So in Chicago, Abu-Ghazaleh at 34, Biss 24, Fine 13, Cook suburbs, Biss 34, Abu-Ghazaleh 19, Fine 25.
Okay, so what's the rough number of total votes?
Holy shit. You can't tell me AIPAC doesn't matter here. Chat, come on.
They don't.
Elect Progressive Women was an AIPAC subsidiary. They obviously...
Yeah, and they were trying to elect a progressive woman that didn't win.
Pummeled the fucking suburbs with ads.
Christ, dude. He can't accept that she sucks. That's it. Or sucked.
And that
God,
ate
I
away
voted
at like
for her,
what Kat
man.
Al-Ghazali could have
And
potentially gotten.
I still can
in
just
terms of
accept that it's like, no, she ran a pretty like iffy campaign.
votes, and the suburbs went so heavily to fucking Laura Fine. Like, that's it. That you think AIPAC doesn't fucking matter here, or AIPAC expenditure wouldn't have AIPAC, if they weren't spending so much money on this race, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, that's ridiculous. They spent like $5 million. Nobody wastes.
The thing is,
nobody fucking wastes.
Now, because we cannot actually like look at the merits of why we lost.
$5
for Kat? Yeah, I did.
$1 million for no reason. Al-Ghazali is getting crushed in Cook and Lake County suburbs. Evidence that Mamdani-style leftism only has purchase in deep blue cities and college towns. Yeah, see? These fucking scumbags.
Lake County is not deep blue, it's purple.
These Israel first
almost
scumbags
like what I
are
was
already
saying.
fucking running their mouths.
Also,
This is why.
420.
And then this is a threat to every single other progressive candidate as well. Every single primary defeat against the anti-Israel candidate is a warning for everybody else. That's how they get Democrats to shut the fuck up and not do the bidding of the majority. Okay? And yeah, no matter how many fucking podcasters push for a candidate, it very clearly doesn't matter. Also, this Daniel Biss photo looks so weird. Doesn't it look like he's got makeup on? Anyway. Yeah, AIPAC and their shell pack spent $21 million across 4 House districts in Illinois. $21 million. You think they're doing that for no reason? What are you, crazy? I think she's likely to net around 3,000 more votes out of Chicago based on my math. I think she's going to end up 2 to 3 points short.
The gerrymandering actually worked against Kat? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where Jesse Jackson Jr. is attempting a political comeback. He's running at 29%. Donna Miller, Cook County Commissioner, is well ahead of him right now. I just want to see where the vote is coming from. We've got about three-quarters of Cook. About three-quarters of Cook. Adam, can you just tell me in Illinois too, between the Cook suburbs and the city, where they are in terms of expected vote?
Yeah, this is much more in the break. We have 43,000 votes in the Chicago suburbs. Right. That's about 90% of our expected vote there currently.
Right.
And we have 7,000 votes in the city.
No one.
That's about
goes to the general. But Stratton is poised to win.
I want to get back to the Senate race because I think people are probably most curious about that. But I just want to know, you see Donna Miller with that double-digit advantage over Jesse Jackson Jr. The suburban...
I coughed too soon.
Complaining about Bushra.
Because I also, like, we've all been there. Get a little clog. You think you can just, pull it through. It doesn't pull through necessarily. But then you start, pulling a little harder. And then it does pull through and it just goes... boom. And hits you.
Understand, like,
that's what happened to me.
There's no guarantee that those people would have voted for Kat. And also, once again, you can't, like, it sucks, but you can't expect them to drop out.
Doing well, but we still have more to come, a lot more to come, relatively speaking, from the city.
Again, you can't just drop out in Illinois when you get the vibe that they might not win. That's not how it works, dude.
Jr., he could do better.
You have to. Do you understand how hard it is to just get on the ballot?
They are potentially also.
What is
Robert
this?
Peters, that's where his state Senate district is.
Don't feel it too hard. Nah,
but Miller certainly getting what you wanted to.
That was all right, Tom. That was a me thing. You're right.
The statewide race here.
You got me.
About half the vote is in right now.
It doesn't look good. It does not look good.
Okay, so this is
for
now
Kat Al-Ghazali.
About 32,000 votes, 5 points for.
Stop fucking complaining and being like, oh well, Bushra should have dropped out. She didn't. Okay, there's nothing you can do about it.
And again, about half the vote in Lake County. And again, you're seeing Krishnamurthy.
How is Tallarico able to beat AIPAC Crockett by a wide margin in Texas? Tallarico and Crockett's sentiment on Israel were not super far apart.
In the collar counties, the suburbs here, Chicagoland area.
Tallarico was better at communicating from a place of empathy over Jasmine Crockett, but
January 14th would have been the last day that a candidate could have dropped out of the race. So I don't want to fucking hear that Bushra or Mike Simmons should have dropped out of the race. Okay?
35%.
Both were on the policy front. They were fairly close.
Not in her district, not so much.
Tallarico is not very good on Israel either.
It's a solid enough share of the vote.
Also, AIPAC doesn't fund all of the races. I don't know how much money AIPAC dumped into the Democratic primaries.
Lead by over 46,000 votes in Cook County. That's about what you need to be doing elsewhere. So, and I'm looking to see if we've got any other major population centers. One thing is,
I didn't get to vote. I would have, but I just moved to Chicago. I would have voted for Kat, though. There's no guarantee you could have.
Significant place.
What district are you in, Aylin? Do you even know?
It is not lighted
also,
up yet.
welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Black pilling type of night? No, I don't think this is a black pilling type of night at all. 29 precincts left in Chicago out of 111 or 119. Chicago peeps will have to tell me if there's a way to figure out exactly which ones are still out. I'm in PA. In PA,
you don't have to. Here's the thing. I don't like. Obviously, do not put your address in or anything like that. I don't even need to know the town. What you can do, just Google what district am I in, type in your address, and then it'll tell you.
To go precinct by
Champaign
precinct.
County. You know, this Illinois State. There's a lot of similarities, I think, demographically, culturally between these places. And I think the fact that Stratton was able to run well here in McLean, the fact she was able to run well here in Sangamon County.
Busher and Mike Johnson and a few others received a lot of exposure and possible platforms that could benefit the community building and future opportunities. Absolutely.
I think bodes well for her. And this is relatively speaking, when you get outside Chicago, fair number of votes right here. So that's a place where she might be able to. She might be able to do quite well, but let's
most likely not able to vote for Kat if you're in Chicago proper.
Let's get back in here to Cook County at 72% of the vote, and maybe we can run through it quickly here. This is the kind of is the ball.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
City of Chicago versus Burbs, and
okay, so I can share the fucking lake with you, but
go ahead, Adam. What is it in Chicago?
Chicago,
too far north,
for
asshole.
Stratton,
Yeah.
24 for Krishnamurthy.
Yeah.
And in the burbs, 36 for Stratton.
I don't know if that's exclusive to our city, but goddamn,
What percent of the vote
consistent
is in from the Chicago portion?
Do you feel disappointed in Bernie and AOC's lack of endorsement in this race? They did. They made
Let me
endorsements.
guess, if you have a 224 fucking phone number, then you are just don't even fucking think about calling yourself a Chicagoan.
Bernie did, but it doesn't even matter. They didn't do it early enough. And not only did they not do it early enough, their candidates had worse points, as a matter of fact. Like, the candidates that Bernie
or the idiots, you have to pre-register your ID in Illinois to vote.
Endorse.
Well, you can. No, they're saying there is same-day registration.
We're late.
What are you talking about, Greg?
They were late endorsements.
Are you talking about the people that are running?
And
running?
Not only were they late endorsements, but they also they're
Ward
also
9th
losing
district.
by
Oh shit, yeah, you would have
wider margins.
been fine.
Like Junaid Ahmed is losing by a wider margin than Kat Albaghazali is.
Yeah, next time, I guess.
He endorsed Biss in Illinois 9, which blows. Oh, he did? I didn't even know he endorsed Biss. Are you sure about that? Did he? I did not know that. I don't think he did. I think you're just saying
Hey,
that.
I have a 224.
I don't think he did. He sat out and AOC didn't endorse this one. So AOC could have endorsed someone in this race, but she didn't put her weight
How
behind
dare you?
anybody because this is a House race, but there's no incumbent. So AOC could have actually endorsed someone in this race because it's an empty seat, but she didn't. Bernie endorsed Biss for governor against Pritzker in 2016. Chatter is tripping. Oh.
Yeah.
Biss lands major progressive groups endorsement. Our Revolution, Illinois Grassroots Coalition, boasts more.
Yeah, but notice how a lot of people just ignored that.
250,000 members gave Biss his support ahead of the Democratic primary.
Yeah. They focused on one thing.
In 2018. That's what Chatters might be referencing. Who knows? Oh, yeah.
Honestly, this is one of the dirtiest primaries I think I've ever seen because of the way that they're treating this. Because of what scares me is the fact that you already have Hassan, Mike, everybody else. They're blaming the voters. They're everybody but Kat. I know I keep going back to this, but this is what's insane. I cannot get behind the idea that she is never going to look at the reason she actually lost.
Points behind.
Like, goddamn, dude. I hope that her campaign does eventually read that email I sent because holy shit, they'd be remiss not to.
Melissa L. Bean here in Illinois 8. Elizabeth Warren
that
endorsed
whole idea that because she broke a promise. She promised that she would speak to any constituent about any issue.
Daniel Biss. I know that. Do you think Bernie or AOC endorsement would have helped?
That's what she
Yes,
fucking
of
blatantly
course.
lied about.
Bernie and AOC endorsements always help. Greg Kazar endorsed Daniel Biss, yes. And the Congressional Progressive Caucus endorsed Daniel Biss, which is part of the reason why this is like a tremendous feat. You know? No-name candidate.
This is also good. Like, honestly, why isn't Hassan even thinking about bringing Biss on and actually kind of trying to get him out there to his audience and kind of be like, yeah, you know what? It sucks that Kat lost. She was our candidate. But you know what? I think that Kat could really help with his campaign. I think that they can work together, and then Kat can also influence his policies a little bit. That'd be great. But nah.
First
ego.
Time running with 5% point differential between an established progressive name.
People like Hassan are zooming out too much on the topic.
From progressive groups in the past, and in this race, as the one with the highest name recognition, got a shit.
They probably have my email flagged, no reflection whatsoever.
Endorsements from even progressive adjacent, self-described progressive groups within the party. And also Jen Schakowsky.
Sounds like cat derangement syndrome.
To endorse them a couple days prior, who was the incumbent.
This is as progressive as Kat. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Daniel Biss.
That's what I was trying to say to a lot of these people. Hey, Josh, how's it going, man? Welcome to the show.
Dropped his lieutenant governor. Biss dropped Chicago Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa from his ticket. And Biss himself at the time was like
This was in 2019, by the way.
A bit of a progressive love story. People thought Biss was going to be like a really unique, really dynamic candidate. But then he dropped Carlos Ramirez Rosa. And the reason why Carlos Ramirez Rosa was dropped was because of his position on Israel.
Yeah. in 2019, and trust me, dude, it's not because I looked into it, he was a little what's the word I'm looking for? Anti-Semitic? And I mean, like, not in the way that AIPAC and all, like, Israel's currently using it. Like, he's legitimately, like, he was, like, legit.
A state senator from suburban Evanston made the announcement on Wednesday saying the two could not reconcile Rose's support for
not someone I would just be like, oh my God, dude.
BDS or the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement with regards to Israel. Blowback from the issue was already affecting the other Illinois races in support for Biss. Brad Schneider withdrew his endorsement of Biss in the gubernatorial primary.
Yeah, but Brad Schneider himself is kind of a dipshit.
This is back. I mean, this is 2017. This was like, I remember covering this story at the time. Like, it was unfucking believable. If you go back, you'll find probably my tweets, at least from back then. But it was unbelievable that Israel interfered in the gubernatorial primaries. Israel interfered in the gubernatorial primaries in fucking Illinois because the lieutenant governor's positions were
No. Oh my God. He's so 2026 fucking like, no, you don't remember that story because no, you're missing. No. It wasn't Israel getting involved, dude. No, they found quotes of him saying some shit that was pretty much in line with Holocaust denial. Hassan, dude. As I said, man, there's not going to be This is actually going to, I can already, this is going to fracture
their
the
goals
fucking
in American politics. Like that, this is the degree of interception and interference that
this is bad.
Palestine,
like this is awesome. Great. Great.
Advocates have been
calling it right now, dude.
Dealing with for decades in this fucking country.
Holy fuck.
That's why it takes a lot.
If he doesn't fucking reflect on this and just be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. When election time, when the primary comes up, we need to win this. I should probably talk to Daniel Biss since I platformed Kat Apicuzale.
For me to get truly black-pilled in this moment. Okay, that's why.
I'm a nihilist now that things didn't go my way. I'm a widow baby.
Why I'm still not black-pilled in this moment. Because many of you are utterly oblivious to how things used to be in American politics.
2028.
Okay? This is what I'm used to. I'm used to Israel interfering in the lieutenant governor pick in the Democratic fucking primaries of the gubernatorial race. Do you understand? How can I be fucking black-pilled when in this day and age, all of those very same people are now saying, oh, I would never take money from Israel. What do you mean? I would never take money from Israel. They feel the need to at least lie about their affiliations with the state of Israel. And yeah, Schakowsky was already a progressive liberal, so Biss will most likely be more of the same. Not a brave voice on foreign policy, but will vote for M4A type stuff. Yes. Schakowsky.
Actually, no. He's also like staunchly anti-war.
Was really old, but she was one of the more progressive congresspersons in general.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you fucking have your finger on the pulse of Illinois politics.
I thought that there was a real room here for growth and a real opportunity.
The thing is, they just, what pisses me off is they act like Hassan's actually acting like he's somehow, you know, an expert on this, but he doesn't understand the basics. And then, of course, people will fucking, like, you think that the trolls in chat are bad? Just wait until the Hassan brigade, like, starts coming after me for, like, these types of opinions. Like, could you imagine?
To make a true anti-Israel play, but it didn't.
Yeah, not exactly. I mean,
work out, it seems. Cat is so young and home.
I'd talk to him. I would definitely, you know, I watched some of his content, and I'm just going to say he's good at this as far as, like, the streaming aspect, and he is entertaining. But holy shit, sometimes he's just a fucking moron.
Almost no name recognition. Apex still had to throw millions at the racist dauber. Her future was incredibly bright. I mean, yeah. How do you?
Yes, Biss tried to run for the People's Party like a decade ago. That was the first election that I voted for him in.
Live without dark money.
Because I wanted it. It felt great in a primary to vote for a third party, and honestly, it was the God, wait a minute, you just remember. That's why he wears the purple, because he was technically the purple party.
Seems like you don't.
Because he didn't want to be part of the Green Party.
Oh,
yeah. One of my favorite things he said was that he couldn't be aligned with Jill Stein.
12.
And I got to say, I really appreciated that.
In earlier.
Fixin' pizza, relax,
I think this has gotten a little closer, I think, since we first checked in, but my memory isn't what it used to be here, but about 60% of the vote in Kane County, and then we're waiting on DuPage. I just said DuPage.
It'd be interesting to have one of these podcast bros parachute into the R district, run a guerrilla campaign. That'd be fascinating, right?
DuPage County, we're waiting
Maybe she
on.
can improve her foreign policies. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, Hassan, why aren't you moving to Paw Paw, Illinois, dude? What are you doing? Or Streeter?
Her foreign policy is utterly
I think there's like 700 people in those towns.
irrelevant in this race. Please stop. Things that become drama in the tiny, marginal, utterly irrelevant fucking corner of the internet that we occupy.
You voted for Biss in the primary race when you went. Yeah, so did I.
Is not a part of the decision-making process of like Evanston voters.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do. You know what? I'm gonna be marking on my ballot, voting for Daniel Biss come November.
And fucking Illinois suburbanites. Okay, you're just wrong. You're wrong. You're totally wrong. It doesn't mean anything at all. Like if I were to hold together every single person that voted, I could maybe find 10 total people who all most likely voted for Kat Abou-Ghazaleh that have heard about her positions on fucking first striking China or something. Like you guys don't understand. Normies don't.
I mean, it was a bad position.
Don't give a fuck about that.
And you know what? Now she has room to grow for her next election, so she doesn't fuck that. I mean, that's just one of the many. Like, dude, the fact that they're hyper fixating on that instead of the substance of why she lost.
Stuff. If anything, they probably would.
You mean the overconfidence in the, going for the youth vote? The overconfidence in her national exposure over her exposure to the actual constituency.
Like it when they be like, oh yeah, it's like,
yeah, that had nothing to do with it, man.
Defending Taiwan, I think that's a good idea. Like, you have no idea what
I
the
was
average.
right. You guys know that, and I'm definitely gonna fucking toot my own horn on this one. I was right about this. I was right about her going on Hassan and how it wasn't going to move the needle in the way that she needed it to.
Voter is interested in and what the average voter is tuned into. You know who does, though? Motherfucking Israel. That's precisely the reason why, if you look at all their ads, like in...
On top of that, Biss can at least notice that because of all the support that Kat got, that he can work to take up some of her positions and hopefully find more support. Yes.
In the Malinowski race...
It's also, we have to hold him to that. Like, that's my big thing. I'm going to hold his campaign to a lot of this.
North Carolina, they were laser focused on ICE. They were laser focused on how Tom Malinowski was not sufficiently anti-ICE in an anti-ICE race. And that's why Tom Malinowski lost to Anna-Lilia Mejia, who rose to prominence as the pro-ICE, or as a true anti-ICE candidate, sorry. Or not North Carolina, sorry, New Jersey.
Evanston won't even let you
my
pull the
brain is
parking lot
fried.
if they don't
Sorry.
know you.
They found 14,000 extra Chicago votes. Okay, I voted for Biss, but the primaries between an incestual Kennedy, a billionaire, or Bernie endorsed candidate. We got lucky with JB. Oh, you're talking about in the gubernatorial race. In the Illinois gubernatorial race, right? That's what you're talking about. Hassan. As someone in Chicago, not in Illinois 9, I honestly don't feel like she has a chance. Her campaign is propped up by a national audience outside of her district. That's you, other chat, saying you're not Illinois 9. Yeah, I don't think this person is in Illinois 9. I think they're in Illinois and they voted for Biss for governor. He's saying he voted for Biss for governor, not for Biss in the primaries that are happening right now. They're not in Illinois 9. They're in Illinois. On the ground at Kat's campaign event, as results for Illinois 9 show, Abou-Ghazaleh trailing Biss by nearly 5K. Supporters are nervous, with one saying he's not feeling good by the results and noted that so many candidates were splitting the votes. Meanwhile, on the ground, one group's...
This splitting the votes thing, again, the fact is, she came in from fucking Texas at the last minute. Like, well, okay, last minute. That's not fair. She was one of the first ones to register. Okay, you know what? I'm going to walk that one back. But 2 years ago is when she moved here. And she wouldn't have moved here if it wasn't for her boyfriend buying the fucking Onion.
Said they were still remaining optimistic.
You know, how she's poor.
And hopeful.
Also, not acknowledging that, some of that LARPing as, like, working class, when it's like, dude, no, you grew up in a pretty privileged family. You had a good political turnaround. And again, like, it would have been nothing had she just owned some of it. But she really did. Like, she would get, like, defensive about that shit. Like, God forbid you mention her boyfriend.
Politics,
or her husband, or whoever the fuck he is. We don't even know.
You would have to be mad to pay attention to it, but you are foolish if you don't.
Half of the fucking websites say husband. Half of the websites say fiance. The other half say boyfriend. I don't know.
Do you know what Biss was running on? Boilerplate.
But yeah, you know what? You cannot put the carpetbagger moniker on Biss. Everybody in this district knew who Biss was.
Progressivism.
Especially who was paying attention to, like, this, at this point in the political season, they knew who he was.
Kind of critical of Israel, but not necessarily.
Let's make sure that we do realize Kat was running against Janet first, and I anticipated that this would hold. I don't know if anyone expected Jan to retire.
For the suburbs to pay attention
I'm
to
glad
and
that
like,
she did,
but not so critical that it actually genuinely...
I doubt she would have won that. No, she wouldn't have won against Jan.
...threatens Israel's position in Congress at all. Like, Daniel Biss will be another one of these guys that will vote along with the pack and will, make his condemnations about anti-Semitism whenever a Democrat actually speaks out of turn about, like, how this is Israel's war that we're waging. He'll vote for defensive weapons for Israel.
Like these professional live streamer. Every other word.
I think he's. I think he's more progressive than
bad words.
Schakowsky, but he's not. He's more progressive than Schakowsky, but like they will be the middle of the pack, closer to the top as far as like, progressive candidates. I believe he refused to call what Israel was doing a genocide. It's just he's just going to be another one of these like bullshit ass progressive candidates. Give Jan Schakowsky some credit. Hassan, she wasn't bad at all. No, I'm not saying that. Schakowsky was one of the more progressive.
We have so many onions planted right now, man,
especially unique because she was like 850 years old. Okay, no, not like
without Kat, would Simmons have been competitive against Biss? Yes.
AOC is far more.
Yeah, because he would have gotten the money to run his campaign, and he had a great fucking platform. It's his record that really speaks. It's the fact that he has been super effective in our state's politics. So he, again, with a better microphone, he would have gotten a lot of people. But now we'll never know. We'll never know. I just hope that Kat doesn't make this about her.
More progressive than Schakowsky.
Without Kat, yes, Simmons would have been competitive against Biss and probably would have captured more votes. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, dude, he's been a resident of the district his entire life. That does matter. I know that to some people that are just like, we're young, and it's like weird that you guys are so like hell bent on just being like, oh my God, they just like moved here. Like they didn't even go here. It's like, yeah, no, a lot of people do feel that way because the thing is you have to kind of live and be part of a community to understand that community. So why in the fuck should we just hand you the keys to our fucking community when you don't even know us?
This is also the most Jewish district. That doesn't mean anything. The youth vote.
Thanks, Pep and
She's
Kat.
22 on the spreadsheet.
Serena.
What is this? Is this like the...
You're welcome.
I can't... It's not loading for me. Congressional Democrat left tracker. It's not letting me load it up. I work with Jan. She's a very lovely woman and beloved here in Illinois. Her endorsement meant a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Serena knows.
I can see that.
Yeah, no, Jan, you will be hard pressed to find anybody that has anything bad to say about her.
Yeah, the
shit.
Story, of course, of tonight is that AIPAC didn't spend a single dollar on ads about Israel in these races, but if their candidate wins, they will say it was because voters love Israel.
Or I voted for her.
Everybody
when I first
also
moved to the
knows it's
district.
bullshit, but it doesn't matter. But if you're constantly confused as to why, like the overwhelming majority of the population is anti-Israel and the overwhelming majority of politicians are not, this is the reason. Okay? This is the fucking reason. This is how it works. They go into your race and they dump a fuckload. They literally prop up as primary challengers and they dump a fuckload in their direction. Or
yes, once Jan endorsed Biss, it was pretty much done. And then he had Elizabeth Warren come in and do his campaign stops. Serena, did you hear that like Elizabeth Warren was at his last two like major campaign events and one of them was canvassing?
They literally come after you with attack ads. They undermine election. They undermine your election. And Democrats see that and they get fucking terrified. So next time, someone from the Israel Advocacy Networks.
Yes, it does matter that it's a Jewish district. Lots of conservative Jewish residents.
Calls them to.
Yeah. Again, love how Hassan finger on the pulse this
Tell
one.
them, don't say anything about Israel. They listen. This is how it fucking works. Okay?
Actually, there's a lot of progressive Jews.
Oh my God.
I'll say that much. Evanston, yeah, it's like a very progressive Jewish caucus.
Natasha Korecki, win or lose tonight, Kat Abu-Ghazali still faces federal indictment. Not familiar with the other candidates other than Kat. What are the major differences between Fine and Biss? No, Fine is fucking awful.
No, Fine is... Yeah, she literally popped up at the 11th hour where it was just like, wait, who the hell is... And then she's like, I've been a senator, blah, 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 blah. I'm just like...
Fine is...
I like barely know who you are. And then she's just like, well, I'm the candidate that you should choose. And then just boom, she was number 2. I'm like, that's weird.
Directly backed by AIPAC. Biss courted AIPAC, like sent his policy papers to AIPAC. And AIPAC was like, no, you're fucking...
Dude, even I don't hold that opinion.
Too much of a liberal Zionist. That's not going to happen because he is.
Like I said, I can give credit where credit's due. He's good at what he does, but this is what sucks. His audience goes to him as like a political authority, but he has no authority here. Like he doesn't know, like this sucks to say, but he legitimately does not know what he's talking about here.
Like, I mean, Biss is a fine run-of-the-mill progressive liberal. The only reason why was
Hassan would honestly, it would benefit him to really like either have Dan on or have Kat get behind get her support behind Daniel Biss's campaign. But I don't know, man. I'm seeing the opposite here. I'm feeling the opposite here. I'm seeing the writing on the wall that this is going to split the vote again.
The only reason why I was
where I have a lot of people just stay home because this wasn't their person, and then he took AIPAC money, but I'm not gonna be part of this. It's just like
pushing for Kat in this race is because Kat is anti-Zionist. Biss is not.
Fucking bunch of I'm an activist.
Do you understand? Kat is anti-Zionist. Biss is
I
more like a
withhold
Brad
my
Lander
vote.
type. And Donna Miller cleaned house.
Like I said, man, one of the harder things for me to do is just admit that, Kat was the more progressive candidate that would have better opposition to Israel in its current form. And I was when I voted for her, I walked out of there not feeling great because immediately the first thing I thought about was fucking Fetterman.
DMFI, Democratic Majority of Israel's Donna Miller,
I'm just like, God
defeated
damn it.
Jesse Jackson Jr.
I
in
hope
Illinois
that
too.
I didn't
so that
just
was
vote
actually
for
a big
Fetterman,
ass win
'cause
for Israel.
I started thinking about the Republican money that she got caught taking, because that is true.
That one was an actual win for Israel.
And then her fucking response was, "That's FEC.gov." I'm like, that's where you source all of your information on Daniel Biss right now. Not the point I would have used.
And this is also another win, most likely for Israel as well. They fucking cooked.
She has to show up to do that and be able to play ball.
Is not going to make it.
And like I said, just her bitching out of the Tara Palmieri interview, that was strike one. Strike two was when she she personally fucking bailed on me. Strike three was when she bailed on the campaign event.
Illinois 9.
That's when I got
on
really
Illinois 7,
pissed.
Melissa Conyers Irvin is down. Melissa Bean
But
is
again,
leading, and Donna Miller won.
God forbid me being a content creator from Chicago, me have an anti-cat position. Trust me. Do you think that's the really weird part here? Because you actually probably nailed it. They probably blacklisted my email, and they, I'm not even kidding. I have a feeling that they would just be like, "Oh, he's one of those paid,
on in
those
Illinois
paid
2.
ones."
Yeah, this is only 20 precincts left to report in Chicago, Illinois 9.
She has really strong grifter vibes, unfortunately.
Precincts have
Yeah.
already reported there. The door is closing for Kat. It doesn't look too good.
One thing about getting a younger person into Congress is the thought that they have a much longer view than the fossil currently there. Fetterman is one
Not
of those.
looking great for him either. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe there's a sliver of hope here. I think there's still a story on how AIPAC is very vocally interfering with elections, and that will resonate with voters who are tuned in. No, it won't. You want to know why? Because
Thanks,
AIPAC is
soon.
fucking.
Hey, man. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate the
destroyed in the
engagement
Democratic
here.
primaries
Oh, shit.
already. Candidates that were wonderful. Cory Bush, Jamal Bowman. AIPAC
thank
has
you for
done
being
this
here.
so many fucking times. And guess what? It seems they still got the motion.
Subscribe to the
It's
channel if you
virtually
have not
impossible
already,
to
so you
fucking
can come on
overcome,
back and enjoy some more
the
content
Israeli
and
triangulation
conversation.
in American elections, especially when they dump Senate-run
Also,
levels
hit
of
that
money
like
into
button,
a fucking
folks.
Democratic
Let's get
primary,
there.
dude. Like, it's just an unlimited money faucet. They're fucking insane. That's the real story. The real story is they dumped $21 million into fucking 4 House Democratic primaries. 4. Where do we go from here? You know, it's just so unbelievable how undemocratic this shit is. Not a word of Israel was mentioned in any of these fucking races too, but they know where to make the biggest impact. AIPAC is so hating, they started endorsing their opponents so they'd lose. They dump money into Dem primaries, and if they lose, they dump it into the GOP candidate against them for the general. Yes, that's how it goes. NBC calls Illinois 2 for Donna Miller over Jesse Jackson Jr. and Robert Peters. Miller, the pro-Israel candidate, winning 41% of the vote. Robert Peters, the anti-Israel candidate, in 4th place with over 11% of the vote. Social media isn't real life. See, this is why they do it. They spend,
but that's true. He's not wrong there.
Tens of millions of dollars on these races. Everybody fucking hates Israel, okay? But it doesn't matter. They can just go, see, the pro-Israel candidate won. Oh, really? Were they running as a pro-Israel candidate? No, they weren't. You were just dumping tens of millions of dollars in ad spend without actually fucking, they are right. No, they're not. We will never win. They are right. Man, shut your bitch ass up, dumbass, stupid ass, baby ass, loser. Fucking comes in here, learns about Israel literally last week, has incredibly fucking radical opinions about it, and immediately the first sign of final defeat, you can't even interpret the situation, that's the landscape that is shifting.
Maybe YouTube's doing something with the algo again. Even the non-political guitar stream I watch has not been getting pushed.
Our fucking feed. Yeah, no,
I definitely saw. I saw something happen.
Shit, dude. AIPAC is one of the most. The Israel.
I at least know that my engagement is it's organic.
The lobby
That's
is
cool.
one of the most powerful fucking institutions in this goddamn country.
People
the
either
fuck are
love
you
me or
talking
you
about?
hate
The
me.
very fact that they have to spend $20 million alone is already a profound accomplishment for the anti-Zionists that are running. You know, look up the history. I mean, fuck them, but prove your shit talk. No, it's only stupid bitches that fucking come in here and say shit like that, defeatist ass bullshit like that. Yeah, lay down and die, I guess. You know, let them fuck democracy up the ass. That seems like a good idea. No, there is no. The idiotic assumption here is that like American politics hasn't dramatically changed. We're waging war with we're waging war with Iran at the behest of Israel.
Oh my God. Tell me you did not. Okay, that's it. You got to go. You literally just deleted that fucking video, you asshole. Oh my God. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. My fucking cat stepped on my my keyboard. Yeah, keyboard cat, but the wrong type. Son of a bitch, where'd it go? Oh my God. You gotta be fucking kidding me. What the hell, dude?
That yeah, lay down and die, I guess. You know, let him fuck democracy up the ass.
Kitty made an executive decision. Oh yeah, he just did.
That seems like a good idea. No, there is no. The idiotic assumption here is that like American politics hasn't dramatically changed. We're waging war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Americans fucking are disgusted by Israel. AIPAC doesn't even mention Israel one
cute little shit
time in any of their fucking ad spend, and put a boatload of money into all
totally derailed stream. That's okay. And
these fucking races, only to turn around and have their media outlets like Jewish Insider, right?
You see you?
Make this seem like a massive dub, and then the exact same thing will be channeled by CNN too. Jake Tapper will go on television and not talk about the fact that $21 million is unconscionable in the Democratic Party primaries, but instead will turn around. What?
Some cats purr to soothe their owners. Pep's cat turns Hassan off.
Can you explain the AIPAC funding source again? You touched on it briefly, but didn't fully grasp it. Is it literally just the subsidies we send to Israel? No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of fucking rich Americans.
Anti-cat and took it personally.
It's a lot of rich Americans that are singularly focused on making sure that America's aligned with Israel unconditionally, and they give tens of fucking billions of dollars, unlimited money to AIPAC, and then AIPAC turns around and just fucking opens up the goddamn money faucet. Yeah. Yeah, bipartisanship or Republican meddling. AIPAC's biggest source of GOP donations in Dem primaries. Yeah, donors from the Republican Party will flood in unlimited funds to pro-Israel candidates by way of AIPAC.
There you go.
And then when the pro-Israel candidates don't win, they dump unlimited funds to the Republican in the general. Yeah, Israel has become so toxic among Democratic voters that AIPAC is now operating clandestinely. AIPAC, the pro-Israel group, becomes a major issue.
That's hilarious. He turned Hassan off for Pep's mental health.
In the Democratic House races, several groups with ties with the pro-Israel group have spent at least $20 million
and it just canceled the video.
Primaries. They can't even run as a fucking openly pro-Israel pack. And you guys are over here being like, it's over, it's lost. No, they have to do this clandestine bullshit because Israel is that fucking toxic. Go ahead.
Now you want a Pepsi? Me too.
Keep fucking democracy. Keep fucking democracy. Weird. Eventually, the people will revolt. That's it.
Not even a soda drinker.
What are you gonna do? Put us all in fucking jail? You're gonna
all I wanted was
dump
a Pepsi.
Every American that hates Israel in jail? Good luck. Eventually, it's gonna get to a point where this contradiction is gonna be impossible to contend with. I think we're close to it right now, which is part of the reason why they have to do all of this crazy nonsense and reroute. Yeah.
I accidentally mixed Dr. Pepper with my iced tea, and I don't know if I can finish
Donna
it.
for Congress, Israel. AIPAC scores a surprise win in Illinois, too, as Donna Miller takes down former Representative Jesse Jackson Jr. Donna Miller didn't bring up...
That's essentially what that just turned into, prune juice.
Israel at all. So why is that a victory for Israel? Israel is openly saying, we're fucking your democracy, okay? They want candidates
You have to ask yourself why you use the word hate for Israel. The fuck is wrong with you?
Do loyalty pledges in private to Israel.
I don't speak for Hassan. I'm watching this, and if you've watched even a little bit of this stream, like if you go back 5 minutes, I was shouting at the top of my lungs, disagreeing with the asshole. So just understand that even though I may be politically aligned with him on most things, I do have disagreements. And I can also just look at this with nuance and go like, yeah, no, this is also part of the problem.
It's fine even if they don't come.
I've been saying this pretty much since like people started getting a little anti-Semitic.
Out and publicly.
No, it sucks that Israel has to Israel as far as like a nation and do what they're doing and all that. But yeah, if you're actually like doing this where you're hating just Jewish people as a whole, fuck off.
Say anything about Israel. As long
I know plenty of Jewish people that are not for what's happening in Gaza. They're not for this war. They're not for the state of Israel as it currently in its current form.
As long as that vote remains, as long as they are.
I feel like too many people are online brain, and they realistically, this is the problem with like their isolation is they don't know if like half these people probably work from home, so they don't go out very much, and this is like the limit of their engagement.
A reliable pro-Israel vote, they're fine with it.
I've been working since I was 16 years old in different fields, and I've met so many fucking awesome people that are completely different than me.
And now Donna Miller will be another reliable
I've also met some
Israel vote.
shithheads that had
And
really
people
bad
will consistently come in here and go, Hassan,
I've met some
I don't
shithheads that had good
understand it.
politics. I've met all types of people.
Hassan, this doesn't make
think
any
that's what does
sense.
it.
Everyone I know hates Israel. Why is my Democratic Party that I
How the fuck do you know the answer to everything? I don't claim to.
voted for
I'm a fucking commentator on the internet. When did I say that, Lewis?
my whole life?
I just think I'm right about this because I'm in the know with this one. Again, I know more about this than Hassan does because I live in the goddamn district. And guess what? It's almost like I'm a fucking sidekick. I called this shit, and I called it almost by the numbers.
Voting for Israel.
So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Why are they not doing enough?
Online Brain was a friend who looked up Blue Sky and thought that Cat had it in the bag because of the support they saw.
Opposition towards the Republicans that are seemingly moving this country in the direction of war with Iran, specifically at the behest of Israel. Why is that the case?
Yeah, even when you work with shitheads, you got to work together. Exactly.
This is how it works.
So you got to find like one of the better, like I have a situation where I have worked with a real shithead, like real MAGA shithead that like he would occasionally bring it to work, but he had enough talkings too where it's just like, okay, so we know your politics, but he likes Batman. He likes comic books. So that's what we would talk about.
I've been at this game
it wasn't like I could just not engage with the guy
at this point. Okay? I've been at this game for a decade plus. It is what it is. Like, remember how in this chat after October 7, and remember how much things have changed, okay? Like, this used to be the most common thing that I heard in this chat. Hassan is a terrorist sympathizer. Thousands and thousands and thousands of messages like that one flooded in here every single day. Now, if this person actually went out in public and was like, dude, I think Israel is the best country on the planet, and all of the people who oppose Israel are terrorist sympathizers, they would beat him with hammers. Okay? They would
Pokemon saved me when trying to talk to my nephew. Yeah.
If he were to say shit like this in public, people would be like, fuck off.
Yeah.
He knows that. That's why he can only get away with it right here. That's why he can only get away with this shit. Because we've won. Because
also kind of admitting that it's like, yeah, so you get it. Like this guy's an online brain moron. So you kind of get it, right?
We align with the truth. We've won the public conversation. Spokesperson for the Oxalic campaign tells me that they're still very much in this, and the campaign is still waiting for more results to come in. I mean, it's just not. It's most likely not gonna
it wasn't viable.
But do you understand?
At that point, that was cope.
Find a perfectly good on-paper candidate who got filleted over her AIPAC assist. First candidate this year who you can argue lost over that issue. She lost. Better just say something while people are paying attention. State Senator Laura Fan's campaign tells Evanston's Now Jeff Hirsch that the Glenview State Senator will not be making any statement tonight. She's lost. Better say something while people are paying attention. Illinois 7 looks insane. The vote splitting among progressives. Dude.
It's not vote splitting. Again, dude, these candidates spend months of their lives canvassing, doing all this, and we don't live in a ranked choice system. We also live in a system where what are they supposed to do? Abandon their campaigns in January? Like, that's how this works. You have until January 14th to just say, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to do this, because you just get the vibe that it's like, yeah, I have absolutely no shot. But you know what? No, that's not what happened.
I don't even want to know what happened.
Fucking again, 15 people ran in this district.
Here, Ford had the retiring Danny K. Davis' endorsement. The progressive endorsement still in danger zone thanks to the big PAC spending for Conyers Irvin and weaker progressive splitting the vote. I don't even understand what the fuck took place here, dude.
No, Josh, I understand that, but it's like we need to get a little bit better with that. Like, the optics of that isn't great. And I don't think that we always want to constantly put ourselves in a position of having to explain ourselves with that.
We need ranked choice voting right now. It'll never happen because Democrats know they'll never win another race ever again. If there's ranked choice voting, literally the most leftist candidates will win every single fucking race. Democrats know that, which is why they will never allow it. It's never going to happen. But, you know, ranked choice voting would have delivered this victory most. Actually, I don't know.
So maybe shut the fuck up.
With Illinois 9, I don't know. You could have had a lot of.
Again, I'm enjoying watching Hassan cope. Like, this is kind of fun. Like,
you could have had a lot of fine voters go.
Like, I had way more at stake.
To
oddly enough,
this as well.
But
it's not.
It's because that he does put like so much of like this. I know all about this. I like the fact that he acts like he's an authority on this when in reality, specifically on this race, he never was.
Looking great for Junaid right now, but I'm hoping for him. He needs to win against the DMFI candidate. Yeah. Exclusive. A group of billionaire and business titans held a Zoom video call on April 26th with Mayor Eric Adams, pressing him on the send police. Titled Israel Current Events. The chat eventually expanded to about 100 members. The chat log shows more than a dozen members of the group appear on Forbes' annual list of billionaires. Others work in real estate, finance, and communications. The chat includes former CEO of Starbucks Howard Schultz, Dell founder, CEO Michael Dell, hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, and Joshua Kushner, founder of Thrive Capital and brother to Jared Kushner. So is Cat done? I mean, it looks like it, yeah. Fuck you to Bushra, Amawala, Senator Mike Simmons, and Mankilo Yasmin for putting your own egos in the good of our country. You deserve to be blacklisted from politics. I mean, it's not going to happen. Everyone needs to fucking calm down. Okay? But
we'll
yes, that is a problem.
Yeah, we got to do that.
It's totally fucking.
Because I want to do Avatar, and then I'm thinking I might do One Piece, like at least the live action series.
Congratulations to Rep. Delia Ramirez for securing the Democratic nomination in Illinois 3rd. Posters need to fucking calm down. You think people are going to be rational about this? No, I don't think.
Why? Why not? Why can't you be rational about this? Like I said, dude, it's fucking politics, man. And the fact that you're going to sit here and cry at Cat not fucking winning because you kind of get the gist that it's like, I thought, again, you're janking here. You're janking off. You're janking yourself off, Hassan.
So I think a lot of people.
We're so popular. We're populous. How come we're not more popular? It's APAC. It's got to be outside sources. It has to be. It can't just be organic. It can't just be people not thinking exactly like me.
We'll get a lot of people are not used to taking L's, and being a leftist is about taking L's gracefully and learning from.
Yeah, you don't really do that though.
Those lessons.
This is where I'm saying, like, if it kind of comes across as almost Trump.
I think a lot of people got it in their minds that like the real democratic process thrives in this fucking dumbass country, and they're wrong and stupid for thinking that. You just have to literally be super careful all the time. You can't make any mistakes, and it'll take time for you guys to understand. Unfortunately, for many people, they'll get black-pilled from this experience, and they'll go, "Oh, it's over. I'm done." Right? It's over. I don't believe in democracy anymore. And it's like, you're gonna have to get used to this. Okay, you're gonna have to get used to failure after failure after failure. Yeah, DSA was functionally non-existent 10 years ago. It was like comprised entirely of 85-year-olds. Why are you guys so in love with electoral democracy?
Yeah, but the other thing is you're not focusing. Dude, this is why I do hate this. It's not like Hassan's working on bolstering the fucking DSA. It's not like he even tried to pressure the DSA into going and supporting Cat. Like, that was one of my main questions is why was Cat not endorsed by the DSA?
Who the fuck cares if Cat wins? She wasn't going to tear down.
Dude, for real. Like, the fact is, man, this is lazy. And this is where, like, a lot of people are right when they call it out. Like, this is lazy. It's so much easier when you're just like, oh, dude, we got this based-ass candidate that, you know, she does the social media stuff. She doesn't even do things like, you know, get commercials and try to cater to the older people in the district, even though all our data says that most of these people are actually older in the district. Let's ignore that.
Bourgeois democracy, you guys are pissed. Take up arms and take over your police station.
Fucking
Okay,
hate,
dude. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. It's not.
Dumbass.
It's not about overtaking bourgeois democracy through
Goddamn, dude.
Through the electoral process.
This is how I talk to the MAGA chuds and chat.
That's never going to happen. But it is about building a movement or actively trying to move.
This is how he talks to his audience that, like, for the most part,
move
agrees with
the
him.
country's politics in a much better direction. Paul Noley for securing a Democratic nomination in Illinois 16th congressional district, standing against genocide is a good policy and good politics. Mike from PA says, 4 years ago, a candidate like Biss winning would have been a sign of the left rising. The fact that he's being challenged by some, even after tens of millions of dollars being spent in the race, is insane. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. I think for a lot of people,
Yeah, that's a good take.
the issue is every
I
leftist
don't
and
even
progressive
like
and
Mike
their
from
brother
PA.
is
That's a
running
good
in
take.
all these limited urban and suburban primaries when they should try to run in ex-urban districts and bring these politics to rural USA or working out who runs in that district and secure support. I agree. Bizzle, a lot of these people aren't old like you are. Okay? You're an old ass. Okay? So you understand.
Yeah, and a lot of people aren't young. Dude, you're not even that young. You're almost middle-aged, Hassan.
And
Jesus Christ.
What American
17-year-old brain idiot.
American politics used to look like for the working class not that fucking long ago.
This is coming from me, and I have fucking Pokemon plushies in here, but grow the fuck up.
A lot of you are young or only recently started paying attention to this kind of politics. So for you, this is like a devastating defeat. You don't have the capacity to understand how unimaginable of a change that has taken place in American politics, where you can have a Palestinian 26-year-old run and almost unseat a established, relatively progressive guy like Biss. It's just
unseat.
It's not even a question. Zoran's got everyone's hopes too high.
You mean just beat?
Cat is not the candidate Zoran was.
Because he's not a dude. Again, this idea like, oh, he was the establishment kind
of. No, he's not the constituency.
Hassan, the grizzled veteran.
No, that's not. Everyone needs to stop thinking this is going to be like Zoran. There was things in the.
Did he talk to anyone who actually votes there? No.
This race that.
No, he tried to do this thing where he was just like, I bet that you people aren't even from Illinois 9th. But no, nobody. I don't know. This was one of those times where I was thinking about it, like kind of tagging him, but I'm not a fucking clout chaser. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have energy for that shit. So honestly, yeah, next time that somebody needs to be an expert on Illinois politics, yeah, somebody should just kind of tell them, just like, hey, there's this pep talks guy that fucking actually knows what he's talking about.
Made it a lot easier than Zoran's race. And obviously no one has the same fucking ground game that New York DSA has. Y'all are being crazy. Working Families Party and DSA New York City were able to basically dominate the ground game. No one else comes anywhere near that. Brad Lander has something to say about AIPAC's influence.
Hold on.
Tens of millions of dollars in super PAC money flowed into Illinois primary race, crypto, AI, and dark money PACs that hide where the money came from. AIPAC spent $22 million through shell PACs and never even talked about Israel. Sadly, we're going to see it in our primaries as well. My opponents support AIPAC money. I don't. Dark money erodes public trust in our democratic process. That's why I passed the strongest local law in the country, so donors have to sign their names on IEs in New York.
Devastating defeat. Did anyone in that chat canvas? All they did was post.
Yep. Time to get dark money out of politics.
Yeah, that's all they did.
Even if
they literally went based off vibes.
Cat doesn't win, Apex Fall will come through them having the.
Meanwhile, yeah, I would have actually like gone out and door knocked for her had she not treated me the way that she did, and that's on her. Again, maybe that's a reflection on her as a person and her campaign.
Race in order to keep their candidates in play while smaller races go towards true left candidates. No. AIPAC has unlimited funds. It's just a matter of who they fucking focus on.
Yeah.
Zoran ran through DSA. Cat didn't.
Yeah, that's why she lost, though.
That was a difference that was maybe needed. We need to be aware of going forward.
That's
no, you're
right
also
there.
thinking
honestly,
that,
if people like say that
New
AIPAC
York
is the reason
DSA's,
that
operations are similar to any other DSA around the country, that's not the case. Come on, you know that better than anybody else. New York DSA is a different demon with 14,000 members now at this point. Unfortunately, the other DSAs around the country are nowhere near at the same level of seriousness, including my our own DSA in our own backyard.
Yeah, Hassan, how do you you know what you do about that?
DSA LA.
Jesus Christ, you actually have a platform. God, this is what drives me nuts. He acts like he has me level of fucking engagement where he
right.
What do you mean? Nobody knows who I am.
Chicago DSA.
Fuck off, dude.
DSA is fairly prominent, but
he probably averages at least 1 million, right? Between platforms. Like, what the actual fuck?
It's not the same, you know? It's
he has
not
way more
Chicago
followers
DSA,
than the DSA does.
Initially,
Like,
if I'm not mistaken.
Dude?
Well, I don't know if they actually endorsed Brandon Johnson, but Brandon Johnson was a DSA
yeah, they did.
Candidate. Like, I mean, he was in the DSA. Chicago isn't that bad. They can make a difference. They got those members by running races. You want to fix LA DSA? We need to recruit candidates. Yeah.
It's hard work. But that's so hard work. God damn. Wow, we actually made it all the way through that. Yeah, I gotta say, man, that shit. Here, you know what? Take a little break for a second. Oh, decompress, and then we'll get back into the news. Man, if I haven't already welcomed you to the show, welcome to the show. Appreciate y'all hanging out today. You are enjoying the content, or even hate watching the content, and you guys want to come back for return engagement, consider hitting that subscribe button and also hit the like button, because, yeah, why not? See, affiliation pays and recommendations. What? I don't even know what you're talking about. Kat did exactly 2 Western stops from January through March, and one of them was a tandem campaign with the 52 Dem Republican candidate who ended up polling at 33%. Yep. No, Serena, you get it. You honestly, you get it. Like, you understand. Like, I think that we saw the same shit where it was just like, oh my fucking God. Like, when I was looking at her campaign stops, the fact that she was purposefully not going to certain areas, I was just like, well, that's not great. You know, what's up with that? You know, she had all the fucking time in the world to spend at Broadview to make a name for herself with the fucking ICE protest, which, honestly, man, like, I want to believe that she was there, like, and cares, but there's just so much that she didn't answer for. And then anytime you had a critique again, it was not ever a legitimate critique. Now in retrospect, I am kind of like glad that, you know, now I can be like, yeah, I voted for her and she lost. So now it's on her to fucking figure out why she lost. I just don't want to see her fucking like her and these, you know, the Hassans and the people that really had a lot invested in this, apparently. You know, not that they fucking live in the district. God. Again, actually, you know what? I just thought about that too. Like, dude, I have so much more at stake than any of these assholes. You fucking kidding me? Oh, well, this just makes the progressive movement look bad. It's like, yeah, it does, actually. But, you know, it also makes the progressive movement look bad. The fact that she can't just admit, like, hey, you know, I wasn't able to squeak this through, and it had nothing to do with the AIPAC smears. And that's fucking lazy. If they constantly fucking say AIPAC, 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 that's honestly as much as a red flag to me than, you know, the fucking dark money, fucking super PACs, blah, 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 blah. Complaining again? That's all you ever do? Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, my kitty. Funny enough, I'm actually not complaining. I don't know why I'm even engaging with it, but I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not. I'm actually pretty happy right now. Anyway. Yeah, it is kind of interesting to just be like, to see how many people were really invested in this, at least like emotionally. Like, but I also think that it's so fucking disingenuous to fucking sit there and just be like, oh, yeah, the voters, not once did he talk about the voters. Not once did he bring up what we felt, what the constituency, did he even look up what the constituency's made up of, and where we, how we have a very pretty, aging demographic. This is why I kept bringing up, okay, let's keep focusing on the TikTok vote, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Doing an autopsy isn't complaining, it's lamenting the dead. He's a fucking asshole, whatever. If you vote on feelings and emotions, you're a complete idiot. Politics isn't for you. Yeah, I didn't do that. No, I spent months looking at these people's campaigns and realizing, okay, so on paper, this is the person that supports everything that I'm about. I want socialized medicine. I want a better social structure. I want to tax billionaires. I don't want to be in this fucking stupid war. But you know what? She didn't pull it off. But Daniel Biss is also a guy that I feel like will do all those things. And he'll answer for those things. The big one is the sanctioning Israel one, where I was just like, ooh. I didn't pick Harris, dumbass. You know what? Fuck off. Get out of here, bro. I've had enough of you. I've had enough of these assholes that they put their understanding of what online politics is on me. I don't need to fucking answer for Kamala Harris. Dude, I'm not a fucking Democrat. Get fucked. Oh, hey, look at you. Get out of here. I honestly, I'm over all of it. As far as these assholes, get the fuck out of my chat. Where Harris? How do we suck our way out to the top? Oh yeah, that's exactly what she did. That's not just doing the blatant chauvinism. Do you have a substantive critique? Anything about her policies that sucked? No, it's all about the optics. Her laugh was creepy. Fucking child brain morons. Best perspective grading range as a rep is between C and a B. Maybe even, I would say A-. No, I'd say it's an A-. Dude, I thought, Serena. Jesus, I keep saying Kat. So Serena, I think I told you, but if you weren't here for it, I had a 45-minute discussion with Biss, not just his campaign, with Biss. And he was really nice. He had pretty good answers for majority of the questions. My last one just happened to be, because I didn't want to ruin the interview too early, was how do you feel about sanctioning Israel? And he was a little long-winded on that one. It's just oh, that wasn't a yes or no. Ugh. Damn it. Or I think I even put it would you vote to sanction Israel? But Stinky Pete. What up, dude? Oh, God. But like I was also saying before these idiots came in here, yo, I'm all for having different perspectives in my chat, but some of y'all don't know how to act. Just if you're coming here to do your fucking trolling bullshit and not have conversations, and not give counterpoints or any of that shit, what are you doing? Really? Can Trump read? Yeah, he can at least do that. I mean, he has this stupid fucking teleprompter. I've had multiple discussions with this. I'm not unhappy he won. I think he can be worked with, and mainly I'm happy that he knows who I am on site too. Oh, that's cool. Wow. That's pretty fucking awesome, actually. Hey, you know what? I'm excited. You know what? Yeah, Serena, keep me posted on some of the campaign stuff, because I'm interested in this. I agree, no trickle-down economics. I am a Democrat, but agree with a lot of what you say. Trump is the worst president ever, and that leader of Israel, too. Yes. Brian Coates. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. I just try to be honest. I'm not I'm not a Democrat in the way that everybody fucking likes to, just lump Democrats together. I'm not. I am technically, way farther left than a lot of fucking Democrats. I would put myself in the, staunchly in the progressive side of the party. But also, yeah, because I am, I do believe in the DSA. I don't know, man. They got to get on their shit. They got to stop playing this game of fucking. They're lazy as shit, and they're doing the fucking. Oh, we'll make our way just handing out literature on the fucking platforms of the L. Yeah, cool. Not getting any candidates together, not actually building a coalition, not showing up to any of these electoral events with the Democrats, not trying to fucking broaden your base. Like, that is so fucking stupid. They're not gonna, no, you're not gonna replace the Democratic Party with under 5,000 followers. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm almost, I'm fucking more than halfway there with my fucking YouTube community. That's almost embarrassing. Although, I think that I'm underselling it. I think that we just recently got close to 20,000. Democrats pro wars. As Republican, they're all both conservative party. I mean, yeah. There's literally fucking war hawk Democrats. There's no question about that. They're paid for by the fucking, if not the AIPAC lobby, then they're, the war machine. But, yeah. Hegemony. Name one thing that Trump did that you like. Bob, I actually like how he rescheduled marijuana. That was cool. I mean, I kind of wish he would have legalized it. That would have actually been one thing I'd just be like, all right, hey, I gotta admit it, base, but he was just short of that. But that was good. That was fine. There you go. Obama fought war. Him trying to limit prescription pills prices, but then this is the problem. If you go based off what he says he does, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you could theoretically give him credit for, but the problem is he says that he does a lot of things that when you actually look into it, he didn't do. Like lowering drug costs. He hasn't done shit with that. And Trump RX is it's allegedly a scam. So I don't know, man. Where's the Trump phone? There's just so many of these things where he has proven time and time again that he cannot be trusted. So no, you rescheduled it so they can patent cannabis make it legal for everyone else to make and buy. So blah 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 blah. It's a money grab. I understand that, but no, I understand it's a money grab. But dude, listen, the guy asked if there's something that he did that I can just say I agreed with on the small scale. That is one that I can agree with. Holy fucking Christ, Jesus Christ, the sexism is thick today. Yes, it is. Democrats pro wars, or is the original professional, whatever anyone would have you believe. Okay. Trump could be he could be, but I don't believe in the Antichrist. I don't believe in any of that shit. I think that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy over and over and over again. I think that Hitler was the he was like, not even proto. He was like just the Antichrist of that day. So, that lobby or whoever, they can just keep fucking believing. Like, oh, you're going to use the book of Revelation. Look, it was prophesized. Yeah, It's a problem with prophecy, especially old-ass ones that haven't, they tend to come true over and over and over again without anybody actually seeing that at that time, they thought it was happening to them. Guess who never showed up on his fucking winged horse? But then they just kind of go, oops, let's move that goalpost again. Someone in the industry for 20 years, it's bad, just saying. Dude, I understand. I get it. I get it. Ay, ay, ay. Jack, I know exactly what you mean. Jack, I live in Colorado. I can only vote on local and state propositions, never for people. Why? Oh, wait. Are you a felon? It's a metaphor. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the stuff. All right, here we go. Here's the unredacted. Goldman
Mr.
unveils
Speaker, I rise
unredacted
today
file
to
that disputes
discuss
everything
this
Trump has said about
administration's
Epstein.
massive cover-up of the Epstein files in order to conceal President Trump's involvement. This cover-up reached its apex last month when Attorney General Pam Bondi falsely testified under oath before the House Judiciary Committee.
Okay.
The Attorney General testified, quote, there is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime.
Neither side
Everyone
can be
knows
trusted.
that,
Whatever.
unquote. This is a lie. In the 3 million or so documents that the DOJ has disclosed to Congress under the Epstein Files Transparency Act,
all I see is
there is credible evidence that Donald Trump committed a crime. And that, of course, excludes the nearly 3 million pages that the DOJ is refusing to turn over. Donald Trump is mentioned thousands of times in the Epstein Files. There are multiple allegations that he sexually assaulted young girls. But I want to focus on one victim's allegations that the FBI unquestionably found to be credible.
A little bit.
The DOJ tried to hide reports of 3 of the 4 interviews that this victim gave to the FBI, but pressure from the media and Congress forced them to disclose them.
Inflation's not at 2%. Check that again,
And
dude.
now we know why. She credibly accuses Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her when she
also look at the projections.
was between 13 and 15. In each of her interviews, this victim recited the same account of her interaction with Donald Trump. On August 7, 2019,
with this war
she
going on, dude,
explained
it's going to
that
only
she
get
was
worse.
between 13 and 15 when she was left alone with
Can't
Donald Trump.
gaslight an entire population. You know what? You should have learned this from Biden. You cannot gaslight an entire population just by saying economy's good.
Something to the effect
Good
of,
luck with that one,
let me
Pierre.
teach you how little girls are supposed to be. Trump
Keep making
unzipped
the
his
number one
pants
mistake that cost
and
the
put her
Democrats
head
the
down,
election. Seriously, keep doing it.
quote, down to his penis, bit the S out of it. Trump struck the victim and said words to the effect of, get this little B the hell out of here. The victim advised that she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. She provided some additional details in the next interview 2 weeks later, and then a month later, she met again with the FBI.
The fact that the
and asked,
FBI
quote,
was just
what
like
the point would
over
be
and
of
over
providing
again.
the information at this point in her
Amazing
life
cancer.
when there was
Hey,
a
thank
strong
you. I
possibility
appreciate
nothing
it.
could be done about it. She didn't speak to the FBI
Bobby
again.
MC,
But the FBI certainly found her story credible. In a 21-page PowerPoint presentation that the FBI made to prosecutors, they included this victim's testimony. They would not have done so if they did not find the evidence credible, which means that Attorney General Bondi lied when she stated under oath that there is no evidence that Donald Trump committed a crime. But we're just scratching the surface, because the Epstein files also reveal that Donald Trump has made false statements over the past quarter century about Jeffrey Epstein. We know in 2002 he called him a terrific guy and said, quote, it is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side.
Tried to super chat, it said decline. It went through.
In a birthday card, 2003, that Donald Trump gave to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday, Donald wrote for himself that we have certain things
My cat thanks you. The cat and the dog get treats anytime that you...
in common, Jeffrey. Enigmas never aged. Have you noticed that?
donate. But
A
also,
pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. But in that same year, Palm
you for
Beach
the,
County
kind
opened an
donation,
investigation into
Bob.
Epstein that eventually was turned over to the FBI. The investigation became public in 2006, and the Palm Beach County police chief received a call quickly after from Donald Trump, where Trump told him, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. What innocent person calls the police chief about an investigation upon just learning about it? The recent documents also show that Jeffrey Epstein emailed Ghislaine Maxwell and said,
finally debunking this shit.
Quote, I want you to realize that
All you
the
have to
dog
do
that
is read the
hasn't
goddamn
barked is
files.
Trump. Redacted victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Trump also denied that he ever went on Epstein's plane. But of course, the Southern District of New York said that he was on his plane 8 times, often with young women. The reason why this matters is because we don't have half of the Epstein files. And if the Attorney General is covering this up in such a degree that she is redacting things from Congress, that she then, redacting things from the public that she then shows to Congress, what else is she covering up? And I would just show that this document here was redacted to the public, it was unredacted to Congress, and it completely disputes everything that Donald Trump has said about Jeffrey Epstein, about what he knew about the allegations, about his disgusting behavior, about whether he'd ever been to Epstein's
Gas was 420 by you?
house, saying I may have been there with my wife. Asked if any young girls were there. No. He may have had children of guests, but that's it. Well, we know that's not the case. Now, why is this important? Because if the Attorney General is covering up this information that she then reveals to Congress, what else is she covering up about Donald Trump's involvement in the Epstein files? I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain.
Fucking, that was awesome. All right, we got some highlights from the Tulsi thing. Here, give me 1 second. Oh shit, what time is it? Oh damn, dude, I gotta get going soon. I'm only gonna be on until 7, so here, I gotta kind of prioritize here. Give me 1 second. Stand cam can go off for a second. Alrighty, do we do the Tulsi thing? Mark Werner. Here we go.
All right, let's move on to the embassy in Baghdad.
And then we'll do
really
the Piers Morgan thing.
Footage coming out of Iraq yesterday. Let's put B1 up on the screen. Maybe, Ryan, you can...
Pep, I'm heading off for now. Have a great rest of the stream. Thanks, Natch. I really appreciate that, dude.
What people are...
Propaganda tonight? Yes, there is a propaganda tonight. Just so you guys know, it's going to be kind of Terminator timeline-ish. So I did a deep dive into the updates on the Epstein stuff. And there's a... You know what? I'm not even going to bury the lead. You guys will have to tune in to get the latest on what's going on with the Epstein files. And yeah, it is an exclusive hour. So just know, still new content, but it's not live. So if I do not answer your chats, that is why.
So you're seeing a lot of footage emerge out of Baghdad where regular people are on the streets are capturing these incredible kind of air battles between the green zone air defenses and the drones that are coming mostly from Iraqi militias. And as you see there, that one wasn't stopped. And you saw a massive explosion inside the U.S. Embassy compound there. So these Iraqi militias were empowered by us during the 2003 invasion. Iraq is a Shia majority country. And had been run by a Sunni dictator, Saddam Hussein. When we toppled Saddam, we then allowed the political rise of the Shia population, which is very closely aligned with Iran. Iran sent its own kind of forces and support into Iraq. They were saying at the time, ironically, because you'll recognize this reasoning, it's better for us to fight them there than to fight them here. Very American argument.
Yeah.
We have to fight them in Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iran so that they don't fight us here in New York City. Except when our politicians say that, it sounds absurd because it's like, they're not fighting us here. What are you talking about? Now, there was 9/11, but they're otherwise not invading the United States.
Well, I mean, the great irony is that as you create ISIS comes out of the post 9/11 Middle Eastern conflicts and very intentionally takes the fight here.
Or they inspire people who take it here, yeah.
Yeah.
And so the Iranians felt like this was a way to stave off an attack on Iran, was to keep us bogged down in Iraq. And I guess it worked for 23 years. So all of the strategists inside Iran who were forecasting that the U.S. and Israel were intending to attack Iran at some point, and so we need to stave that off as long as possible. They've been shown to be correct there. Our kind of occupation of Iraq was expected then to enable us to project more power, throughout the region. We built one of the biggest embassies, the Green Zone, in the world in Baghdad. We can put up B2 here, and so the Iraqi militias have this very ripe and nearby target that they have always threatened. Like if you hit Iran, the big strategic vulnerability that the U.S. has always had is what you're looking at right here. This is the Green Zone, and so this is an Iraqi drone that they published this video of them flying for something like 2 minutes, kind of uninterrupted, throughout the Green Zone, using using communications that are unable to be jammed because they're so close. Like Iran couldn't do this because they're too far away, but because the Iraqis are right nearby, they can just do this. And then those drones go in and they hit whatever they want to hit. They have kind of free reign, and so you're seeing like massive explosions and huge risk to whatever service members or Americans are still there. A lot of them obviously were evacuated, knowing that this was going to happen. And meanwhile, the U.S. attacks continue to be completely insane, or the U.S. and Israel, once we should do B3 here,
Yeah.
and put up this. So we start the war by hitting a girls' school, which if you looked at it on a satellite image, you could see chalk on the, you could see purple chalk on the near the playground. You could tell it was a school. It was marked on Google Earth literally as the school that Google Earth had the name of the school on there. Now we've hit a boys' school that's called Shahed Khomeini Elementary Boys' School.
Again, dude, why is it okay for us to do that? Like, what is it about the American psyche that allows you to just hear that these kids died in this strike and not be outraged?
In Shiraz, Iran. And people are like, how did we do this again? And Shrita Parsi points out that Shahed is in the name of the school. Hopefully we're not hitting it, everything named Khomeini.
Yeah.
But Shahed is a very common name, but commonly used word, but it's the brand of the drones that Iran sells to Russia and Iran is using to hit U.S. bases. So the most logical explanation here is that an intern or AI or a combination saw the word Shahed and were like, oh, haha, we found one of their factories. Let's bomb it. And instead, they bomb an elementary school. Reminds me of another one Trita flagged where they've been hitting all of the different police
Well, that's great.
headquarters that
So
they can
we
find.
bombed a school because someone's just that much of a fucking retard. Great.
They bombed in Tehran a thing called Police Park, which that's just the name of a park.
Yeah.
It's like trees, benches, grass. And then we dropped a massive bomb on Police Park just because it's labeled police.
Schools are closed.
Yeah, where are the pro-life
right now, so
people
that's
with this
the
one?
silver lining here.
Right. So, you're right, because the girls' school was hit before they understood they were getting attacked.
It was right away. Yep.
Yeah. Which, again, for all the people who said Iran hit it, Iran wasn't even firing yet. Because Iran, we started the war, and then Iran responded a few hours later.
Immediately, it was ridiculous.
And it was only one side was firing. We're like, it must have been them.
Yeah. Ryan, there's this website article we wanted to talk about too before we can put this up on the screen. The political uncertainty, as you all write about, in Iraq right now is hanging over the conflict. Break this down for us.
Yeah, so
it's AI
for people who
controlling it,
followed the
apparently.
kind of Iraq war 20 years ago, remember the name Nouri al-Maliki, who was, something of a U.S. ally.
Yeah.
We always had some. There was always a little, he wasn't a curveball or whatever. He wasn't like a total American plant, but he was a American ally. But
this guy's lying out of his ass
because there is some actual democratic.
Then how come we keep catching the U.S. government lying to us about this, and you have nothing to say about it, dude? Get the American flag out of your ass for just a fucking half second.
Pressure and expressions in Iraq.
There's nothing worse than the fucking, never criticize the country or the president or nothing. I don't criticize nothing. I don't know how to think for myself. I need my daddy Trump telling me exactly how to think and hate the libs. Fucking.
As they're actually, anyway. He is responsive to a lot of the anti-American hostility, and so he's become less of a reliable ally.
What up, Diego?
Than
Good to see you, man.
the U.S. would like in that place, because the U.S. is like, hey, wait, if we do a war, we install people, they're supposed to then just do exactly what we say. Because we don't seem to acknowledge that Iraq is an actual democracy in the sense that they have elections.
Oh, we acknowledge it.
Well,
that was our mission being accomplished.
Because every day I'm told that there's only one democracy in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Every time I'm like, wait a minute, didn't a whole bunch of Americans die to make another one? What about Lebanon?
Why'd you do all that in a Joe Biden voice? Oh, no, Jack.
Because they can't ever form a government. They have another election.
Not as good as this one, gotta say. Joe Biden, not as popular as Donald Trump. Trump is more popular than Biden ever was.
Another election. What is that? Why doesn't that count? Is that not the Middle East? Anyway, never mind. Well, the only democracy is the one where half the population isn't allowed to vote. So
I do still find it kind of funny, and I had to do a deep dive on this one, that we don't have any video of Biden literally nodding off like that Sleepy Joe, but we have so many videos of fucking Trump just sitting there in a cabinet meeting, just be like,
we're now in the place where we're destabilizing Iraq to a very significant degree.
We've roughly been in that place for 20 years, but yeah.
As someone who works in the industry that provides North America with their food, it's scary that people don't realize how close you are to starving due to the inability to produce your own food. Yep.
Re-destabilizing, I guess, would be the...
Yeah, and then we have our water also being taken from us, and then we are also being sold, not increased electricity, and then that water, too.
The word for it. You've got Muqtada Sadr, who was a powerful Shiite, is a powerful Shiite cleric.
Find it.
Was a key figure, key nationalist figure.
Find it
during
and
the
timestamp it.
kind of insurgency against the U.S. occupation. And he has been encouraging, again, the Iraqi population to
It's one of the rare times that I used AI to just be like, all right, find this for me. They
Sunni and
couldn't.
Shia lines, not to understand
how
who
that
the
works.
enemy is, and he means the U.S. and Israel.
Sleepy Don.
Sistani, who's another major figure, kind of the
Sleepy
maybe the
Don
most revered
needs his
Shia
diaper
figure,
changed.
both in Iraq and
I took
Iran.
a drumpy dumpy.
Issued a fatwa
Come here,
of sorts
Bam. Bam. I
that
got
didn't go
something
all the
for
way
you,
to
Bam.
saying that all Shias ought to fight, on behalf of Iran against the U.S. and Israel, but kind of got very close to that. And so this is, we lost thousands of American lives and spent trillions of dollars as part of this strategic play to take over the Middle East. And the place where we did it is not remotely kind of reliable for us at this point. And you continue to have these crash landings where you've got refueling jets flying over Iraqi airspace, and then the militias are firing at them. It's already an impossible task to try to refuel a jet. Just the idea of that at 500 miles.
What is it about him being there with Emily that gives him the negative riz? Because other interviews and other times, he doesn't have
An
this.
hour or whatever you're going and trying to refuel a jet.
They're the best.
He knows how to
And then
make
you've got
compelling
then you're getting
points and
shelled
not
from the
just
ground.
completely lose
So we had
you
one
to
crash.
just the droning, the NPR-ness of him.
We had another one do an emergency landing recently. So yeah,
Everybody that was lamenting NPR, I was just like, did you actually listen to NPR? Just not Tiny Desk. That's where I'm at. I'm like, oh, we're gonna lose the Tiny Desk sessions, but
it's not good for us.
Emily is a
There's a real
singularity. She really is.
Poetic tragedy to the side-by-side in Iran and Iraq right now, watching the prior experiment in nation building, which this president condemned. I don't even need to say this, it's so obvious. You don't actually have to explain it. But watching that experiment
knows he's
continue
being
to
watched
crash
here.
and burn while you've just started another experiment, that's that's fueling the continued spiraling of the prior conflict. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it really truly is.
And let's make it worse.
Yes.
Let's put the next element on the screen. This is a Guardian report. UK security advisor attended US-Iran talks and judged deal was within reach. Ryan, this reminds me of some of the reports we got early in the Ukraine conflict
great.
as Naftali Bennett, who then retracted his claim, and others would say, listen, these negotiations were really close, but the US didn't want Zelensky to make a deal earlier. This actually kind of reminds me of
Dude, you can say it all you want, man.
this.
We just had fucking record turnout at a fucking primary election yesterday. You should be worried, bro.
Yes, the difference here is
really
that there's
should.
still some reasonable debate over whether or not.
Unless Trump actually does something to cancel these elections, I don't think that you're going to be laughing or feeling as oh, the country's winning.
Putin was serious about, and
because if you were winning so much, how come the Republican Party and Trump himself aren't exactly popular within the country? They might be popular in your small circles.
was actually willing to
dude.
go through with, even if the U.S. had said, okay, we'll take it. We'll
You understand that the Democrats, with their fucking almost I would say that the Democrats are even less popular than Trump, but they're somehow going to pull it off.
accept all these terms.
Which is beyond me.
I think
Where I'm
he
just
probably would
wait a
have
minute.
been. But there's some reasonable debate about whether or not he would have been. It really isn't reasonable debate here. And one thing this Guardian reporting makes me proud of the drop site reporting that we did in the run up to the war, because what I've always tried to make our North Star is to tell people things in real time when they're still actionable.
Yeah.
Rather than doing the really impressive
The fact that you had to call me little boy, that just tells me that you are so fucking scared, dude.
TikTok reporting about what happened in the past.
That's such
All
a
right,
point.
when it's too late.
bro.
Yep.
And
That's all you got,
in the U.S. media, you
Have
get
fun.
so much of and the UK too, get so much of the
Postmortem.
here's what postmortem
Someone's
stuff. I
worried.
don't want the mort. I don't want that.
Pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem,
reporting
so
is
that
the
you
goal.
don't mort.
Proving that you're
That's the
not
whole
by
point,
fucking
right?
coming in here saying,
to give people the
"Nuh-uh."
information. So Jeremy had a piece where
then just being like,
he didn't use the word surprising.
triggered
It was unbelievable, I think was the word that was used to describe what
all
the
they got.
Iranians were offering in these talks. And so what the Guardian is reporting here is that Jonathan Powell, was one of the top Britain's national security advisors, sat in on the U.S. and Iran talks, and they write, he quote, judged that the offer made by Tehran on its nuclear program was significant enough to prevent a rush to war. The Guardian can reveal Powell thought progress had been made in Geneva in late February, and that the deal proposed by Iran was, quote, surprising, according to sources. And so he's saying, we heard unbelievable, he's saying surprising, that the concessions, and we also heard.
Didn't Trump say that about the Bushes when Trump was a Democrat, that the dumbest thing that the president could possibly do is start a war in the Middle East?
Yep. They were making would like be
Oh, dude, you could use so many of his own words against him.
and surprising, etc. to like the 2015, 2014 Obama era.
He knows that his
negotiators they-
base
that Iran-
literally has the fucking attention span of a goldfish, so they're just like, he's just like, you know what? They're not going to remember, and they don't know how to use. They don't know how to use the Wayback Machine.
went far beyond what they had offered previously.
Hassan Orbiter. Yeah, right.
And
I have a feeling that you missed the first hour or first 2 hours of the show.
instead, they went nowhere. One source said,
Trust me, I don't do myself any favors trying to
that there
get
was, quote,
into
widespread concern about
Hassan's
the
good
US
graces.
expertise on the talks represented by Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy on several issues.
Eventually, I'll just be on my little island.
The Guardian is reporting here what we kind of already saw in public, that like Witkoff and Kushner didn't really know what they were talking about and didn't understand.
I'm an RN, just had a patient with breast
blame them for not
cancer with both
understanding it. I
breasts.
wouldn't.
Tell me ivermectin will cure her cancer.
You're supposed to
What
have
the
a
fuck,
technical
random, I
advisor.
know,
So this
but
guy
literally
brought a technical
speechless right
advisor
now.
with him who would translate to him like
Mel Gibson
what
said
all of
so.
these things
Literally, these are the people that they listen to, is people like Mel Gibson, and it's all because they need confirmation bias from like to just be told that they're smart.
mean.
They know they're dumb, but they just want somebody to just be like, "Oh, hey, you're smarter than your average person. You got it. You figured it out. You figured out. You know what? You broke the matrix."
And Witkoff, whenever he would go out and publicly talk about things, he would say like
It's kinda
industrial
sad.
grade. And it's like, well,
That's
what
also
is it?
why people like tend to like go find religion right around
There's
then.
no such thing as industrial grade. Like that's not even a word that people use. Weapons grade.
Mold.
I think that's what you mean.
God damn it.
Like so, what it really fueled was the idea that they were just not
All right,
remotely
you get
serious
credit for that one. That was pretty funny.
about reaching a deal. That they were just going through the
I'm here to mock you,
motions.
loser.
And so
You're not doing a very good job.
Well, so is some of that then crossed wires, or because I mean we don't know what Witkoff and Kushner would have agreed to if they.
Some of these guys think that they're good. Like, I bet this guy's just like, dude, I roasted this fucking lefty on YouTube.
Had been accurately informed, I suppose.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's an impossible.
But maybe they were
counterfactual.
told, forget it. Like we're not actually making a deal, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They quote a Gulf diplomat in the Guardian saying, "quote We regarded Witkoff and Kushner as Israeli assets that dragged the president into a war he wants to get out of." That might be a little generous to the president. Like their assignments, if they were serious about the
Poor
talks,
Emily.
find somebody who
Just gets
understands
ripped off.
nuclear physics and the nuclear industry, they take notes. They sit next to you.
She
they take
does it to
notes,
herself.
and then you talk about it later.
Mhm.
But as you hear Witkoff talk about it now, like you're like God, because he'll say things like, "They told us they have 11 bombs, and they're proud of that." And the Iranians afterwards were like, "We didn't say that. We said we have a certain amount of material that's 60%. You know, that's at 60%. And it could go higher and make bombs, or we can have, we can dilute it if you'd like. We can have
Dude,
Russia take it. Like
that doesn't
we're willing
surprise me that
to-
they're
this is what we
literally
have,
breaking it down
and
for
we're
them.
willing
They're
to
just
then-
like, no, and
you
here's the
suggest things,
science
we'll
behind
suggest
it. They're
things to
like,
make it
you
so-
have 11 bombs. It's like, no, we don't. You do. I just said it into the public, and now they believe it.
You feel comfortable that it doesn't get weaponized.
So this Guardian report pops the same day that, as we covered earlier in the show, NATO basically says, no, we're not doing the Strait of Hormuz thing. Not
They
happening.
could do anything else, but they're here being losers.
Which
Yep.
may have been intentional. It may have been a strategic
As I
effort
said,
to kind
I
of
never hate watch
explain
someone
or
like
to
that.
flesh out the reasoning without, explicitly saying, we were there. And
Like, you know what I don't do? I don't go to other people's chats, especially of like streamers that I don't agree with, and like have discussions about how much I disagree with, the audience or the streamer.
we thought that this war never
I
had
have
to happen,
better
that
things
there
to
was
do
actually
with
an
my
achievable goal on the table that probably would have been better than war, whatever the end of the war actually
Oh,
looks like.
wow.
So that's actually possible. It's the reason this is popping in the Guardian.
Could be,
and
yeah.
possible it's
He's really somber today.
explains. There are all kinds of explanations
I'm
for
actually
why.
kind of surprised that Ryan didn't tweet about the cat thing because,
NATO
like,
countries might-
again, Cat. They tried to insinuate like Ryan somehow had it out for Kat.
I don't want to get involved
When
with the Strait of Hormuz.
in reality, all he did was challenge her the way that you would any other fucking candidate.
But
every time that she got asked a hard question, she stares like a fucking deer in headlights.
Yeah, no, it certainly could be. Also, like, there's no military solution.
Gotta
really.
say, man, I hope that
Like,
she
if there was a
takes this
military solution-
time, like, if she's gonna continue to be a candidate or like to be part of the Democratic Party in like these election cycles, then she needs to figure out a lot about herself and where she's going with her campaigns.
Solution to it, the U.S. would be able to carry it out on its own.
I gotta
this
say,
is-
man,
let's put
like,
B6 on the screen. The Washington Post report from John
the
Hudson.
worst thing she could possibly do is try to blame the voters or like the media cycle or AIPAC for her loss. She needs to like genuinely look at herself.
Yesterday, senior Israeli officials have told U.S. diplomats that Iranian protesters, quote, will get slaughtered if they take to the streets against their government, even as Israel publicly calls for a popular uprising. According to a State Department cable, not an anonymous source, a State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post. It's very significant, Ryan.
Yes, and B8 kind of backs that up. If we can put up this is a drop site report from last night. As Israel calls for an uprising in Iran, besieged militias vow to crush opposition to the state. So that's sort of backing up Israel's claim so the security services in Iran are signaling very publicly at this point that they're going to see protests at this point as insurgency, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That there were several days of
the 5G thing
protests in December, January. Or early January.
Dude, they said we'd all be dead. They said that anybody that got the jab would be dead within a fucking certain amount of time.
With a very hands-off response, and then by like the third day or so, there was this massive crackdown. As the Iranians say, like the Israeli infiltrators, Mossad, etc., started firing at security forces. They fired back. Either way, there was a couple of days where it's like, hey, if people are upset about the currency crash, we're going to allow these protests to go. And then at some point they didn't. Now they're saying forget it. Like, the second that there are protests, there's going to be a crackdown. So this is a rare case of kind of Israeli intelligence and kind of Iranian public statements aligning. So there was supposed to be some protests last night. It wasn't much. Didn't seem to be much that materialized. And you can imagine why. Like if you're, it's clear that it would be very difficult.
Pretty pissed too. All he got were boosters. You know what's funny? They don't talk about the people like my brother. He was an anti-vaxxer. He got COVID at a Trump rally in Florida. So that's just kind of funny in itself. And then he ended up getting long COVID so bad. By the way, he was at the point where he was playing like college baseball. Yeah, he had to quit playing baseball. He can barely make it up a fucking flight of stairs without getting winded to this day because, yeah, that's what long COVID did to him. But yeah, sure.
To mass that amount of people.
Don't want to talk about that.
Even as the Israelis are bombing, they're bombing the heck out of besieged checkpoints and others.
Energy supplies in UAE.
So now Iran is retaliating against energy infrastructure. There's been this alleged dispute between the U.S. and Israel, where the U.S. has been telling Israel not to bomb Iranian oil infrastructure, or they hit it anyway. And their argument was now Iran is going to bomb all the Gulf oil infrastructure. But now Trump is out there. They hit Karg Island, but they hit parts apparently away from the infrastructure on the island.
After, of course, Brian Kilmeade instructed the president to do this on Fox and Friends. We covered that last week.
Yeah, go ahead. And the Iranians keep saying,
here's this place, Oil Island.
Yep. Then the Iranians keep saying, if you want to take Oil Island, please make our day.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Putting thousands of
the war effort is so funny.
American troops on one little island where the Iranians can just fire at them from three directions.
Someone so lame be such a fucking ghoul and not even realize it.
Would be just a military catastrophe.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
Nah, on that one, I think I'm going to refrain from that. Sorry. All right. Piers Morgan video, and then, yeah, we're going to kind of start wrapping up the evening.
MAGA is dead. It is deader than dead, and Americans are furious. I've been a loyal supporter of the president for almost 20 years. I consider him a dear friend, and I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president.
This is the riskiest thing Trump has ever done in politics, bar none. The only reason that I'm not freaking out now, I say I'm not freaking out until week 6. He said it would take 5 weeks. I'm going to freak out on week 6. For now, I say let him cook.
I'm announcing right now on your platform another invitation for Ben Shapiro to debate me. You gave him space. You platformed his views. You gave him time. And all of that was not enough for him.
Might be tempted for a bit of a transfer to the uncensored empire. Do you fancy joining us? Politics should not be the first concern when it comes to matters of war, but the potential consequences for President Trump are severe. The midterm elections were already looking pretty bleak before a single shot was fired. Now voters are glued to their screens, watching the US spend $1 billion per day on a war they mostly oppose at a time.
Again, here's the facts, guys. Inflation was down to 2.4%. It is expected to rise back to 2.6%, which is then expected to rise to 3.1% if this does go into its 6th week into the war. And this is the stuff that will not just be able to be like a quick fix or of an executive order or a tariff order or any of this shit. Now he's really in the shit.
Instead of the economy.
Like even the Russia, not putting the sanctions on Russia, and then he made the announcement for Venezuela, which I already thought we had their oil people.
Is their foremost priority.
Dude.
A president who returns to the White
he's
House
throwing
with such
everything at the
energy and
wall, and he's
optimism
starting to realize
could well
he
leave
is
it as a
panicking.
lame duck, and he may well be impeached again. It's one of many reasons why some of Trump's most fervent supporters are so openly upset that he's supposedly reneged on his peace ticket pledge. And no matter where you stand on the conservative media food fight, the shifting balance of power is objectively remarkable. Senator Lindsey Graham and commentator Mark Levin, both former never-Trumpers who are currently declaring a holy war, are back in. Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, among others, are frozen out. The president wrote a lengthy and passionate tribute to Levine this weekend after Megyn Kelly said that Levine's inflammatory rhetoric is the result of what she called his micro-penis. Marjorie Taylor Greene has just responded by saying that MAGA has been destroyed by micro-penis Mark Levin. And Tucker Carlson, who of course campaigned for Trump and was beloved by the administration, now suspects the same administration is trying to lock him up.
So the other day I found out that the CIA is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war. They read my texts. So the crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of a foreign power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere. I'm not too worried about an actual criminal case against me for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm not an agent of a foreign power, unlike a lot of people commenting on U.S. politics.
What if they have some made-up evidence against you there, Tucker?
In global affairs, I have only one loyalty, and that's the United States, and have never acted against it.
I'm very confident.
This morning, an Axios reporter said that there is no CIA investigation into Tucker Carlson, but that hasn't stopped the court of social media convicting him of treason, with Attorney General Laura Loomer suggesting he could face the death penalty. Meanwhile, tensions over the religious pretext for supporting Israel in the war continue to boil over, as do the accusations of anti-Semitism levelled at those who oppose it. Many normal people doubtless find all this exhausting. The bad news is that, much like the war itself as it stands, there's no end seemingly in sight. We've got an excellent panel patiently standing by, but we begin today with Carrie Prejean-Boller, the former Miss California, and Trump ally who was just ousted from the Religious Liberty Commission. Well, welcome to you, Carrie. I think it's your first time on Uncensored, so I welcome you to the show. What is your view about this? Because I've known Donald Trump a long time, and I'm struggling to not see this attack on Iran as potentially the biggest miscalculation of either of his presidencies, simply because it is going on already much longer than he indicated it would, and there's no apparent easy off-ramp for him now, and it's causing a lot of damage economically, politically. You know, militarily, America is superior, but even there, they're sustaining losses. And there are many people, even in the most fervent MAGA part of his support, who say, look, this guy campaigned on no more involvement in foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East. What is he doing? Staking everything on the biggest war imaginable.
I know, like, the most diehard cultists will never be moved, but there's a bunch of people that voted for Trump that was their last straw. I have a friend that he finally just walked away from MAGA. Said he's like, I can never do this. He did kind of say, like, yeah, I can't ever trust a politician again. I don't intend on voting. Like, he's just disaffected of politics altogether.
Thank you so much for having me, Pierce.
That's
I've been a loyal supporter of the president for almost 20 years. This goes back to when I was 21 years old and I was Miss California at the Miss USA pageant. And I've known him. I consider him a dear friend. And I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president. I think that we are an occupied nation. I think that a foreign country has occupied our government. And we are seeing now that this president of the United States of America is being influenced by a foreign government. And MAGA, let me tell you right now,
that's what they're
MAGA
hoping for.
is dead. It is deader than dead, and Americans are furious. We do not recognize...
This is coming from a MAGA. This is literally coming from MAGA themselves. So what? This isn't the left. This is literally somebody that is friends with the
obviously,
president.
the foreign government you're talking about is Israel. And, Marco Rubio himself said before he then did a complete reverse ferret on it, as we would call it over here in England. He said that the reason America preemptively attacked Iran was because Israel, he didn't name it, but it was obvious who he was talking about, had indicated they were going to launch an attack and that the Iranians may respond against American interests, which seemed a very convoluted reason for American forces to be committed. And they then, under huge blowback, tried to pretend he hadn't said it, but we all heard what came out of his mouth. And then we heard Antony Blinken, one of his predecessors, say that Netanyahu had tried to persuade both Obama and Biden to do the same thing by saying, I'm about to attack Iran. And when they said no, he then didn't attack Iran. And so, you know, many people share your misgivings about this. Notwithstanding that, the polling still shows pretty strong support amongst the MAGA base for Trump and this attack. So how do you explain that?
No, I do not believe that one bit. I talk to MAGA people all day long, every day, and the everyday average American is absolutely against this war, and they know that the only reason why we are even in Iran right now is because of Israel. We see Benjamin Netanyahu coming to our country more than any other foreign government, any other foreign nation. He's been here almost 8 times. This is embarrassing. We are the United States of America. Why are we allowing a foreign country to occupy our government? And now we see, I was removed from a Religious Liberty Commission because I dared to speak out against Israel. It's no longer a conspiracy, Pierce. What Israel wants, Israel gets. And we're witnessing that. And I'm telling you right now, MAGA is dead. And we will not vote for one more politician who lies to us and says, oh, we're going to drain the swamp and we're going to not get involved in foreign wars. Trump has betrayed our country. I mean, and he has betrayed
he did
MAGA.
just break a lot of trust.
And people are livid.
Yep.
I mean, what is fascinating is to see how...
Whether they're... I'm not sure. This is where, like, when I see this and I talk to my friends, like, dude, this is where the online shit really doesn't match
how
up.
split the conservative right is.
Like, God
now
damn.
in America, in a way I never
These
imagined
people that are
possible.
just like Dean here.
You know, I remember you on
like Dean. I can't even like trust that this guy Dean is real and not just a fucking paid Russian bot.
Miss California thing. It was a story at the time, and I remember
holy
all
fuck,
that going.
man! It seems like a lot of people are just jumping ship.
I was a judge on America's Got Talent. I'd just been competing on Donald Trump's inaugural Celebrity Apprentice show. I won it. That's when I got to know him. So, I remember
the
all
alternative is actually looking forward to the future and adjusting your party. This is what the Democrats are learning right now.
Period.
And trust me, it's a hard lesson that you're going to have to learn too.
And what is fascinating,
at some point, your daddy is not going to be there, dude. The Mac attack is coming.
To 2008-9, the idea that people like Megyn Kelly,
cholesterol, do your
Taylor
thing.
Greene, Tucker Carlson, you and others would be so against what Trump, a Republican president, is doing.
I don't know,
would have
man.
been unthinkable.
I'd be worried when somebody like her is saying this shit.
How do you think it's come to this?
It's not for me to worry about.
Well, we witnessed what happened from the very beginning. We saw that Marjorie Taylor Greene was
The
called
only reason
a
that
traitor.
you're even reacting this way is because I think that like, dude, this is what I mean. This is what I mean about the whole, like, this is the online. It's only online.
President.
I don't see anybody
we're
enthusiastically
seeing
supporting Trump anymore, man.
Trumpers, Pierce. Never Trumpers like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Mark Levin. I mean, these are never Trumpers who were not by his side back in 2016. And now he's siding with these people and calling true MAGA supporters traitors. He's, but what you realize is that the most free people are Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, all fired from the mainstream media, all fired from either the president or mainstream media. And now we're seeing that they're the most free. They're not owned by big corporations, big politicians, big donors. And so we're free and we're speaking out. And it's important that everybody wakes up and realizes that this country is not a free country any longer. It's very, very sad.
Fucking real.
And what is fascinating is watching people like Ben Shapiro, even coming after people like me. I've always got on pretty well with him. He's come on my show a lot. I've been on his a lot. And it only began his
There's not a
attacks on
politician
me
from California that will ever be president again.
consequence of me becoming more critical of
Someone's scared of Gavin Newsom, which, ew.
the Israeli government, not of Israel as a country, not of Israeli people, not of Jewish people, but actually direct criticism specifically laid out against some of the actions of the Israeli government, which I believe is being overrun by extremely hardline, far-right characters like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who have a very unhealthy influence over Netanyahu because he owes the fact that he's back in charge to them. And I think this has been a very, very unfortunate chain of events, which has now led to where we are. But this idea, and you've talked about this quite a lot, including with Tucker, I think, the other day, which is that any criticism of the Israeli government is now framed by people like Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and others as anti-Semitism, that therefore it means you must hate Jewish people. And I find that just A, ridiculous, and B, actually really offensive, and C, it totally...
I'm glad that this is finally fucking backfiring on these assholes.
Devalues.
We've had fucking 2.5 years of this shit.
Anti-Semitism and what it actually means, and those who perpetrate it.
Are they caught up?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Pearson. You're witnessing it firsthand. You're being called now an anti-Semite. And you know what? I think that it's getting a little old. You know, I witnessed this back in 2009 when I stood up for traditional marriage. I was called a homophobe. I was called a bigot, a hateful person, simply because I'm just upholding my Christian values. And so I think the name calling isn't going to work. But you're exactly right. This is what they do. And
Midterms are going to be awful for MAGA, and I can't wait to see it.
This is exactly
we'll see some coat. That's
who
for sure.
they are and what they are. These are thugs that try to put you in this box, and they lock you in, and they shut you up, and they cancel you from society, and they shun you. They humiliate you. They backstab you, and then they expect everybody else to do the same. And that's what Zionist thugs do. And this has nothing to do with Jew hatred. I am speaking out because I witnessed a genocide in Gaza. I could not deny my eyes. I am a Christian. I am a mother. And I was witnessing a starvation and a genocide, a real Holocaust before our very eyes. And they wanted me to deny that. And I refused to. And they want to call me an anti-Semite simply because I'm a Christian. And that's where this is going, Pierce. Pretty soon, Christianity will be anti-Semitic. And that is dangerous. And I reject that.
Is it, I mean, just to play devil's advocate with you here, we're both Catholics. And I think I'm right in saying that you do not support the concept of Zionism. You don't agree with it. You think it's wrong. And you do that based on your Catholicism. Now, I'm a Catholic.
Call it that when she was on
the
the
job. I
job.
don't share that view because it really depends what interpretation you want to put on the word Zionism
that she's there now.
And what it means. If you talk to a lot of Jewish people, a lot of Israelis, they'll say it means you believe in the concept of an Israeli state. And the disagreement comes when you get perhaps more radical Zionists whose interpretation of what the state of Israel should
Notice how 100% of MAGA people in this chat don't have a profile pic.
Is massively bigger than perhaps more moderate Zionists. So what is your intrinsic problem based on your own religion with the idea of Zionism?
Yeah, I think it's a political ideology that exploits theology. I mean, we have to talk about the theological aspect of Zionism. So as a Catholic, this is what I said on stage. I do not believe 1948 Israel is a biblical prophecy fulfillment. Most Christian Zionists in this country, like Ted Cruz and Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and all these other Zionist thugs, supremacists, they want me as a Catholic to reject the Catholic Church's teaching of 2,000 years and reject the fact that we do not believe that that is a biblical prophecy fulfillment. 1948 Israel, atheist Israel that was established in 48. They want us to believe that and reject and deny our Catholic faith. And I refuse to do that. And so I think it's a political ideology that exploits.
Let me guess, you think all MAGA supporters bots? No, I'm just looking at the ones that you can obviously tell are bots,
theology.
Dude.
And you know what? I'm not being attacked by Jews. I'm not being attacked by Muslims.
Trust me, man. I don't get a lot of fucking left-wing bots in my chat.
I'm being attacked by Christian Zionists.
Every once in a while, I get some tankies, but yeah.
Because they're mad that I'm daring to
and I do call out the left a lot.
Wait a second. If 1948 Israel isn't biblical Israel, then we don't have to bless it in order to be blessed. We don't have to support it in order to be, blessed according to Ted Cruz. Those who bless Israel will be blessed. Well, what Israel are you talking about? Because for 2,000 years, the Catholic Church has taught that we are the new Israel, that we have fulfilled, that we are the new fulfillment. And so we believe that we are the spiritual Semites. And so if you believe that, I don't know what Ted Cruz thinks about that. Obviously, he's upset because I don't believe that 1948 Israel is a biblical prophecy fulfillment. And so once you do that, their heretical teaching gets exposed for exactly what it is. It's heresy. And we have to start calling it that.
Well, Carrie, Brigitte, Ebola, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. We've got a panel which I'm sure, at least some of them I know, will react, I'm sure, quite forcefully to what you just said. But I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, joining me on the panel is Michael Knowles, host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles Show.
He didn't panel this one? Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. I can actually listen to
Historian
this.
of political scientist, Professor Roy Casagrande.
Never mind.
George Conway.
We got a panel. George Conway.
New York. And the commentator with PragerU, Shabbos Kestenbaum. Welcome to all of you. Michael Knowles, you seem like a perfect person to respond to what you've just heard from Carrie Prejean-Boller. What would you say to her?
Well, there was so much to respond to, but I think the good point that she makes is that it's true. The church has never insisted upon Christian Zionism as a religious belief, the idea that there must be a Jewish nation in the Holy Land as a matter of biblical
What's the issue in Mexico? There is no issue in Mexico right now.
That is a Protestant view, and it's actually a minority Protestant view at that comes from the 19th century, but Catholics don't believe that. That's totally true. However, it would be taking the argument too far to say that Catholics cannot support the state of Israel because, probably most clearly in recent years, St. John Paul II opened diplomatic relations with the State of Israel. And the Catholic Church has offered guidance on this, both from the Second Vatican Council and then following up in a document from 1985, which discusses how the Church, seeing herself as the new Israel, can discuss the relation of Jews and the State of Israel to the Church. And it can be very friendly, and we can be supportive of the State of Israel on the grounds of, for instance, international law, rather than on the grounds of a nationalist ideology.
Do you even know my name, dipshit? I have it literally posted.
Or biblical.
Like, what the fuck? You still calling me host? Yeah, you're not a bot.
Prophecy.
Holy shit, dude.
So I kind of see what...
there's, to quote, what's his face? Bob Engvall? Or Bill Engvall? Yeah. There's your sign.
What she's getting at, but it is certainly not the case that the Catholic Church insists that Catholics not support the State of Israel. That's belied by the actions of the Church herself.
And before I go to Shabbos, Michael, this whole kind of gathering sentiment that if you're critical of the Israeli government, somehow you must be anti-Semitic. What do you think of that? Because I think it's got completely out of hand and devalues what anti-Semitism is, which is actually a very insidious, evil thing, which we should all be against. But once you start branding everybody anti-Semitic for criticizing a government, you know, I would go back to, say, 2003 with the Iraq War.
I'm the hostess
which
with the
I led the media
mostest.
campaign in the UK against that. It never struck anyone's mind that I was being anti-British or anti the British people. They just thought I didn't agree with what my government
I'm flattered.
was doing. What's the difference when you criticize Israel's government?
Yes, of course. I mean, the phrase anti-Semitism is thrown around far too much, like the phrase racism. However, two things are true at once. I do think there is a growing strain of Jew hatred in public life. I think we've seen that mostly from the left, but a little bit on the right. But yes, the notion that if you criticize the state
Baker Bell, oh damn,
of Israel, if you don't embrace the
you can't be fucking clutch at that one.
Novel
Holy
theology
shit.
of Christian Zionism or something like that.
Whoa.
The idea that means you hate Jews is kind of crazy.
Baker Bell comment of the night.
What Carrie said there is very important. She said that the church views herself.
And then he answers matter
spiritually.
I don't like the church.
As Semites. That's a line that comes from Pope Pius XI. And the line is important because in the lead up to the Second World War, the Pope was pointing out that Christians really cannot get on board with all of the Jew hatred stuff. And this was obviously then followed up by Pope Pius XII, who was a great defender of the Jews, saved hundreds of thousands of Jews during the Second World War.
Oh, no, dude, that was hilarious.
So much so
that was
that
a
the chief
roast
rabbi
right
of
there.
Rome,
And he didn't even give himself a chance.
Not only was baptized, but actually took the name Eugene after Pius XII.
I don't see Southbirds like that a lot in chat, man.
After the Second World War.
Wonderful.
So, yes, it's very, very frustrating.
Thank you.
And
it was that
can
funny.
lead
Yeah, it
people,
was.
I think, emotionally to say, well, you know, by golly, if you're going to
This isn't a search
They
engine.
call me an anti-Semite. I'm going to prove you right. But there's just so much propaganda that's flown around from Jew haters, legitimate Jew haters on one side, to people who are accusing everyone, who doesn't go along with their program as being anti-Semitic. And there is a third option. One can pragmatically and prudentially support the state of Israel when it is just, while recognizing that the U.S. and Israel have different interests, that Christianity is different from Judaism.
I like how it's just like the fucking
we can think about
fucking miserable MAGA chuds that have been here. Dude, I have been live for 4 hours and they've been here for the whole show. Thanks for the engagement, folks.
In a way that avoids those two silly extremes.
Yeah, or you could be like me, where you like Israel, you absolutely believe it has a right to exist. You like Israelis, you like Jewish people, but you don't agree with what the Israeli government is doing a lot of the time. I don't see anything incompatible about any of that. Let me bring in Shabbos. You might have a view about whether these are incompatible positions, but it was interesting. You've got a particular involvement
They have nothing
with
better to do than laughing my ass off.
because you were one of the people she clashed with on the Religious Liberty Commission.
4-minute warning for the 420 on the show.
Well, it's good to see you. I think the most revealing part of your interview was that you were
You're
the
leaving before you turn gay?
season 1 winner of
Well,
Celebrity
I
Apprentice.
think you got a crush on me. That explains why you're still here.
I didn't know that, so well done, Pierce.
Thank you.
I would say that that was a gross mischaracterization of what that hearing was all about. At that hearing, I encourage all the listeners, watch the hearing, or just watch my testimony. Go on my Twitter. I posted it for yourself. I did not mention the word Israel, Zionism, Gaza, AIPAC, Bibi. I spoke about, for someone who's so concerned about the discrimination against Catholics as she purports to be, I spoke about how 20 minutes from my house, a Catholic school in Long Beach, California, was vandalized. I spoke about how I have American Mormon friends who were victims of chants F the Mormons at Oklahoma State. Only after did I speak about the religious discrimination faced by so many young Americans in this country did I then talk about the discrimination that young American Jews are experiencing on college campuses. Not once did I engage in some political or theological discourse on Israel, but there was only one person who was fascinated by discussing the Middle East, and this is what Matt Walsh calls Israel derangement syndrome, and that was Carrie Prejean Bowler. She wore a Palestinian flag. She asked me all sorts of questions about Gaza, and I'm happy to have that debate, but that's not what the purpose of this commission was about. She betrayed the trust of
Troy,
President
if you're afraid
Trump
of turning gay, then you might be gay and don't want to accept it.
and this commission to talk about the religious discrimination that so many young Americans are facing. And to Michael's point, and Michael is actually on my show at PragerU Theological, so he can attest to the fact that I believe very strongly and very comfortably as an Orthodox Jew that America is a Christian country. We would
Chuds
be
might
better
fall off when the
off and more strong as a country if more young people went back to church. If you're a
Do
Catholic,
they actually like anything, or I feel like this is their life? Like this is what they do. They just hate watch stuff.
Like, you should absolutely be going to Mass. You should be reading and learning from the New Testament and living a life in accordance with the teachings of Jesus. But if your theology says I can't support the state of Israel, that's fine. That's your theology. You know, Carrie refuses to debate me. She said in the hearing that we should get coffee and that I'm silencing her speech. I've offered to debate her 9 separate times, anytime, anywhere, but she doesn't want to, which is why she logged off before this panel. But I'm not interested in debating theology because I don't want her to change her theological viewpoints. She should believe whatever she wants to believe. But to corrupt the purpose of this commission betrays the trust of President Trump. And number 2, fundamentally, this is to Michael's point, you can support the state of Israel without it having to do anything with theology. In fact, many Jews, myself in particular, were kind of conflicted as to whether the modern state of Israel established in 1948 is some biblical fulfillment, but it's irrelevant because 55% of all Jews in the world live in the modern state of Israel. It's a Western democracy. It's a liberal ally to the United States. That's why I support it, not because of these grandiose theological statements that someone who, by her own admission, only converted to Catholicism in April is suddenly fascinated in discussing. So it's entirely disingenuous. And, shame on her for bringing the flag of a foreign country into a federal commission.
Smoke.
Let me bring in George Conway here. George, welcome to Uncensored. You're, to put it mildly, not a Donald Trump fan. I think it'd be fair to say that you've been one of his least supportive people in the United States for a very long time.
Fair.
But let's talk about what's happening right now, because a lot of people think that Donald Trump has been sort of slightly conned here by Benjamin Netanyahu. And they base it on what Marco Rubio said when he said, look, we had to act preemptively against Iran because we were informed by another country they were going to attack and that the Iranians would likely respond against American assets, so we got in first. And then the next day, when all hell broke loose about this, they did a rein back and pretended he never said it. At the same time, you got Antony Blinken saying, look, Netanyahu tried this with Obama and with Biden. same playbook. We're going to attack Iran. Are you with me?
4-2-0. Let's
and
go.
both of them said no, and he didn't then attack Iran. So there is a suggestion, which is gathering momentum, that Trump was kind of sort of bamboozled a bit by Netanyahu into doing this. Do you share that suspicion?
No, I wouldn't put it that way. I mean, I think Donald Trump is an idiot. I think he has no idea what he's doing in the Middle East right now. But to say that he was somehow bamboozled by Benjamin Netanyahu is ridiculous, and frankly, it's anti-Semitic. I mean, everybody's trying to persuade the President of the United States to do things that they want them to do. And I understand Israel's position that, I mean, one less murderous Ayatollah in the world makes the world a better place, and I'm not sure I disagree with that, but I do disagree with Donald Trump getting into a war without any plans, without any plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, now begging for help from China, now begging for help from NATO allies that he's been shitting all over. And so I don't, but I do think that the suggestion that Bibi Netanyahu is to blame and that Israel is to blame or that the Jews are to blame for our mistakes in the Middle East, I think that's actually anti-Semitic, just as anti-Semitic as Carrie Prejean is talking about Zionist
Really?
thugs.
I mean, I've got to say, isn't that exactly what we've just been talking about? I mean, Marco Rubio, on the record, on camera, says the reason America, and he's the Secretary of State, so I kind of take him at his word, the reason the United States preemptively attacked Iran with Israel is because he didn't name the country, but we knew he was talking about Israel, had said to the United States, we're going to attack. Are you with us or not? And he said, we realized Iran...
That may be true.
Yeah, but if that's true, it's not anti-Semitic to say that is what may have happened here.
No, but I think I have to say, I think some of the rhetoric that's been going on about saying that, somehow we were bamboozled by Israel, Trump is bamboozled by everyone. And I don't think it's fair to single out Israel for, exercising what it believes to be in its interest and its prerogative to persuade the United States to do something that maybe the United States shouldn't have gotten fully on board with. But again, I think to say that he was bamboozled, I just think it plays into anti-Semitic tropes, and I really find it offensive.
Okay, let me bring in Professor Roy Casagrande. Welcome to Uncensored. I think it's the first time we've had you on the show, so I appreciate you coming on. So if you suggest that Benjamin Netanyahu pulled a fast one with Trump to persuade him to do this, you're being anti-Semitic. Would you agree with that?
I mean, it seems like a strange thing to say. I think it's very likely that Benjamin Netanyahu did exactly what Marco Rubio said he did, which is I'm going to attack. And, Trump then, being the petulant little child that he is, felt jealousy and felt the need to jump in as well because, he wanted to be part of it. But it is also true that everybody tries to bamboozle Trump. And I think there's this saying, the last person to talk to Trump is the person who gets... But I don't think it's anti-Semitic to say that Netanyahu tried to bamboozle Trump. I think everybody does it. So I guess that would make everybody anti-Semitic. I don't understand.
Yeah,
it seems like a strange correlation.
Michael Knowles, look, looking at it a different way, it's quite possible that Netanyahu said, look, we've located the Ayatollah. He's in this place with all his top people. We're never going to get a better chance. We can take them all out. And Trump has always talked about the Iranian regime as being a terrible, evil thing. Right back to way before he was a politician. And he thought, you know what, he just trusted his gut instinct, you're right, let's go now, right? And he may have thought this would be as easy as the Maduro thing, where you go in, you decapitate the person at the top, and the rest fall in line, as they have so far in the Venezuelan regime. They've kind of fallen in line to the way Trump wanted them to behave. And you don't have to have the complete overthrow of the regime to affect actual change that benefits the United States. It's quite possible Trump was thinking that and thought, it was successful with Maduro. We can do it again here. And I think, and Netanyahu said, look, we'll never get a better chance. That could all be true.
Listen, I take issue with the idea that President Trump had not thought about this. I think that claim coming from some of our panelists, I think, is absurd. President Trump had been talking about going after Iran since the 1980s. And so, yes, I'm sure Benjamin Netanyahu was lobbying him very hard to do it. And it's not anti-Semitic to say that. I also know that Mohammed bin Salman was lobbying very hard for Trump to do this. But also, this has been part of the grand strategy of the United States since at least 1979. Really, you would say since 1953, since the CIA coup that got rid of Mossadegh and consolidated the power of the Shah. So President Trump, from day one, goes in there. It's a very successful first day of the war. He says that the war is going to go on for about 5 weeks. We've just finished week 2. I myself am skeptical of the Iran operation. Had I been on the NSC, no one invited me, but had I been on it, I would have made arguments against it. But to suggest that Trump was just, befuddled and confused and duped and tricked, I think is ridiculous. Trump has the best foreign policy record of any president in my lifetime, at least, probably including George H.W. Bush, who oversaw the fall of the Soviet Union. He just keeps winning. And I think the people who have been saying for 10 years now that Trump just keeps accidentally getting it right, I think that their argument is beyond credulity at this point.
That's interesting, Michael. Has it created a sense of invincibility in Trump, which may now have tripped him up? And let me explain what I mean by that. Is that when he launched this attack, he came out immediately, very typical Trump, very belligerent. Right, we've taken out the top people. This is all over. I urge the people of Iran to rise up and take charge. It's gone. They'll never have a nuclear bomb, etc., etc., etc. But here we are 2.5 weeks later, and actually the regime is still intact. We don't know about the supposed new supreme leader, whether he's alive or dead, or whether he's in Moscow getting medical treatment. Maybe by the time this airs, there'll be more clarity on that. But we haven't seen or heard from this guy yet, the slain Ayatollah's son. But what is indisputable is that the Strait of Hormuz, which carries 20% of the world's oil every day, has been pretty well closed to everyone but the Iranians, Chinese, and a bit of Russia now for 2.5 weeks, to enormous economic damage, which will only be felt actually by a lot of Americans in a few weeks or months' time, when it is reflected in rising food prices, because every day the Strait of Hormuz is shut is going to be problematic.
How has this foreign policy been unsuccessful? Because Lori, actually, just explain to me. Do you think that Iran is actually liberated? All the people are just, running around happy? Or do you think that, I don't know, we keep bombing their center, like the literal center of Tehran, and they, with every single bomb drop, lose any support of the U.S. coming in and liberating them?
Problematic for the food.
Also, just strategically, not a great idea to bomb the people that, you kind of, wanted to lead the country.
Food chain supply around the world. So it just seems to me that Trump may have thought this would be a quick, easy win, that militarily,
Pat Lori said successful.
Obviously, the Americans and Israelis together, most formidable double-act
I misread that.
world military firepower history against the Iranians. It's a
that was my bad
contest. What they hadn't factored in, and I think this is where the miscalculation has come, is the double-pronged strategy of the Iranians of effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz to those they didn't want to have
James
access
has no
through
friends.
it, and simultaneously attacking their neighboring Gulf states in a way that has seriously
apologies, Lori.
The mission statement, future business plan of come and live in Dubai, come and live in Qatar, come and live in Riyadh, and it's safe and it's fun and it's sunny and everything else. Suddenly there are bombs going off in hotels, bombs going off at the Dubai airport and so on. You're seeing a lot of expats leave. You're seeing a lot of tourists stay away. This double-pronged sort of economic strategy that they've waged has been undeniably quite effective, and probably more effective than Trump calculated. I mean, do you think that's a plausible proposition?
We certainly can't say that he thought it would be over by now, because he said at the outset that it would go on for about 5 weeks. But I totally agree with you, Piers. This is the riskiest thing Trump has ever done in politics, bar none. That is why I would have argued against it had I been on the NSC. However, the good that could be achieved, and don't forget this has been part of U.S. grand strategy for many decades, the good that could be achieved would be amazing. You would basically fulfill the good that began under the Abraham Accords, consolidate the Gulf states with Israel under broad American influence. You you'd get rid of the destabilizing force in the Middle East, Iran, you'd chop off the head of the snake, you'd back off China, you'd back off Russia. It could all be great. I'm with you, Piers. If the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for much longer, the Republicans are totally sunk in the midterms. One could say that the reason he undertook such a grand operation is because we only have a one-member majority in the House anyway. So if we're going to lose the midterms, might as well do something pretty big on our way out. But regardless, yes, if this works, Trump will be one of the most consequential presidents in American history. He already probably is, but he will go down truly as a foreign policy genius. If this doesn't work out, his legacy will be tarnished as George W. Bush's was. The only reason that I'm not freaking out now, I say I'm not freaking out until week 6. He said it would take 5 weeks. I'm going to freak out on week 6. I don't care how my oil futures are doing. He has a very good record. He's the only president in the last quarter century on whose watch Vladimir Putin hasn't invaded a country. His attack on Iran.
He's still in Ukraine, you monumental dipshit.
On over the summer.
What the fuck? Did he really just say that and mean it?
Summer was excellent. His decapitation of Venezuela took 88 minutes.
Oh my God, this guy's
He dropped the Moab. He killed Soleimani. He's just done very, very well on foreign policy, which is why for now I say let him cook. However, he will be the one, along with the American people, to bear the consequences if this doesn't work out.
The only spanner in the works I would put in that argument is he didn't say 5 weeks at the start. He said it would be very quick. Then he changed it to 5 weeks when he realized it probably wouldn't be a few days like he hoped. George Conway, let me ask you a difficult question. Have you, in his entire time
Let's face
as
it, Michael Knowles doesn't
States,
believe a thing he
either
says.
term,
Yep.
ever knowingly praised Donald Trump for anything?
Yeah, no, I have. I mean, I have praised him for things. I can't remember what they are now because they're so few and far between. But
Well,
let me
give me
just
an
say
example
this.
of where you think he's done a good. Where has he done a good thing?
I would have to go. It's hard. It really is hard.
Do you like his suits?
But you know,
his
ties?
George, here's my point. George, before you.
No, the thing is, you don't take this bait. You just say, dude, I don't fucking have to think in these terms.
No, I don't really like the ties.
Here's my point. You see, I look at this, I've always tried to be fair with Trump. I praise him when I think he's right, criticize him when I think he's wrong. I've been very critical of him last few days
But you
about
don't.
Iran.
The thing is, you sit there lapping his fucking ball sack for every little minute thing that he does, where it's just like, oh yeah, I love this. Oh, oh my God, did you see the transes are so mad? Oh my God.
But I was very praiseworthy, for example.
That is like, that's Piers Morgan.
About something that I can't imagine any American
But
not
fucking
praising
dude,
him for.
like, you didn't see him pulling that shit with fucking Biden.
Which is what he's done with the
damn.
southern border. I mean, you know, you compare it to what happened under Biden for 4 years. Any American, surely,
No, he
would
just
be
doubles down.
happy
Oh my God.
that the southern border effectively got shut down to millions more illegal people coming into the country, undocumented, illegally, into a country where millions had come in the 4 years before. I don't think that's a contentious partisan issue. It should be something where even you, George Conway, who hates the guy, can say, you know what, I'm going to hold my nose, but yes, Mr. President, I think that's a good thing.
I mean, there are times where I've held my nose and said, well, he got this one right, usually by accident. But to get back to the Iran issue, I mean, the problem with it is I hope he does get lucky. I hope, frankly, tomorrow he declares victory and everything goes back to normal and oil prices go down and he gets his victory and there's peace, at least for now in the Middle East. I don't like the Iranian regime. I wish it would go away. I don't like the fact that they probably will still try to develop nuclear weapons, although, you know, I don't think that they're about to do that in the very near future. But I will say this. He doesn't know what he's doing. He can't explain what he's doing. We've heard so many different rationales about how long the war is going to last, what the purpose of the war is. I mean, this is a man, remember, whose own Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, called him an effing idiot. A moron, I'm sorry, effing moron. I got to get my words correct. His own national security advisor, John Bolton, called him a laughing fool. He's a man who had to, you know, they had to explain to him the difference between the Balkans and the Baltics. His own chief of staff during his first term, General Kelly, had to explain the significance of Pearl Harbor as they were flying into Hickam Air Force Base. He thought they had to explain to him a couple of times that Ireland is not part of the United Kingdom. My daughter when she was in 4th grade, won a geography bee where she beat 7th and 8th graders, and she knew more geography than Donald Trump did during his first term, and probably still does. And
Let me tell you something.
I mean, this
Answering the age-old question, am I smarter than a 5th grader? Chances are no.
man has no idea what he's doing.
But let me tell you, when I was editor of the Mirror during the Iraq War, which we deposed, we took a children's map onto the streets of New York, and we asked 100 New Yorkers when they came out of the subway to show us where Iraq
This panel.
was. And from memory, at least
There's
11
really a
put it in the
redeemable
middle
person
of the
here. Like
United
George
States.
Conway's supposed to be the leftist.
Let's not get too carried away here about geography.
Okay, but he's Donald. He's the president of the United States.
I know he is.
He probably wouldn't do
By the
any
way,
better than
a lot of
somebody
people in
coming
the
out of the
UK
7th Street.
a lot of people in the UK, if you ask them, probably don't know about Ireland and the complexity of the south of Ireland and the north. So this is not a thing unusual to Donald Trump, I can tell you. Shabos, how do you think this is all going to play out here? Because it seems to me, as Michael said, it's unbelievably high stakes for Trump because the midterms are coming fast. You know, we're nearly in the middle of March here now. Then you're 6 months away from the midterm elections. He was already likely to lose the House. Big rumblings now he may lose the Senate because of this. And then he becomes pretty powerless. I mean, he got the power of executive orders, but you know what will happen if he loses control of Congress is the Democrats will come with everything they've got to impeach him again. He'll be swallowed up in all that legalese again. And, you know, pretty much his effectiveness to run the country properly, as he would like to do it, disappears. So the stakes here are huge. If come June, July, this is still going on, and it's really hitting home with inflation on food prices and so on, and at the gas pump and so on, I think that this will, in the end, turn out to have been a massive...
I would have said this before the Iran war. The thing is, I was already kind of saying that, where I was just like, dude, if he fixes the economy, this actually, like, we can sit here and, like, cry about it all we want. The thing is, most normies are just going to be like, hey, economy's good.
Mistake by Trump. Conversely...
But now, economy real bad, getting worse, and on track to get even worse in the summer here, which that was his time to really kind of, like, bolster his support, which he doesn't have anymore.
Michael said,
like, dude, he is leaking support.
If somehow by then it's all played out the way he hopes, and I take George's point, I'm not entirely sure what Trump now sees as victory. You know, does he see total surrender? Does he see the overthrow of the regime? Does he see the people rising up? He seems to change from day to day. But you know, what do you feel about this politically here?
Okay, so
he isn't the president; he's the dummy of the United
States. I definitely agree with your
States.
diagnosis of
Hey, don't call me a dummy.
The problem. Like, as conservatives, as Republicans, historically going into the midterms when you're in power has never been favorable.
Nobody's
But I totally
dumber
disagree as
than
to the causes of it. So
Kamala
first of all, I
Harris
have to
is the
take
dumbest,
issue
not
with
me.
the Democratic
I'm
Party.
so
And I think you were
smart.
alluding to this,
I'm like one of
talking
those
about
smart
the
people,
cost
the
of,
ones that
of
you know
gas
they
and
don't
fuel.
like me very
As I said,
much,
I moved to
but
Los
I'm
Angeles
smarter
for my
than
job
them.
at PragerU. The gas station nearest to where I live, I do not live in a very expensive area of Los Angeles. Gas is $6.46. So the biggest problem, the biggest threat to affordability is not the Iranian regime. It's Governor Gavin Newsom and the Democratic Party, but they'll sort of fixate on Iran. So that's number one. Number two, the goals of this war have been so unbelievably clear. And in fact, Marco Rubio, when he was part of the Gang of Eight in the Senate, he said, we never got the briefings that I, as the Secretary of State, am now giving any member of Congress who wishes. So President Trump has been so clear. Number one, it's about ending Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. Number two, it's halting the expansion of Iranian's ballistic missile arsenal. It's preventing the development of longer-range missile systems that are capable of hitting the United States, neutralizing threats to close the Strait of Hormuz, which the Ayatollah had repeatedly threatened, degrading the networks responsible for killing Americans. Look, 90% of the funding that the Houthis get, that Hamas gets, that Hezbollah gets, is given by Iran. So this idea that, like, we don't have any interest at stake, and what Carrie Prejean-Bolin was saying, you know, MAGA is dead. First of all, she's been saying that. Nick Fuentes has been saying this. Candace Owens has been saying this for like 2 years now. Like, great, it's dead. We got it. So you can leave now. But the idea that the MAGA base don't support this is just not demonstrated by any of the facts. It's totally divorced from reality. The
You don't see a lot of release the files comments anymore.
I could find
But
before I came on the show was a Washington Post poll that found only 85% of MAGA Republicans support this war. That's the lowest number I can find.
Yeah, I've seen the same. I said that to her, and I don't know where she got her.
All it'll take is just one more public hearing.
She was basing hers on individual conversation.
Although the Tulsi one didn't catch fire today. I will say that
she's
much.
had with people, but I don't think that's right.
Barely
anybody
it might be a shock. She lies. But let me just close by saying this last point. President Trump is a pragmatic human being, okay? To your point, you were on his show, Celebrity Apprentice. He looks at the news. He looks at polling. The American people, for the most part, especially his base, are solidly in the war for now. I agree with Michael. If this is going on in 5 weeks' time, 6 weeks' time, that's a different conversation. I would be shocked, and I'm happy to come back on your show and apologize on live TV, but I would be shocked if this is going on in 3 months' time from now, because President Trump doesn't want that. He ran in 2016 saying that he was against the war in Iraq. He doesn't want forever wars. This is not the beginning of a war. This is the end of a war. The end of a war that cost the lives of thousands of American civilians and thousands of American troops.
Okay, Roy Casagrande, I mean, what would concern me as an American is the fact that thousands of Marines are now on their way to the area, which, if you look at it logically, it's like, well, what are they going to do when they get there, right? These are people that would normally be part of a ground attack. What would that ground attack look like? Are they going to go and try and get the uranium? Probably a pretty hazardous expedition in many ways if that happens. But if he commits boots to the ground, apart from reneging on a repeated promise not to do that again in the Middle East, if it was to go wrong, again, that could unravel very quickly for Donald Trump as a politician.
Yeah, I agree. The United States obviously doesn't have a great track record of winning wars since World War II. George Bush Sr. won Panama.
I know, uncomfortable reality.
And, won the Cold War. And he
the
won
Cold
the
War is
first
a pretty
Iraq.
big one.
It was.
Yeah. So there's one president who won 3 wars, and the rest of the presidents have lost all of the rest of the wars. So we don't have a good track record of winning. Having said that, it's worth pointing out, and this is one of those fun moments where I can bring in Tucker Carlson. The average American obviously also doesn't know the size of Iran, and U.S. senators don't either. And that's a problem because Iran is, 3 times the size of Iraq. It is a mountainous country. Iraq is
when you see it on a globe, it's just like, that's Iran.
Flat country. We starved Iraq and some of the worst crimes against humanity for 12 years before we invaded. So we brought a country to its knees that's a third the size of Iran, that's flat, and we still were humiliated after 8 years and driven out of that.
The only difference is at that point, the news media still was able to do what they do. That's why Nixon went down.
The Iranian...
Now they've kneecapped that. Now they own the media. Now they got the state regime media.
People have been preparing for this moment for
they're
decades
censoring
because they
political
know that the
streamers
United
like a
States
mofo, dude.
can go unhinged at any moment.
I can tell you
like
about
it is
my own
doing now.
experiences.
And here's the track.
They're going back and they're finding old war coverage, like India-Pakistan. Like any of my India-Pakistan coverage, they demonetized, and I had to go and I also started getting strikes. I'm like, what the fuck?
I hope like hell somehow. I don't see it happening.
Sorry, don't want to misspeak.
The Iranian
I was getting warnings.
Government goes down in a ball of flames. That would be amazing. And then it gets replaced by something that's better for the Iranian people. The problem is we went into this with no plan. And the only way this works is if the Iranian military switches sides.
Allow people
the only
to
way
freely
that could
speak
happen
about
is if we had
wars
torn
that
up
are
the
happening.
IRGC, which we didn't do. Instead, we decapitated the government as if somehow
that's very anti-American. And anybody that tries to say otherwise, dude, get fucked. Like, then you don't actually believe in the First Amendment, which is crazy to me. That's like one thing that we should all, regardless of party, just go, hey, how about not trying to stifle the free press? How about not trying to just buy all the news networks? How about, also, antitrust law? That used to be nice. And also, how about we can all agree, you know what? You kind of have the right to, protest and do these things.
Would get rid of the government, and which is a completely foolish nonsense.
Censorship kind of bad, especially over censorship.
We didn't even...
I get TOS, but goddamn, dude, when you start censoring, just blanket news topics.
Do that with Venezuela. The vice president replaced the president. It's the same exact state. It's the same exact government. We just took out the leader. In the case of Iran, we inflamed them, and now they want to fight. And they are going...
Freedom of the press. Wait, enemy of the people?
To do a number...
Das Vidania, comrade.
...on us globally because they're going to go after oil and fertilizer. And I don't know if y'all know this, but... Not only does I think it's 30% of the fertilizer comes from the Persian Gulf. It's a huge number, but the petroleum goes into tractors. It goes into the trucks that deliver the food to the.
I think government censorship is new. I mean, it's in this light, yeah, it is very new.
Centers.
Yeah, this is why people are
goes
freaking
into
the
trains,
fuck out about it,
goes
man.
into the electrical plants where they use oil for generating electricity,
Freedom of
so we can
religion
cool
as
the
long
food
as
and
my
cook
God.
the food. Like, this is going to affect the food supply on the planet. And countries like India and countries in Africa
Freedom
are
of
starting
speech
to
if you
really
have
get
money.
nervous. They're freaking out. Europe's
You're being ironic.
freaking out. The Belgian prime
Sorry,
minister just
irony
said
does
that
not
he
work on
wants
me
to
when
cool
I
off
am reading
relations
it.
with Russia so they can start buying from Russia.
Well, I tell you what would concern me if I was
Oh,
Trump
man.
is Georgia Maloney, very
yeah.
supportive of
Dude,
Trump.
Sometimes I miss the nuance in some comments. I'm like, oh.
Now, suddenly doing a U-turn about the whole Iran war wants nothing to do with it. I thought that was quite a telling moment, actually, because
Yeah, the
she's
mistake
a
here or
pretty
there,
conservative
or
European
everywhere.
leader who's been very vocally supportive of Trump, suddenly saying...
She's to the left of
Okay, Ali, that's don't use caps.
American conservatives. She's just a fascist.
I see it.
I wouldn't say she's a fascist.
I appreciate you.
I
Thank you
wouldn't.
for being
I
here.
don't think. I saw people call
She's
her that.
definitely to the left of
Not wrong.
American
I think we need to
conservatives.
try and reserve the word fascist and Nazis for actual fascists and Nazis.
Also, hit that subscribe button.
No,
if you have
fascist,
not already.
No, fascist in the Italian sense, not a Nazi. They're two different things.
I know.
Yeah. Let's not go crazy here.
Okay,
I didn't call
I
her a
get it.
Nazi.
I get it.
I want to be on
Michael,
the
I just want
record.
to end with
Nothing
Michael.
like a Nazi.
I don't want to embroil you in this, Michael, but obviously one of your co-workers and I have had a little bit of a spat, which has also dragged in Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and others. But I couldn't help but notice that when you were directly asked to get heavily engaged in this by naming names by Ben Shapiro and a little two-way you had the other day, you resisted the temptation. You were down the middle. You were the conciliatory voice of reason. And as I was watching you, I was just thinking, you may have noticed a big piece came out about my uncensored business in the New York Times at the weekend, burgeoning, expanding global empire. And, we're looking for provocative, but, people with intelligence, good looks, let's be honest, who are not getting dragged into that kind of name-calling war, who might be tempted for a bit of a
After you block this stupid
for a bit of a transfer to the uncensored
What do you mean, like me?
empire. I just wondered.
You don't like
it might
me?
be an inappropriate moment to ask you, but do you fancy joining us?
Well, Piers, I really appreciate the offer, and especially the compliment on my physical beauty. But I just have to ask
You
permission.
go to the three little dots next to the video, and then you can just say, do not recommend.
Can I,
Boom, done.
at the very least, cut out this clip, send it to my friend Mr. Shapiro, and demand that he
you're
pay me
enjoying the
double?
content, hit
Because
that
I,
like
I
button
would
and
love that.
subscribe to the
The worst part about that whole spat that I saw between you and Ben, of course, is that I found out that you text Ben. You haven't texted me all that much, but it's okay. We could turn that all around.
I don't have your number.
I could give it out on air, but something tells me people who are not friends of mine will start texting
you,
me.
bro.
But I very much appreciate it. And it's funny you mentioned that I try to avoid.
Well, I wasn't reading your comment, to be fair. I was reading Biker Guy.
Some of the podcaster wars. It's very tempting to get involved. Trust me, I have to restrain my Sicilian blood on it. But I do think that it's generally unproductive. Obviously, everyone should be clear about what they think about matters of real public import. But when it comes to the back and forth, it does seem to me that the group most intent on destroying conservatives' chances in the midterms in 2028 is the right-wing podcasters. And I get it. I think it's actually a part of the new media. I understand that it's what happens at the end of a presidential administration, especially it's what happens in the absence of Charlie Kirk after he was killed by the left. So I'm not even surprised by any of it, but I hate it. I hate the podcast wars, Piers, and the only good thing to come out of it is that you offered me a job.
Well,
Tejas.
I can just see.
We got some people from Tejas.
I can see a strapline now. Michael Knowles, uncensored, the Sicilian peacemaker. If that isn't a good sell, I don't know what is. The Sicilian peacemaker. Anyway, Michael, it's great to have you on.
One thing to this, Piers.
Sorry,
one thing very quickly. I just got to add one thing very quickly.
Yeah.
And Michael, I'm not going to ask you to condemn people's names, but I got to say, I'm a Bible-believing Jew. You're obviously a Bible-believing Christian. I think it's totally legitimate without naming names that when you see evil, like we have an obligation to call out evil, especially with people with prominent platforms. Deuteronomy 10:18 is like, so clear about how we are to treat widows. And when you have an individual who has more followers than there are Jews on planet Earth, who's calling her, let's just call a spade, Erica Kirk, associated with Jeffrey Epstein. She may have been behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm not asking you or anyone to do anything, but I think as truth tellers, people in the media, political space, I think we always have an obligation to always speak the truth, even if it's not comfortable. And I don't think there's a conservative war. I think there's one side that's lobbying bombs, that is accusing anyone and everyone of horrific crimes.
Yes.
And now for the
My
first time,
propaganda show is on this
Ben
space
started
here.
this with Amfest. Now we're responding to it, but we're not
Follow
creating
this
disunity.
space.
We're trying.
I have a second show on a different platform. Still on YouTube, but we are it's a very cool project where it's just a bunch of us creators doing a show where we run it from noon until about 10 o'clock. Every Tuesday through Thursday. It's awesome. We have a great mix of content creators, a lot of ex-TYT, and just really awesome leftist creators. And the thing is, you don't even have to like necessarily be a leftist or even like just want to deal with politics. It is just a whole lot of different types of content. Like there's movie reviews, there's all types of stuff. There's even like we have the Valley Labor Report, which I mean, if you want like union news, it's there for you. So yeah, check out this space. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat.
To bring unity back to the conservative movement and get rid of the people who keep saying MAGA is dead, MAGA is dead. Fine, MAGA is dead, so leave. So in general, I think we do have an obligation to call out evil when we see it.
There's no question about that. I mean, I've been totally clear on my view, especially vis-a-vis Erica Kirk from the beginning. I think she deserves our sympathy and support. I hate that Candace is doing that show on her. I've been clear as day. That said, I just don't see the good effect to.
By the way, it starts in about an hour.
Come out of these podcaster wars, and I think the way that some people are misunderstanding,
you guys are looking for some Epstein updates. That's going to be there for
an old media game in the new media. In the old media days, if someone were saying something that appeared beyond the pale, then one could go out and just try to get them fired. And I wrote a whole book about how standards and norms can be a very good thing. That doesn't work in the new media. In the new media, all that will happen is you will build up those shows. The only clips that I've seen from the more provocative, radical sorts of shows are coming from the people who are supposedly opposing it. And so I just think it's totally counterproductive. They're effectively working as publicists for ideas that they purportedly consider to be immoral. And so if it's not doing any good in the political world, I don't think that the catharsis of, expressing, invective or something is good. We should state our moral views clearly. There's no question about that. But, I think, for some of these podcasters that we're talking about, I think that their enemies are their greatest publicists.
My biggest problem with being embroiled in the right-wing podcaster war is I wasn't aware until I read that I was right-wing. But you learn something every day. There's me sitting. There's me believing I sit firmly on the centrist fence, which is where I'm proudly happy to sit and give everyone a hard time. But no, apparently I'm a right-wing podcaster. So you learn something every day. Michael, welcome. I do appreciate you coming on. A lot of people in your position may have just ducked it for a week, but you didn't. And you've never done that, and I really appreciate it. And I would like your number, and I would like to text you, because if I text Ben these days, he doesn't reply. So I need someone who at least I can guarantee is a reasonable
it's transactional
chance of a response. Thank you to you and to the rest of my panel. I appreciate it.
Good to see Piers.
Well, now, as most of you are aware, Ben Shapiro's tirade about Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson, Megyn
all that
Kelly,
money,
and
clout.
me included a clip
too.
featuring one of our returning guests, Bassem
He gets really
Youssef,
bitchy when somebody gets more views than him.
He was among those labelled either a Nazi or Nazi adjacent. It's only fair that he now has a chance to respond, and Bassem rejoins me
now. The fact that he considers himself liberal is a problem.
Ramadan.
We also have different politics.
Kareem Pierce and Eid Mubarak. It's been a while. This is the holy month of Ramadan. We also have holidays too. Others have Purim and use it to slaughter people. So happy Ramadan and Eid Mubarak for you, Pierce, and I wish you happiness, prosperity, and by the grace of Allah, may He always help.
All right, I'm sorry. What I'm gonna do? I want to watch this, but I'm gonna watch it a different time because I only got a few minutes here to chill. So, all right, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna end show on a chill note. Oh man. But I do appreciate y'all hanging out today. This has been an interesting show. I mean, I hope you guys appreciate the fact that I got to break down the election the way that I did. I recognize what it was, like, as far as, like, my value here, where that's kind of why I got excited about this, where I was just like, holy shit. Like, this is a hotly contested race that, you know, everybody's watching. Once Hassan, like, I'm not going to lie. When Hassan had her on, I was like, oh, shit. Like, everybody's going to be following this race that I, you know, kind of am adjacent to. So I kind of felt, like, almost honored, where I was like, oh, shit, dude. Like, I get to vote in one of the hottest contested elections in the country, which is also kind of nice during a primary where it's just like, damn, like that was a lot of attention I wasn't expecting. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting night to kind of break. What are you doing, dude? What is this dude doing? What is this? What is this? What? I mean, I understand, guys. I understand why you're keeping him here, but dude, this dude's weird as shit, and it's not, dude. I mean, it's, you know, monkey with a keyboard. But yeah, if you guys are still sticking around, just so you know, I gotta head off in about 5 minutes. But if you have been enjoying the content, I really appreciate if you can hit that like button and sub to the channel, just like this guy, Farmer88969. He just did the right thing. He just hit that subscribe button and really helped me out. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Me runs, yeah, thank you. I didn't say it, but yeah, you got it. The thing is, I'm not really big on like bot engagement, so if it is a bot, then I'm just like, ugh. Oh man, yeah, I just kept going though. Like, dude, stop. Hey, what district was Obama? When that guy tried to sell his. Oh, okay, so that was, you know what district was he? He was in the 13th district until he held the position. He held the position till 2004, when he successfully ran for the U.S. Senate. Yeah, I remember seeing. So, yeah, that makes sense. Because yeah, that was like North Avenue. Yeah, Blagojevich. God, I met him. I have a picture with him at a Comic-Con of all things. It was at WizardCon, the year he was trying to like get the public to kind of just like go to bat for him, or they're like, oh come on, he's a nice guy, like, but he had already gotten convicted. Oh, here we go. We got a pup tax. Here we go. You know what? You've been so good. You've been taking care of mommy upstairs. That is why he has not been down here. His mommy is taking a nap upstairs, and he has been with him, or with her. Yes, my wife is taking cancer naps, is what we call them, by the way. Unfortunately, can I see dog? Yeah, can you not see him? He's on the dog cam. And unfortunately, he also, like I said, has not been around. We've had the cat more, though. Because he has not been down here, the cat has been down here more. Which is kind of cool. I'm sorry. Thanks. Yeah, no, she's doing well, but yeah, these chemo naps are something else. Like, they said that she would have fatigue, but like, god damn, dude. To see how quickly it hits, and it's like when she eats. So I think it's her body like trying to, it's like confused, where it's like processing the chemo and processing the food. What breed is Stan? He is an American foxhound. A little interesting bit of history here. George Washington actually had a direct hand in bringing his breed here, so you could argue that little fucker is kind of related to the first American foxhound, which was George Washington's. So, cancer sucks. Yeah, it fucking does. Yes, it does. Also, Jones Sandrick. Hey, hello. How are you? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you popping on by. Also, hello, Stacy. You look like my son. Aw. Son's a good-looking fella. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate... Oh, okay. Well, this worked out perfectly. All right, folks. I do have to head on out. So here's the thing. I need you guys to do me a favor. Follow This Space TV and also subscribe to my channel. Oh my God, he's so loud. This Space TV is currently on. You guys can go there directly. Here. And then... There we go. Thank you. I probably just closed the door. So thank you so much. Also, follow me on YouTube here. And yeah, great night. You and your wife take care. Thank you. Are you sending us that way? Yeah, so I'm literally, let's see. Here we go. Just trying to get there because I forgot to do that earlier. Save. Cool. Yes, you guys will be rating this space, so just stick around if you are already here. Like I said, if you guys can hit that subscribe and hit the like button on your way out, I really appreciate that because it does help small creators like myself. And also, just make it a habit. Like if you guys, especially if you're frequenting like smaller creators, if you like what you're watching, just do it. It really helps. So please consider doing that. But with that being said, folks, I do have to get going. I appreciate y'all being here, and I will catch you all possibly tomorrow. Tomorrow, keep your alerts on because tomorrow is a D&D day, so those are always iffy. But is that a Sonic shirt? No, this is a PBR shirt that is technically... Hey, wait. Godzilla. But... Oh, thank you for the, thank you, Stacy B, for subscribing. I really appreciate that. But yes, I might be on tomorrow night. Keep those alerts on, hit the bell. But I will most definitely see you on Friday, 4 p.m. sharp. Okay, folks? Thank you for hanging out. I will catch you all later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.